Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 950 Golden Rose Cave Princess. When Simon entered the Christie's auction hall, there was a commotion around him. Simon, Sophia, and the Agnelli couple sat down at the back of the hall. Johnny Agnelli felt the commotion around him, and he was envious, or jealous, for the first time in many years. The Agnelli family is known as the royal family of Italy. Although its wealth is currently behind Berlusconi and ranks second in Italy, the influence of the Agnelli family in Italy is far greater than that of Berlusconi, a new generation of commoners, with a heritage of nearly a century. In most occasions in the past, the attention around him should naturally be focused on him. This time, he became a foil, and a foil that was almost ignored. Even though he felt this very clearly, Johnny Agnelli found that he had no possibility of turning around. Compared with his personal wealth of $2.7 billion last year, the wealth of the young people around him was simply despairing. Moreover, think about the series of big moves that the other party has made recently. The public visit to China has aroused strong attention from global capital to China, and has also caused a strong Westeros effect in other Asian countries, like a financial disaster that has hit the stock markets of Japan, South Korea and other countries. Then there's the trip to Europe in the past week. Although there is no public media coverage of the UK, Finland, Italy, Russia, Ukraine and Italy, in fact, from the authorities of various European countries to local forces like them who can get the news, they are all closely watching the every move of this young man. And today, an article in the New York Times made the French government embarrassed and exhausted. All these actions are far beyond the reach of the Agnelli family, who are limited to the 3 acres of land in Italy. Just like at this moment, the other party easily became the focus of everyone, but he could only sigh. Fortunately, the auction will start soon. Holding a beautifully bound auction brochure in his hand, Johnny Agnelli slightly thought of competing with the young man next to him, but then gave up. Melisandre directly and indirectly controls up to 62% of the voting rights of Christie's auction house. Although Melisandre deliberately brought in a group of Italian capital to enter the market for the acquisition, and the Agnelli family also participated, it was just a symbolic investment for the two sides to make friends, holding 7.5% of the shares, which is not as high as Berlusconi's 10%. In short, this auction house almost belongs to the young people around him. Looking at today's auction items, the manual focuses on a batch of treasures from Chateau Latour. Chateau Latour, one of the 5 famous wineries in France, is a brand under Melisandre, and it still belongs to the young people around him. So, buying red wine from someone's winery in someone's auction house and competing with someone, well, isn't this asking for trouble? How can there be such a guy in this world that everyone can only look up to? After all, he has been in a high position for many years. After a short period of imbalance, Johnny Agnelli quickly calmed down and asked the young man around him, "Simon, I haven't read the manual yet. Is there anything worth recommending tonight?" Simon was originally whispering to Sophia, but upon hearing this, he turned to Agnelli and said with a smile, "Of course the best is the 1982 treasure launched by Chateau Latour. Now many wineries have begun to promote the 1982 vintage in the Bordeaux region, but in fact, only the Bordeaux-Pauillac region where the 3 major wineries Latour, Lafite and Mouton Rothschild are located has achieved the top score of 98 points. Other regions, such as Margaux and Graves, have not even scored 90 points, which is relatively average. Moreover, this is the first time that Latour has publicly auctioned its 1982 cellar, because it is about to reach the full age of 15 years of cellaring, which is suitable for both collection and drinking. Then, there is the 1978 dry red wine from Chateau Bosco in the Rhône Valley, which is also a rare top vintage with 98 points, and the quality is excellent enough. In Italy, a batch from Marcus de Piedmont is also from the 1978 vintage, with 97 points, but this is a collection type. Due to the quality, it needs to be cellared for about 5 years before it matures. Johnny Agnelli listened to the young man's talk beside him, and his heart was bitter again. Okay. Just now, I still had some test mentality in my heart, but perhaps Berlusconi, who was considered quite vulgar by many people, would definitely not be able to say these words. Of course, Simon couldn't be so casual and talk about everything. The main reason was that Sophia had already talked to him when she came, and now he was just using women's words. Because of her first marriage experience, Sophia has always been very enthusiastic about the wine business. In addition to Latour, which serves as a signboard, Melisandre has also purchased or opened new wineries in France, Italy, Spain and Australia in recent years, producing more than 500,000 boxes of various wines each year. On the stage, the auction officially began. Christie's platform will certainly not only auction Melisandre's products. To be precise, Melisandre-related theme auctions only account for a small part, just like this time, except for the finale of Latour's 1982 cellar. Most of the others are from other red wine brands. Perhaps because of Simon's presence, the auction seemed very lively from the beginning. Guests frequently raised their placards, obviously intending to attract someone's attention, and the price was inevitably high. Johnny Agnelli completely lost his temper, became more and more calm, and started to discuss some recent current affairs with Simon again. After all, there are not many opportunities to communicate with this young man, and it would be a waste to miss them. After more than 10 minutes, Simon, who was chatting with Agnelli about some details of the U.S. election, felt a slight chill on the back of his neck, as if something had fallen into his collar. He subconsciously reached behind him, pressed accurately, and took it out, but it was a pearl earring. A lady behind him had already leaned over a little and whispered, "Sorry, I'm so sorry, Mr. Westeros, I accidentally dropped my earring." Johnny Agnelli turned his head and glanced. This was a black-haired girl with a pair of beautiful crescent eyes. The special eyes matched a perfect face, and she was born with a charming and seductive aura. He just smiled and didn't even bother to sigh. As a playboy himself, Johnny Agnelli had no idea what was going on. Moreover, he seemed to have seen this face before. She should be a star. But it was unlikely that this beauty would notice him tonight. Simon hadn't paid much attention to her before, but when he returned the pearl earrings to the woman behind him, he took a few more glances and recognized her. Alessandra Martinez. She was the heroine of the imported film Golden Rose Cave that left a deep impression on him in his previous life. The Princess of Golden Rose Cave. Now was obviously not the time to talk, so he just smiled at the woman behind him and regained his attention. Sophia beside him also noticed these details, and also looked behind her, then rolled her eyes at Simon. The auction lasted about an hour. Simon didn't raise his hand. After all, Sophia would definitely provide the best for her own use first. Instead, Johnny Agnelli bought all 10 boxes of Latour 1982 treasures sold at once. Sophia finally whispered to Simon with some excitement that because of his appearance, the average price of a series of red wines at this auction was at least 30% higher than expected. Simon also joked that he could attend more often in the future. But he would have to give a kickback. After the auction, there was a reception. After waiting for an hour, seeing that Simon Westeros did not leave immediately, a group of guests came forward to chat with him. Alexandra Martinez, whose earrings fell into Simon's collar during the auction, quickly came over and apologized to Simon again very sincerely. "I'm sorry, Mr. Westeros, I accidentally dropped the earrings into your collar. It's so embarrassing." "It's okay." Simon held a glass of red wine in his hand and stretched out his empty hand to the other party. "But, Mom, don't you want to introduce yourself?" "Oh, I almost forgot." The woman hurriedly shook Simon's hand, looked over with a pair of charming eyes, and said, "My name is Alexandra Martinez." Seeing this, Sophia didn't intend to be a light bulb. She never cared about men's romantic affairs, and she couldn't control them, so she made an excuse to greet other guests and took the initiative to walk away. Feeling the gentle strokes on his palm during the handshake, Simon smiled and released the other's hand, saying, "Let me guess, Ali, can I call you that?" "Of course, Simon." Simon continued, "Ali, you are a ballet dancer, right?" The woman blinked and shook her head. "You guessed half right, Simon. I am a classical dancer, and now I am an actor. It's a pity that I have never seen you on the big screen." Alexandra Martinez was embarrassed when she heard Simon ask this, and shook her head. "In front of you, the things I shot can't even be called works. Don't be so unconfident, you are so beautiful, and you have such a good temperament. If it were me, I would definitely put you in my favorite movie." Simon said this, but he remembered something. The Golden Rose Cave in his memory was probably a work from the 1990s. Since it was introduced into China at that time, the response it caused should be good. If the woman in front of him participated in it, it would be a masterpiece that he could talk about. Now, it is very likely that Simon's Big Butterfly has changed some things. Compared with those European actresses in his memory, Alexandra Martinez is not really famous. Simon still remembers that she married a French director who was old enough to be her father, but the result was still tepid. This time, under the influence of Simon's Big Butterfly, this woman's career may be even more depressed. After all, there is no shortage of beautiful women in this world. This is even more true in the film and television industry. Although the woman in front of him is very beautiful, in the European circle where the film and television industry is beginning to decline, there are actually very few opportunities to stand out. This time, she probably didn't even get to hook up with an old director. Of course, these are just assumptions. Simon is not interested in some behind-the-scenes things. However, after hearing Simon's obviously polite words, Alexandra Martinez's crescent eyes widened into almond eyes, becoming even more charming, with obvious expectation and teasing in her expression. "Simon, are you serious?" Simon curled his lips. "Okay, I'm just kidding." The woman's momentum suddenly weakened a lot, but she also felt the ridicule in the man's eyes, and said angrily, "I didn't expect you to be so hateful." Simon changed the subject slightly. "Ali, do you live in Milan?" Alexandra Martinez heard Simon say this, and regarded the man's words as some kind of inquiry, shaking her head in cooperation. "I have been in Rome for a few years, and now I mainly develop in France. This time I came here to participate in a brand event. Milan is the fashion capital of Europe, second only to Paris. Even if it is not the two major fashion weeks in spring and autumn, there are various press conferences almost every month." Simon nodded. Since the other party didn't point it out, it was obviously not a brand event under Melisender. This was probably because of the status. At this stage, Melisender's brand activities would definitely not invite these third-tier actresses, of course, unless others found a way to get the invitation letter and took the initiative to come. After all, the word freeloading is very popular all over the world. Seeing that Simon didn't continue to ask, Alexandra found a topic at the right time. "Simon, speaking of which, I watched Mission Impossible 2 produced by Deaneries Entertainment at the weekend. This movie is really great. With the operation of the Westeros system in Italy, Mission Impossible 2 was released in Italy at the same time as North America. In comparison, several countries such as France and Germany are still keeping their doors closed." Simon corrected with a smile, "To be precise, Paramount is mainly responsible for this project. But you are the leader, aren't you?" "Yes." "Haha." The woman laughed softly and said, "From now on, the global box office of Mission Impossible 2 should be able to reach $500 million, right? Today is Monday." Because of the time difference and other reasons, Simon has not yet looked at the box office report for the past weekend. He can only shake his head. I am not sure either. It depends on the global box office situation in the first week." Although he did not know the weekend's box office data, Simon still knew the feedback from the preview and the box office on the first day last Friday, $500 million worldwide. It should not be a problem. Because of the success of this project, Bai Jiawu, who has cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment on 3 projects, has begun to prepare for his next movie, which was also the peak of Bai Jiawu in Hollywood in history, Face Off. Unfortunately, since Nicolas Cage has become the leading actor in the Mission Impossible series, and the two films have similar themes, and Mission Impossible 2 has just been released, it is not suitable for him to participate in Face Off. The two former leading actors, Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, were similar in all aspects, so they were able to combine together and create this Hollywood classic with Bai Jiawu. Even the later Hong Kong film Save Your Infernal Affairs was actually inspired by Face Off. This time, Cage can no longer participate. Correspondingly, if another leading actor with the same status, figure and temperament cannot be found, John Travolta may also have to be replaced. Simon just hopes that this classic will not change because of this. Alexandra in front of him didn't know what Simon was thinking, but nodded her head very confidently. "It will definitely reach $500 million. By the way, Simon, it seems that you haven't released your new film for a long time. The last one was The Man from Earth, which is also a masterpiece. I am looking forward to your next work." Chapter 951 Eloping. Sophia was chatting with a guest when she felt a big hand around her waist. She looked at the man next to her and said jokingly, "I thought I wouldn't see you tonight." Simon nodded to the guest opposite and said to Sophia, "We should go back." "Okay." Sophia agreed with a smile. The two greeted some necessary guests and walked out of the auction house together. After getting in the car, Sophia wisely did not mention the woman at the party again, but said, "Agnelli just asked me some details about Westeros Systems' investment in China. It seems that he does not intend to give up entering China." In the lounge of the auction house, Sophia also listened to the conversation between Simon and Johnny Agnelli. Simon said, "That's for sure, but whether it can succeed is another matter. I think he still wants to cooperate with us. The key is the issue of control. If Fiat enters China, Agnelli will not give up the control of the project. If I can't take the initiative, I won't participate, so there is no way to reach an agreement." Sophia looked at the little man beside her, with a bit of flirting and admiration in her tone. "If it were me, I would definitely be willing to take a step back. This is a collaboration with Simon Westeros. If everyone can make rational and correct choices, it's hard to imagine how beautiful the world would be. Anyway, with you here, my world is the most beautiful." Simon reached out and grabbed the woman's face and kissed her, and suddenly turned serious. "It's useless to please me anymore. I'm very tired in the afternoon. I won't do anything tonight." Sophia rolled her eyes at someone, came over again, and the two kissed again. They set off again early the next morning. At Milan Malpensa International Airport, Simon said goodbye to Sophia, who came to see him off, boarded the gangway, and just entered the cabin of the Boeing 767. A woman with crescent eyes who had just met at the cocktail party last night came to greet him. "Oh, Simon, it feels like a dream. I may be crazy. We just met last night, and today I'm going to the United States with you. It's my first time to the United States, and I'm not even very fluent in English." Alessandra Martini said this in Italian, but she had already naturally put her arm around Simon's arm, and her eyes couldn't help but look around. This was also her first time to take a private plane. She didn't expect it to be such a luxurious Boeing 767, and the man next to her made Martini's feel like a dream. Simon Westeros. No matter what the result is next, this is enough to write a rich and colorful past in her memoirs in the future, if there are any memoirs. This is why she agreed without thinking when the man invited her last night. Alessandra Martinez, 33 years old this year, is married to a French noble descendant with a small fortune. However, compared with Simon Westeros, her husband's family, which can only be regarded as barely maintaining a decent family, has nothing to show for it. The reason why she married him a few years ago was that Martinez hoped that her husband's family, who had connections with the French film and television industry, would help her develop her career. Unfortunately, she miscalculated, and until now she is still a small star who barely makes it to the third tier in France. So, when she met Simon last night, when this man showed interest in her, she decisively did everything she could. After all, once you miss it, such an opportunity may never come again. In short, this is an elopement. Bringing the woman to the living room in the middle of the cabin, Simon motioned her to sit on the leather chair near the porthole, and he sat next to her. A maid from the Way family took the initiative to help Alexandra fasten her seat belt. Simon also fastened his seat belt skillfully, and said to the confused woman beside him, "It may be a little bumpy during takeoff. We can move freely after it stabilizes." Alexandra nodded quickly. She didn't know this, and thought that private aircraft did not need any restrictions. Fortunately, she didn't ask randomly and make a fool of herself. After the waitress fastened her seatbelt and left, Simon looked at the cautious look of the woman next to him and asked with a smile, "Ali, have you had breakfast?" Alessandra subconsciously wanted to nod, but she still said honestly, "No." She didn't sleep all night last night. After dawn, she was busy packing and dressing up. When the car sent by Simon came to pick her up, she rushed over immediately and didn't even think about eating. Simon said, "You can't miss breakfast. I'll ask them to prepare it later." "Thank you, Simon, you are so considerate." Girl A came over at this time, holding a stack of information in her hand, handed a few newspapers to Simon, and sat down opposite. Simon took the newspaper and saw that Alessandra was a little embarrassed because of A's coldness, so he helped introduce, "This is A, my assistant." Alessandra took the initiative to reach out and change to English that was obviously not very proficient. "Hello, A, I am Alessandra Martinez, You can call me Ollie. Girl A did not give someone face in person and shook hands with Alessandra. The waitress who had just helped to fasten the seatbelt came over again, confirmed with Simon, and then notified the crew to prepare for takeoff. Simon chatted casually with Alexandra while picking up the newspaper handed over by Lady A. This was a French newspaper, Le Monde, the largest national daily newspaper in France. Lady A had already marked that the current affairs section of this newspaper was not important but quite conspicuous, which was a commentary on the Rwandan government's announcement yesterday that it had found new evidence of French military involvement in the genocide. The position was very positive. The article severely criticized the Rwandan government's accusation as completely groundless slander, and it was a deliberate smear under the control of certain anti-French forces. The newspaper did not specify which side the so-called anti-French forces were. There was also a note next to the report, explaining that although Le Monde claimed to maintain a neutral position, it was actually the mouthpiece of the French government. Simon immediately understood that it was probably like a certain super newspaper in China. Then there was also a copy of the French left-wing El Humanité. Compared to the West Journal, which deliberately put the article about the incident on a lower page, El Humanité put the article on the front page directly. While briefly reviewing the Rwandan genocide that shocked the world 2 years ago, the article strongly demanded that the French government set up a special investigation team to investigate the French military members who may have been involved in the genocide. The article also criticized a series of military policies of the current President Chirac, especially the nuclear test plan that was restarted after taking office last year. After taking office in June 1995, the French government suddenly announced the restart of nuclear testing. From September 1995 to January 1996, in just less than half a year, the French army intensively conducted 6 consecutive nuclear tests in the French New Corridor Islands in the South Pacific. El Humanité criticized Chirac's move for possibly provoking a new round of nuclear arms race and bringing the entire human race into an unknown dangerous situation. Looking at other newspapers, the attitudes and positions are basically half and half. Without a one-sided stance, one can actually imagine the pressure of public opinion that the French government is facing at this time. After all, the crime of participating in the Holocaust, like Germany, once labeled, will not be able to get rid of the stain for decades or even hundreds of years, and may even become an original sin. Because of the rise of Chirac, a right-wing politician, the already disharmonious US-France relationship has become tense again. Although Simon used Rwanda to attack France out of personal grudges, it actually coincides with a general trend. This matter will not be declared over just by a New York Times article yesterday, but until the French government gives Simon an explanation in private. Or, there may be no explanation, but torn faces and confrontations. Simon has no fear of this. At that time, the Westeros system will lose some business in France at most, and it is difficult to determine how much France will lose. After quickly browsing through several newspapers, the Boeing 767 also took off smoothly and stabilized at high altitude. Simon summoned a waitress and asked her to take Alexandra to breakfast and visit the cabin by the way. Probably understanding that Simon wanted to discuss work matters with her assistant, Alexandra followed the waitress obediently and left. Simon and his girlfriend were alone, and it reported some matters that Simon needed to know. Today was mainly about movies. There was news from Los Angeles that Golden Harvest rejected our cooperation plan for Police Story 4 and turned to Disney. Disney offered a 28% North American box office share plan, which was 5 points more than the share plan we offered, and was willing to make more concessions in publicity in subsequent channels. Danny's last attempt to retain him yesterday was ineffective, so he could only send a restriction letter to Golden Harvest, requiring that this film should not use the script ideas that the two parties had discussed in the past period of time, and should not imitate the Rush Hour series. The Police Story series needs no further explanation. According to common sense, Jack Chang should focus his work on Hollywood after the success of the Rush Hour series. However, Police Story 4 was a cooperation project that had been promised to his old employer before the filming of Rush Hour. Given the relationship between Jack Chang and Golden Harvest, he certainly could not break his promise. After the North American hit of Rush Hour, Golden Harvest, which has been trying to enter Hollywood for so many years, certainly would not miss this opportunity. It revised the already completed script and planned to make Police Story 4 an international film that would impact Hollywood again. In simple terms, it is to add overseas characters and related storylines, and shoot overseas. Similar to Rumble in the Bronx. The first thing to do when we're planning the project is of course to select Hollywood partners. The New World Pictures team under Deaneries Entertainment, which had cooperated happily several times before, is naturally the first choice, and New World Pictures also responded positively. However, due to the success of Rush Hour, Golden Harvest, which has increased its confidence, began to try to gain more benefits, especially with a recent negative example of Black Mask. Golden Harvest has been more resolute. At least this time, it is impossible to sell out the copyright anyway. After the project was replanned, the New World Pictures team's box office expectations for Police Story 4 were relatively optimistic, but only about $50 million. After all, this project itself has some defects that cannot be fully integrated into Hollywood. The $50 million is still based on the popularity of Rush Hour. All in all, New World Pictures could not offer two outrageous conditions. So it was snatched away by other Hollywood studios that were eyeing it, and finally fell into the hands of Disney. When overseas films are released in North America, if the producers ask for a share, it is usually only a dozen points, and it is rare to exceed 20%. Because of the nature of the film itself, most distributors originally get a share from the theaters that is lower than the standard 55%, and the distribution share collected is generally higher than the Hollywood average. Although the Police Story 4 project is a bit special, Golden Harvest has no intention of letting outsiders intervene in its investment. New World Pictures only distributes, and it is quite generous to offer a 23% pure share while promising to cover all publicity and distribution. After all, this is a movie with a clear Hong Kong film gene, and the risk is not small. Moreover, without sufficient interest driving, why would New World Pictures give you resources? Wouldn't it be better to distribute its own films? After all, the annual movie schedule and film resources are limited. The share ratio offered by Disney seems to be only 5 percentage points higher than that of New World Pictures, but with further concessions in publicity in subsequent channels, even with the optimistic box office forecast of $50 million, there is basically no profit, unless the film is as successful as Rush Hour. It's just that this probability cannot be said to be absolute, but it is not much higher than the possibility of a certain country's men's football team entering the World Cup. After the female assistant finished speaking, she looked at Simon. Simon just nodded to show that he knew. The current state of Disney controlled by Vivendi is similar to that of Sony in the past. They are all eager to create a situation and launch some high-quality projects, so they don't care so much about profits. The end is actually imaginable. Seeing that her boss had no intention of trying again, Lady A continued, in China, after we sent out the invitation, several Chinese directors gave positive responses. This is a plan proposed by Zhang, Chen and other directors. After the launch of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, with the recent success of Black Mask, in order to promote Jet Li, Simon planned to simultaneously create several other costs from Chinese films, including martial arts, war, and fantasy. So he sent invitations to some famous Chinese directors. The core is to showcase Chinese culture while taking care of the tastes of Western audiences. Moreover, the planned investment of $15 million to $30 million is only medium in Hollywood, so the risk is controllable, but in China, it is absolutely a sky-high investment in this era. Just like the Opium War that director Z is currently producing, the investment of $100 million, equivalent to less than $15 million, has already attracted national attention. Simon certainly did not do good things. Investing in these projects can be said to have multiple purposes. First, it is to make money, and second, it can further strengthen the relationship with the Chinese government. Then, these big-budget movies can, on the one hand, activate the Chinese film market, and on the other hand, alleviate the backlash of the Chinese film industry against the invasion of Hollywood movies. On the other hand, it is Simon's selfish desire. Such a large-scale investment can also make the most of China's film and television resources. It goes without saying that there are beautiful mountains and rivers. For example, several divisions of troops can be pulled out to shoot large-scale war movies with shocking scenes. Similar images are quite precious, and they can only be used in recent years. After the new century, they will gradually disappear in both the East and the West, and only special effects can be used. Because of Black Mask, Simon's first goal was actually hero. When this movie was just released in China, it was criticized, but it was an absolute box office success. Moreover, 10 or 20 years later, When domestic audiences encountered a large number of bad movies, they found out how well made and sincere those blockbusters shot at the beginning of the century to open up the Western market were. Looking back, the actors' performances and the camera images are perfect, and even the story plots are actually worth savoring. The former hero was made by Zhang Yimou after the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and there is no trace of it now. Simon looked through the ideas provided by several Chinese directors. They were all good, but Hero was safer because it had already proven successful. So he planned to provide some ideas himself and let Zhang Yimou improve them. This was not because Simon was conservative, but because he took China into consideration. Deaneries Entertainment could afford failure, but if the project specifically targeting China failed, many goals would not be achieved. Simon looked at the plans of several Chinese directors and motioned Allison to continue. Girl A continued. Also, in the UK, the tentatively named film team has reached cooperation agreements with Guy Ritchie and Peter Courteney on Lock, Stock and 6 Smoking Barrels and The Naked Six respectively. The adaptation rights of Bridget Jones are still being negotiated, but only the last few details are left, so it's not a big problem. Simon's first stop on this European trip was the UK. Sometime before departure, Simon asked the British branch of Deaneries Entertainment to collect various popular books or movie scripts here, and finally personally selected the 3 projects of Lock, Stock and 6 Smoking Barrels, The Naked Six and Bridget Jones's Birth Diary. In fact, they have all been concerned for a long time. During the Sundance Film Festival at the beginning of this year, Simon thought of Guy Ritchie because he discovered Nolan in advance. However, he has always been accustomed to doing certain things more logically, so he chose the opportunity of this trip to Europe. The previous Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels was not released until 1998, and the script has been completed now. Guy Ritchie's experience is somewhat similar to Quentin. He worked as a film projectionist, and then started shooting short films and MVs. After a short film Hard Shell last year attracted the attention of the industry, he began to look for investment for his first feature film script Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels. In the past, Guy Ritchie and his partners spent more than a year just to raise funds for the filming of Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels. The film was released in 1998 and was a blockbuster. Now, Simon has cut in advance. The other 6 Big Smoking Barrels is as famous as 4 Weddings and a Funeral, and it is even better than Lock, Stock and 2 Smoking Barrels in terms of box office. This low-budget film about several laid-off workers in England who wanted to become strippers in a different way during the economic depression, once cost only £2 million to produce, and has achieved more than $250 million in box office worldwide, and even topped the historical box office champion in the UK. It is also the director Peter Courteney's debut feature film. The reason why this project, which should have been unknown, came into Simon's sight was mainly because of the recommendation of Robert Carlyle, the star of Trainspotting, which was purchased by Deaneries Entertainment during Sundance this year. The director of The Naked Six took the script to Carlyle and hoped that he could participate. Carlyle liked the story very much. It happened that Trainspotting had established a connection with the team under Deaneries Entertainment, so he recommended it. Simon took it again. The last Bridget Jones's Diary was a story serialized in a British newspaper since last year, just like Sex and the City that Deaneries Entertainment had already produced. Bridget Jones's Diary in the original time and space was not released until 2001. It cost $25 million, sold $280 million in the world, and was made into a series of movies. Now that he has encountered it, Simon will not let it go. In addition to China and the UK, Simon also personally finalized 2 projects in Italy during this European trip. One is Giuseppe Tornatore's The Legend of 1900 and the other is Roberto Benigni's Life is Beautiful, which he wrote, directed and acted in. Both are classic films that were once widely known around the world. In fact, whether it is the layout of China, the United Kingdom or Italy, it is an important part of Simon's new stage of film strategy designed for Deaneries Entertainment, and Simon has been laying the groundwork for this in the past few years. After the Hollywood film pattern was determined, Deaneries Entertainment no longer reserved its strength from this year, and the 3 labels broke out in full force. Similarly, Simon also intends to blossom in full force on a global scale, investing more resources to support filmmakers in various overseas markets to produce excellent films, while providing North America with a variety of film sources, and directly distributing them in related markets, on the one hand to make profits, On the other hand, to reduce the hostility and backlash of various overseas markets against Hollywood invasion, at least to reduce the resistance of Deaneries Entertainment's films to be distributed in various overseas markets. For other individuals or companies, this full-blown plan is actually difficult to operate. After all, no one can be omniscient and familiar with the film markets around the world. Blindly doing so is more likely to lose all the money. With the advantage of being a prophet in two lives, Simon happens to be a very special exception. Chapter 952 Cruel Life. Alessandra Martinez felt like she had suddenly encountered an aerial romance. From Milan to New York, it was an 8-hour flight. Except for the man doing some work at the beginning and then coming over, the two chatted, drank, listened to music, she danced for the man, he improvised with guitar for her, and then enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Everything was so comfortable, warm and natural. After lunch, they had a little discussion and decided to watch a movie. Obviously considering her language problem, the man carefully selected an Italian movie, Fellini's La Dolce Vita. The splendor and noise of drifting with the flow. And disillusionment. After the 3-hour movie ended, the lights were not turned on in the small screening room in the cabin, and only the last subtitles shone with some light. Alessandra, who was leaning next to Simon, leaned close to the man's ear and almost bit his ear. I've always been curious, what did the little girl say in the end? Dancing women often lack body curves, but Alessandra is an exception. She is so beautiful that people can't let go. Simon put his arm around the woman beside him and said, I remember that Fellini explained in person in an interview that the girl meant that she was willing to learn typing from Marcello, which corresponds to the conversation between the male protagonist and the other two in the small restaurant. Alexandra put a small hand on the man's big hand that was wandering on her body and shook her head slightly. I don't understand. Simon asked, what do you think this movie is about? I just think it's very lively. It's probably a criticism of the decadent life of the upper class. Simon smiled and shook his head. It's a very shallow cognitive model to habitually analyze literary and film works from a class standpoint. Then what do you think Fellini is talking about? Lost. Huh? This is my personal understanding. All the characters in the film, whether they are the protagonists or the supporting roles, or even the ordinary people, have fallen into a lost reincarnation state and cannot extricate themselves. They can only cycle their lives day after day, whether they are gorgeous, blind, confused or boring. Or, when they can't hold on any longer, they choose to end their lives like Marcello's seemingly perfect friend's family. It sounds so cruel. Life is cruel, so I remember a poet once said that we should choose a life and have the courage to stick to it. Alexandra turned her head slightly and looked at Simon. This seems a bit contradictory. Choosing a life to stick to, doesn't it become the cycle of being lost day after day that you just mentioned? Of course it's different. This kind of persistence requires a heartfelt love and recognition of life. You must believe that your life is meaningful, and it is a persistence to move forward, not standing still. Those people in the movie no longer consider these issues, just like Marcello failed to hear or pretended not to hear the girl's words at the end of the story. He has given up struggling and is willing to sink. Simon, do you think your life is meaningful? No. Alexandra was very surprised. Simon said, measured on the scale of the universe that is so long that it makes people desperate, the life of everyone in this world has no meaning. Well, I know. Alexandra finally caught up a little. She raised her hand and gestured slightly, and said, in last year's The Man from Earth, the heroine said at the end that we are all just a moment. Until now, every time I think of it, I feel very touched. This is what you want to express, right? Yes, we are all just a moment. Simon curled his lips slightly. This is another level. When a person knows the cruelest truth of life, he can still persist and love it. This is the greatest courage. You are such a person, right? No, if this level is counted as 100 points, I am at most 70 points. Many times I am also lost. Alexandra rubbed her body gently against Simon, and suddenly laughed softly. You are a trillionaire, the only one in the world, so, what you said just now sounded like, Seeing the woman's hesitation to speak, Simon knew that she wanted to use words like whining without reason, but probably felt that it was inappropriate, so he smiled and said, from a genetic perspective, because of the strong instinct of inheritance, human desires are endless and will never be satisfied. This dissatisfaction, while driving a person to move forward, often also brings pain. This will not change because of a person's position, and I am the same. Therefore, in the face of the cruel truth of life, I often get lost, suffer, and remain dissatisfied. Alexandra blinked her special crescent eyes, as if asking Simon what he was dissatisfied with. Simon did not discuss this life philosophy issue with the woman in depth, but instead said, "We'll be in New York soon. Tell me about yourself. What kind of life do you want to live in the future?" Alexandra's first thought, of course, was to become the top actress in Hollywood, but the question from the man seemed to include much more than that. It was a larger question about her future life. What kind of life? Of course, it had to be like what she had experienced in the past few hours. Fulfilling, excellent, and luxurious. Then, become a top Hollywood star, walking in and out of Vanity Fair, and being the center of attention. Well, and then? Seeing that the woman did not answer for a while, Simon took the initiative and said, "How about this? You will live in New York from now on, take some English courses first, and then I will arrange some roles for you on Broadway." A hint of disappointment flashed across Alexandra's expression. This was far from her expectations. "Simon, I want to go to Los Angeles with you, can I?" Simon understood Alexandra's intention, raised his hand and slid it across the delicate contours of the woman's face, and said, "You have to take one step at a time. You have too much of the literary and artistic atmosphere of a European actress. If you want to go further in the future, you can polish off that temperament by performing on Broadway. Otherwise, you will end up like many European actresses who want to enter Hollywood, such as Odd Johnny, and end up with nothing." The woman hesitated for a moment and asked, "How long will it take?" Although she didn't want to mention her age, it was undoubtedly her biggest shortcoming. Simon said seriously, "I hope you can treat this as a career, so that even if you become famous in the future, you can often return to Broadway to perform. You have excellent dancing skills, which is your biggest advantage on Broadway. As for how long it will take to go from Broadway to Hollywood, there is no time limit. As long as I think the role is suitable for you, I will let you try it. In fact, I have considered your positioning. You are suitable for costume movies adapted from famous works, or musicals, and I have thought of several projects that are suitable for you, but it takes time." Alexandra's eyes lit up slightly after hearing what Simon said, and she subconsciously asked, "Time?" "Yes, it's no exaggeration to say that the projects that I can directly take a fancy to are all very outstanding, and that can make the actors who participate in them become famous overnight. But this also requires the actors to have a certain accumulation of acting skills and status. Otherwise, if you are rashly put in that position, once the audience does not buy it, it will be a disaster for the movie, and the same is true for you, because once these important film projects fail, it will be difficult for you to get similar opportunities again." These words undoubtedly made Alexandra's mood, which had just risen, turn low. Simon smiled and patted the woman's waist, and said, a little disappointed, "Right." Without waiting for the woman to speak, Simon continued, "This is actually my honesty to you. If it were other men, in order to get you, they might make all kinds of sweet words and empty promises, but I won't. For the women around me, I can guarantee to give them the best opportunities, but whether they can seize them depends on themselves." There was a knock on the door at this time, and Simon answered. A waitress pushed open the door and reminded the plane that the plane would land in 5 minutes. Simon nodded, and after the other party left, he reached out to help the woman pull out the seatbelt and buckle it, and continue the previous topic. "But there is one thing I can guarantee now, Ollie, you will live a good life in New York. And you don't have to follow my plan just now, just enjoy life purely. You know, satisfying you is the least of the problems for me." Alexandra watched Simon buckle himself, and finally spoke again. "Simon, what about the future? In the future, whether it is a month later, a year later, or longer, if you want to leave, then leave. I have never been a person who forces. Of course, as long as you are by my side, I will treat you as my woman." In just one day, Alexandra Martinez's mental journey was probably dream, reality, dream. When the Boeing 767 landed at New York's Kennedy International Airport, the man said he had to attend a meeting and separated from her. Suddenly arriving in a foreign country, the man she relied on disappeared directly after landing, and the last words on the plane made Alexandra a little panicked, and even felt that she might have made an outrageous wrong choice in a moment of excitement. When the housekeeper named Angie Davis took over her schedule, she soon returned to her dream. Because of the time difference, it was Tuesday morning when she set off in Milan. After an 8-hour flight, It was still Tuesday morning when she arrived in New York. While still in the car, Angie Davis took out some real estate information for her to choose from. This would be her future residence in New York. The thick side of the information included single-family villas in the Upper East Side, penthouse duplex apartments in Midtown, large flats in Greenwich, everything. Her husband's family owned a single-family villa on the banks of the Seine in the west of Paris, which was already the family's largest asset. Now, any property in her file is not much worse than the villa on the Seine River that her husband's family often boasted of with the glory of their ancestors, and that man just used to house his lover. After a lot of selection, she finally chose a 4-story single-family villa on 78th Street in the Upper West Side. The next block is the famous American Museum of Natural History. The main reason is that the villa is very close to the Upper West Side section of Broadway. This is another choice for her. After all, she didn't plan to be a pure vase, but followed his advice and decided to start her own business from Broadway. Then the car drove directly to the Upper West Side. Speaking of which, the single-family villas in Manhattan are not the same as the regular single-family villas that ordinary people understand. It is difficult to separate a single-family villa courtyard in this island area where every inch of land is valuable, so the villas are stacked together like books on a bookshelf. However, because most villas have their own unique style, the height, width and narrowness of the building styles are different, so they are not considered townhouses. Entering this single-family villa with a light gray retro style, the interior is decorated in European style with warm yellow tones. The entrance is an open hall with a height of up to the second floor. There is a gorgeous crystal chandelier above the head. There is an open staircase inside. You can also see the living room on the second floor, which is also open. The third and fourth floors are private spaces, and there is also a basement. Everything in the villa is very new. There is no sign of living, but there is no sense of dust from long-term vacancy. It is obvious that someone has been regularly and carefully maintaining it. It is considered a place to settle down. Then it started to get busy again. Anger provided a list again, and selected a servant and a guard from it. With her previous level, she was not too clear about the private gossip around a big man like Simon Westeros, and she was a little flattered by this. Then it was time to choose a car, and the most tedious and exciting thing for her was to purchase various daily service bags and shoes. All afternoon, accompanied by Anger Davis and 2 close servants, she walked around most of Manhattan. At first, she was a little reluctant, until Anger pointed out that she had $1 million for clothing. $1 million. Her first thought was whether she could cash it out. Then she cursed herself for being useless. In the end, she didn't know how much she spent in the afternoon. Anyway, when she returned to her residence on 78th Street in the Upper West Side, various specialty stores delivered her shopping results. The cloakroom next to the master bedroom on the 4th floor of the villa was immediately filled up. In the evening, an agent from WMA took the initiative to come to her. WMA, of course I know. It is the largest Hollywood talent agency in the United States. The visitor was a very capable middle-aged woman named Bridget Motz. Anger said that if she was satisfied, she would be her agent in the future. He came to take her to a party in the New York film and television circle to meet some people. In short, at the end of the day, lying on the gorgeous and soft big bed in the master bedroom of the villa in the Upper West Side, she realized again that a certain man had not appeared for a day. The next few days were still full of various non-stop activities. After a physical checkup, beauty care, English classes, and the process of applying for various formal certificates, she got a credit card, which gave her $50,000 a month for living expenses. She also successfully integrated into the film and television circles in New York and made several very good friends. Although, from the polite, cautious, flattering attitudes of those around her, she clearly felt the shadow of a certain man. But, who cares? And she soon finalized her first stage role. This is a new play called The Choice, which is adapted from the true story of the trial of the famous German conductor Wilhelm Furtwängler after World War II. The agent, Ms. Motz, hinted that this was personally selected by Simon for her, because it is a new play, and it is mainly a male play, and the female lead has few roles, which is very suitable for a newcomer like her. Even if she fails, it doesn't matter. After all, it is not one of those enduring and influential classics, so it will not have any negative impact on her career. She was so busy until the weekend, and she unknowingly began to get used to this new life. Although, it seems to be different from what she imagined. And finally remembered something. He quickly contacted a housekeeper and asked her to help him find a lawyer. He had to cut off his past and at least get a divorce first. Chapter 953 Extremely Cold. The mountainside mansion that Simon bought earlier, located in Palisades and overlooking the Los Angeles and Pacific Ocean, has become a designated party venue for the Westeros system. Today is still the same. This is Saturday, June 8th. When night falls, a large number of superstars, celebrities and entertainment executives begin to gather in the center of Palisades, along the Malibu line in the west and the various wealthy areas on the east side that are traversed by Sunset Boulevard. This party is mainly to celebrate the good results of Daenerys Entertainment's related films since the start of the summer season. Not only Romeo and Juliet and Black Mask released by Daenerys Entertainment, but also The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2. The relevant crews and executives of the cooperating studios have been invited. In fact, Daenerys Entertainment's inclusion of The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2 in the celebration range has somewhat dissatisfied Fox and Paramount, because doing so seems to be equivalent to publicly announcing who is the leader of the two projects. Although some things are facts, it is still unavoidable to be unhappy. Of course, no matter how unhappy they were, neither of the two parties raised any objections, and they were all very enthusiastic to participate in this party together. After all, in Hollywood now, to be honest, everyone has to live by Daenerys Entertainment's face. It's okay not to watch it, as long as you have the ability to make a big hit on your own. No one will be willing to be inferior to others. In fact, everyone has been trying silently, but unfortunately the results are not very good, just like Warner's The Order. Therefore, at present, we can only keep a low profile. After all, although Hollywood is a place for dreaming, Hollywood people are very realistic. Just like the box office week just passed, from May 31st to June 6th, 3 movies related to Daenerys Entertainment directly occupied the top 3 places on the list, and they were the only 3 movies with a weekly box office of more than $10 million. The first is the highly anticipated Mission Impossible 2, which topped the weekly box office championship without any suspense in the first week of its release. In the previous Mission Impossible 2, Woo's action film style was unanimously recognized by the media and the audience, but in terms of the plot, it was generally believed that it had lost the suspense and reversal essence of the opening work. In the new version of Mission Impossible 2, although Simon once again used by Woo, he also tried to maintain the style of the opening series in the script creation stage. In addition, through the careful planning of the supporting team during the initial development of the project, the continuity of the series' story was greatly increased. The success of the two time and space comic movie universes has proved the huge gain effect of this continuity on maintaining the popularity of the series of movies. The final result also proved the correctness of these strategies. After the premiere of Mission Impossible 2 last week, the word-of-mouth ban was lifted, and the media comprehensive score reached an excellent score of 8.2 points. The box office was even more successful. In the first 7 days of opening, Mission Impossible 2 won a box office of $76.15 million, becoming the highest-scoring movie in 1996 so far. Such a box office may not be comparable to the phenomenal DC movie universe blockbuster that broke $100 million in the first week, but it is much better than the first one. The first Mission Impossible film released 3 years ago only earned $46.35 million in its first week, and only $75.69 million in its first 2 weeks, while Mission Impossible 2 earned $76.15 million in 1 week. With a change in the distribution model, although it is certain that Mission Impossible 2 will not be able to break the stable long-term trend of the first film's final domestic box office of $180 million, it is almost certain that the film will break $200 million domestically with a starting price of $76.15 million. On the other hand, compared with a total production and publicity cost of $100 million for the first film, the production cost of Mission Impossible 2 was $90 million, the publicity cost was $40 million, and the total investment was $130 million. It is estimated that only the North American box office of more than $200 million, plus the higher than 55% average revenue sharing ratio that this strong series can obtain from the theaters, will allow Mission Impossible 2 to make a profit. With such a result, even if it has to share profits with Daenerys Entertainment, the IP of Mission Impossible will still become Paramount's pillar series as in the original time and space. The strength of Mission Impossible 2 has undoubtedly impacted all other films released at the same time. The second on the list, The Mummy, was in its third week of release. Affected by Mission Impossible 2, the box office fell by 53%, with a weekly revenue falling from $41.93 million in the second week to $19.69 million. 3 weeks after its release, the fantasy-adventure blockbuster produced by Fox and Deaneries has accumulated a box office of $125.16 million. Although the domestic box office is expected to be only around $150 million, The Mummy has already exceeded $100 million in the first 2 weeks of its release in major overseas markets. It is expected that the overseas box office will be twice that of the domestic box office. After 3 weeks of release worldwide, the film has recovered all the $105 million in production and publicity investment and started to make a profit. The Mummy was developed as a series from the beginning. The first part got off to a good start, and this series has also become a pillar of Fox. Then, the dark horse of the modern version of Romeo and Juliet followed Mission Impossible 2 and The Mummy and ranked third on the list. In its fourth week, this modern romance adapted from a classic novel, which is loved by teenagers, has only fallen by 29% this week, earning another $13.37 million, while other movies have generally fallen due to the impact of Mission Impossible 2. After 1 month of release, this low-cost movie with a production cost of only $15 million has accumulated a box office of $89.11 million. It is expected to enter the 100 million box office club this week. Apart from the top 3, all other movies released during the same period have failed to break the 10 million box office mark in a single week. The fourth place is Disney's black comedy Eddie. This new film starring Whoopi Goldberg and telling the story of a black woman who accidentally becomes the coach of an NBA team was released at the same time as Mission Impossible 2. The production cost was $30 million, and the box office in the first week was only $8.01 million. With such a start, the domestic box office is at most $20 million. Black comedies obviously do not have an overseas market, and the loss-making ending can be imagined. With the failure of Austin Powers, which cost $40 million, and Eddie, which cost $30 million, Disney has already failed 2 projects this summer. The only ones to look forward to next are the 2D animated film The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which will be released on June 21st, and the blockbuster The Rock, which will be released on July 4th, Independence Day. Needless to say, The Hunchback of Notre Dame is adapted from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. The Rock is a project left over from Jerry Bruckheimer's brief cooperation with Disney. Jerry Bruckheimer, a famous Hollywood producer, and his partner Don Simpson signed a studio affiliation contract with Disney a few years ago, but the good times did not last long. After Vivendi acquired Disney, the French strengthened their supervision of Disney in order to avoid following the footsteps of the Japanese acquisition of Columbia. As a result, the two sides had conflicts and soon parted ways. However, The Rock, which was hatched during the cooperation, stayed. Vivendi did not cut the project, but continued to invest in production and made it a major hit in the 1996 summer season. The Rock in the original time and space was not a big hit, but it was also very successful. This time, at least the main creative lineup of this movie has changed beyond recognition. Director Michael Bay has long been recruited by Simon to work for Deaneries, and one of the male protagonists, Nicolas Cage, has also become the male protagonist of the Mission Impossible series. Even producer Jerry Bruckheimer has let it go. The only original creator left is the other male protagonist, Sean Connery. With such changes, it can basically be said to be another movie. Simon did not deliberately inquire about more details of this project. How the market will perform in the future can only wait for the Independence Day holiday in early July. The fifth place on the list is Arnold Schwarzenegger's The Evaporator, with a single-week box office of $6.1 million. This movie has made the producer Warner Brothers lose any ambition. The cumulative box office revenue in the 4 weeks after its release was $73.29 million, which is less than the revenue of Mission Impossible 2 in 1 week. After the top 5, the only one worth mentioning is Black Mask. This is another small dark horse in this summer's movie. After the first week, it unexpectedly broke through 10 million. In the second week, under the impact of Mission Impossible 2, the decline was more than half, reaching 51%, and collected another $5.03 million. The cumulative box office of the film in North America for 2 weeks reached $15.41 million. $15.41 million may seem a bit unimpressive compared with those box office blockbusters, but compared with Eddie, which Disney invested $30 million but only had a box office of $8.01 million in the first week, you can understand how rare the box office performance of Black Mask is. After all, the total cost of production and publicity invested by Deaneries Entertainment for Black Mask is only $5 million. Not to mention the various comparisons between Black Mask and The Order that the media has been hyping recently. At least in terms of profit, the little guy from the other side of the ocean has completely defeated the big guy in Hollywood. When the Night of the West Coast completely enveloped the surroundings, Jet Li and his Chinese agent Jeremy Zhao drove to a mansion somewhere on the hillside of Palisade. Noticing the reporters gathered around the gate of the mansion not far ahead through the car window, Jet Li asked curiously, "Can they take pictures like this?" Of course, Jeremy, who was a little nervous about being able to participate in this party, pretended to be relaxed and explained the key points. "If you want to be on the entertainment newspaper tomorrow, you can get off the car in front of the gate, so that they will come forward to take pictures and interview, and both sides will get what they need." For some small stars, being able to attend such a party is both worth showing off and an opportunity to increase exposure. "So, Jet, do you want to get off the car?" Jet Li quickly shook his head and smiled and said, "No." As he said this, the car arrived in front of the main gate. The surrounding reporters gathered around a little. Seeing that the car had no intention of stopping, they did not entangle and took the initiative to move away from both sides. The driver showed the invitation letter to the gate, and the car drove into the mansion and soon stopped at another checkpoint. This time it was obviously much stricter. The hotel's car and driver were no longer allowed to enter. The two were carefully checked by the security behind the reception desk through the computer, and passed through a security check gate. Then, under the guidance of the receptionist on another floor, they walked along the corridor into the party scene. Jet Li, who has participated in many Hollywood parties recently, was a little surprised. Noticing the other party's expression, Jeremy took the initiative to explain, but just whispered a name, Simon. Jet Li immediately understood. Thinking that the young tycoon's power and status at this time are far more than just the boss of Deaneries Entertainment Group, it seems normal to do so. The waiter took the two to the open-air party on the cliff on the other side of the main villa of the mansion. Many guests had already arrived and the party had already begun. Under the soft but not dim light, the air was filled with retro and literary jazz music, which complemented this Mediterranean-style mansion. Most people obviously didn't want to miss such a social opportunity. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. Of course, some people danced, some people enjoyed delicious food, and in the swimming pool not far away, there were sexy girls swimming in the water like mermaids, a typical picture of the Vanity Fair where people drank and exchanged cups for money and indulged in luxury. Jeremy Zhao glanced over and found a bunch of faces he wanted to meet. However, he also knew that Jet Li originally planned to bring his girlfriend this time, but changed his mind to help him expand his network. Since the client was so loyal, he would naturally not ignore him and only care about his own socializing. After all, Jet Li's English ability was not very fluent and he needed a translator. After the two men stood outside the crowd and were briefly distracted, Jeremy spoke first, motioning to a couple who were talking not far away. "Lee, let's go say hello to that lady over there, Linda Vargas. She is Simon's exclusive casting manager. You will understand how powerful this woman who seems to have no reputation outside the circle is. Even the heads of the 3 major Hollywood agencies have to be very polite to her now." Jet Li nodded and said, "Jerry, you still need to worry about who to meet later. I don't know much about this." "Of course, I will try my best," the two said. Each took a glass of champagne from the passing waiter, and walked towards the couple who were chatting. When they came closer, because the other party was talking, the two waited for a while, and also roughly heard the content of the other party's conversation. "Jim, you know Simon doesn't like girls with thick lips, and he takes the girl," interrupted Project very seriously. "I hope you're not considering his daughter because of John Voight. I promise there are no personal factors, Linda. I'll send you the audition tape next week. You should take a look. I think Julie has a good chance of getting at least an Oscar nomination for this role. Her performance is amazing. No need for next week. Have someone send the tape to me tomorrow. If she's really outstanding, I'll submit it to Simon. No problem. One more thing. Just a personal reminder from me, Jim. Don't forget that Maya is the heroine of this movie. I don't think Simon would want to see the heroine being overly suppressed by the supporting actress. This is not good for a movie. It's not a good thing for the movie. I hope you can put more attention on Maya. Of course I understand, Linda, Maya's inherent gloom and temperament on the edge of collapse are also very outstanding, but there is one thing we should all understand: extroverted performances are more likely to attract the attention of the audience and Oscar judges, so just do your best. I believe Simon has considered these, and Maya is still young and has enough time. While the two were talking, Jeremy took the initiative to whisper to Jet Li about the black-haired man who was talking to Linda Vargas, James Mangold, a new director that Deanery's Entertainment has valued in recent years. After saying this, realizing that the conversation between the two had stopped, Jeremy also took Jet Li forward. Linda Vargas obviously noticed the two of them, and took the initiative to smile and extend her hand to Jet Li and say, "Hello, Jet, nice to meet you." Being able to occupy the position of a special assistant beside Simon for so many years, Linda Vargas is naturally impeccable in dealing with people. From the Black Mask Project and some recent film matters handed down by Simon, Linda Vargas can feel that her boss attaches great importance to this Oriental Kung Fu star, so she will not be disrespectful at all. In addition, in her opinion, Jack Chang, who made a name for himself in Hollywood with Rush Hour, has recently made an almost stupid choice to cooperate with Disney for his next new film, which may lead to Jet Li in front of him getting more resources. After all, it is not difficult to guess what is happening behind the scenes in the public opinion incident that Rwanda has once again challenged the French government. Her boss must have had some disputes with the French government. In this case, Jack Chang went to cooperate with Disney, which is controlled by a French capital, which is simply a slap in the face. Maybe the other party thinks this is just a business cooperation, but where there are people there is politics, and you need to take a stand. Many times, if you sit on the wrong side, even if it is not intentional at all, or even against your own will, it is difficult to avoid the consequences in the end. The two sides chatted for a while and exchanged business cards. Linda Vargas did not forget to help introduce James Mangold. When a pair of beautiful young men and women came over, Jet Li recognized that the man was Brad Pitt, who played Superman Clark Kent. The two sides politely nodded to each other, and Jet Li and James Mangold took the initiative to walk away. Brad Pitt and his girlfriend Gwyneth Paltrow hugged Linda Vargas affectionately and pretended to open their arms, but were glared at. They could only reach out and shake hands with her, with a cynical smile on their faces. "Linda, I heard that Paul is turning 15 next month. Do you want me to bring some friends to attend?" Linda Vargas had no intention of giving Pitt face and refused. "No, I will keep Paul away from you bad boys." "Oh, I didn't expect this is the image of me in your mind." Brad Pitt immediately covered his heart, made a few heartbeat movements, and then held it in front of Linda. "Look, it's all broken." Gwyneth couldn't stand it anymore and hammered her boyfriend, but with a smile on her face. Linda Vargas also smiled and rolled her eyes at him. "Pitt, you should be more stable." "I am very stable at other times. I am only like a little boy in front of my sister." "Linda, you give me the feeling of my real sister." "Okay, Pete, you know that this is useless to me." Okay. Brad Pitt gave up playing tricks and put on a pitiful expression. "Linda, can you give me some news about the role in Face Off?" Linda Vargas certainly understood why Brad Pitt acted just now, and shook her head without hesitation. "Pitt, be patient, there will be news soon." Brad Pitt changed the subject. "I heard that it is also trying to get this role for Liam Neeson." "Linda, tell me, I am the more competitive one, right?" Linda Vargas did not answer, but said, "You are both artists under ICM. You should know better than me whether Ed Limato is trying to get a role for Liam Neeson." Seeing that Linda Vargas still did not give in, Brad Pitt made a hand gesture of clasping hands and bowed. "Please, Linda, or you can just let me give up. Men have no resistance to beautiful women, and women are the same to beautiful men." After being pestered by Pitt, some things are not too secret after all. Linda Vargas finally showed a helpless expression and whispered, "Pitt, you should be very clear about your disadvantages. The role of Superman is too restrictive to your screen image, so everyone is hesitant. Because of hesitation, there is delay. This is good news for you, understand?" Brad Pitt's eyes lit up. "I understand." "Then, have fun tonight," Linda Vargas said, ignoring Gwyneth Paltrow, who obviously wanted to explore something, and turned to walk towards Michael Ovitz. the head of CAA not far away. Brad Pitt hugged his girlfriend's waist who subconsciously wanted to date her in the past, and said, "Forget it, Gwen, unless she is willing, you can't get any useful information from Linda. I just want to ask when the casting of Shakespeare in Love will start," Gwyneth Paltrow said, and she had to give up and said, "Brad, did you notice the look in Linda's eyes when she said you should be more stable just now? I don't think she said it casually." "What do you mean?" Gwyneth Paltrow was not so unrestrained after all, so she could only hint, "Think about it again, think about it carefully." Brad Pitt decisively played dumb and raised his hand to point to a place, "Over there, Stephen Sommers, let's go over and say hello, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future." Gwyneth Paltrow had no choice but to follow her boyfriend's force to the other side of the party. With the success of The Mummy, Stephen Sommers became a top star in Hollywood. At this time, in addition to Stephen Sommers, the male and female protagonists of The Mummy Val Kilmer and Rachel Weisz were all here, and Kate Beckinsale, who came from the East Coast to attend the party on the weekend, was also there. The two women were holding each other's arms and looked very intimate. Brad Pitt came here with his girlfriend and noticed the two bright English roses at first sight. But you can only look at them. There are some female stars in the circle that you absolutely cannot touch. Noticing that two people were approaching, one of whom was Brad Pitt, the actor who played Superman, Stephen Sommers made a slight eye contact and continued to introduce his new script ideas to David Giler, the long-term contracted producer of Deaneries Entertainment and the creator of the Alien series who had helped Simon a lot back then. Imagine, David, a large cruise ship full of tourists is suddenly attacked, and countless huge tentacles penetrate into the cabin and devour hundreds of tourists one by one, leaving only a few survivors. Then, another group of kidnappers who tried to hijack the ship appeared. The two groups met and gradually discovered the truth of the matter. They had to take the initiative to cooperate and escape from the cruise ship that had become hell under the attack of countless murderous tentacles. Yes, this story is similar to a C version of Alien, so I think it is perfect for you to be the producer. In addition, I hope Harrison Ford can play the leading actor. Ford's screen image in recent years is very suitable for this kind of survival movie style. By the way, I named this story Deep Cold. Chapter 954 Little Fox. After Stephen Sommers finished speaking, David Giler nodded, then shook his head and said, "Stephen, first of all, this is a great story. However, if you plan to start production right away, I definitely don't have time. I have already agreed to produce Alien 4 at Fox, and I just talked to Joe Ross. Speaking of which, don't you need to prepare for The Mummy too?" Before accepting the Mummy series, Stephen Sommers was just a new director who had just emerged. He had no bargaining chips, so he signed a package contract for the trilogy at one time. However, when hearing David Giler's question, Stephen Sommers showed a slightly cunning smile. "If Deaneries is optimistic about Deep Cold, I believe Simon should agree to let me shoot this movie first." This sentence obviously has some subtext. The men and women around, some immediately understood, some thought about it and roughly understood, and some were confused. Gwyneth Paltrow looked at her boyfriend in confusion in the eyes of most people who understood. Pitt couldn't explain it at this time, so he could only pretend not to notice. It's actually very simple. The Mummy series is just a cooperative project with Fox. If Deaneries is optimistic about Deep Cold and invests in its production alone, then this is her own son. Of course, the biological child is given priority. In fact, the production of Mission Impossible 2 is an obvious reference. The first Mission Impossible was born in 1993. Paramount, the partner, did not have any other blockbuster films to show off, but the sequel was not released until the summer of 1996, a gap of nearly 3 years. If Deaneries had not deliberately delayed it to make way for other films of her own, it is estimated that few people would believe it. After all, the movie schedule and film and television resources are limited. The Mission Impossible series develops one movie in 3 years and develops one movie in 2 years. The schedule and resources occupied are definitely not the same concept. The situation of Deep Cold is slightly different, but it is also similar. In the final analysis, the interests of Deaneries Entertainment must be the one that needs to be protected first. David Giler, who was old and experienced, of course understood immediately. He also smiled and said, "Then, Stephen, you should actually talk to Amy or Simon directly. The main reason is that the script has not been completed yet," Stephen Sommers said, I plan to go to Hawaii for vacation next and finish the script by the way. Then I wish you success first. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me. David Giler extended his hand to Sommers, shook hands with him, raised his glass to others, and turned away. Brad Pitt followed David Giler's direction and noticed John Woo, who was more lively not far away. He retracted his gaze, smiled and took the initiative to greet Sommers, Val Kilmer and the two British roses. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little moved by deep cold that Sommers had just introduced. After last year's Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, Brad Pitt's Superman role will not be resurrected until Justice League a few years later. He must not be idle in the next few years. The main goal now is John Woo's new film Face Off. Although Linda Vargas hinted that he had great hopes, it was not 100% certain after all. If this project was not obtained, it seemed that Stephen Sommers' deep cold was also good. Brad Pitt certainly heard Sommers' words that he hoped Harrison Ford would participate in the film. However, in Hollywood, the ownership of roles may be reshot and replaced even if the film is completed, so nothing is certain until it is released. So he was not in a hurry to greet John Woo on the other side. After introducing each other, everyone started chatting enthusiastically. Stephen Sommers and Brad Pitt were chatting enthusiastically. Kate Beckinsale, who had just come to say hello, did not have the patience to continue participating. She quietly pulled Rachel Weisz. Rachel wanted to continue, but she felt Kate's little action and had to smile at everyone and walked away with the people around her. In such a party, chatting up is very common. The two English roses seemed to be naturally isolated from each other. No one would come forward to talk to them. Fortunately, the two women were not sociable. Even if they had no other thoughts, they could always find a few targets of interest among so many guests at the party. Rachel Weisz stopped Robert De Niro, who had just arrived, and chatted with him for a few words. In the end, she asked for an autograph. As a young literary woman, she had been looking forward to working with De Niro in college. She was a little fan. After a lot of twists and turns, the two came to the swimming pool. Kate took off her high heels neatly, sat down by the pool, soaked her feet in the cold water, swung her slender feet comfortably, and looked at the mermaids in the pool curiously. Rachel was not as carefree as Kate. She sat down beside her sideways and quietly, and looked at the pool and asked with a smile, "Do you want to swim?" Kate raised her chin. "Of course not, I don't want to be a foil." The girls in bikinis in the swimming pool were obviously supermodels, and many of them were very familiar. In this situation, it would be a humiliation for other women to go swimming. After all, few people can compare with these fairies who rely on their faces and figures to make a living and therefore spend years of careful training and maintenance. As the two were talking, one of the mermaids swam over, climbed over the edge of the pool and shook her hair generously, then greeted Rachel with a smile. "Hello, Miss Weisz, I just watched The Mummy recently, and you were so beautiful in it." "Oh, of course, you are more beautiful in real life." "Thank you," Rachel agreed politely and shook hands with the other party, not forgetting to follow the girl's gaze to help introduce. "This is Kate Beckinsale, she is one of the heroines of Charlie's Angels. The movie will be released at the end of the year." "Then I must go and see it." The girl stretched out her hand to shake Kate's hand again, and introduced herself. "My name is Fernanda Lima." Rachel smiled and said, "I know, you are Victoria's Secret angel. To be honest, your figure is really enviable." "Oh, thank you." Kate rolled her eyes slightly after hearing the two people praising each other, and asked with a little sarcasm, "Lima, why are you staying in the water all the time? Don't you plan to come up and play for a while?" Fernanda Lima didn't seem to feel Kate's nagging, and smiled, "Because we are the mermaids tonight. Mermaids must stay in the water. Kate, do you want to come down and join us?" "No, I can't be a mermaid." Perhaps seeing that Lima and Kate were chatting well, the other girls in the pool also swam over, but they didn't cling to Kate's side with her feet in the water. Instead, they lined up on the other side of Fernanda Lima, a total of 6 girls, looking over together. Being stared at by 6 pairs of eyes, Kate felt a little embarrassed, so she could only retract her feet and sit sideways on the edge of the pool like Rachel. Fernanda pointed at them one by one and introduced them: Eva, Daniela, Trisha, Heidi, Melania, and finally little Angela. The girl on the far right with a prefix was immediately dissatisfied, but her expression was obviously a little proud. "Fel, you are jealous. Simon clearly said that I am a little fox, not little Angela." Fernanda smiled and said, "Anyway, They are all small, right? The girl named Angela Lindwall did not refute again. She gestured to a waitress not far away, and the other party quickly brought a stack of bathrobes over. Then the 6 girls came out of the bath together, leaving the swimming pool with the sound of splashing water, and took the bathrobes handed over by the waitress one by one and put them on their bodies, laughing and walking towards the villa. Suddenly, Kate and the other girl, who were left aside, stared at each other. "Didn't you say, mermaid? Didn't you say you had to stay in the water? You really can't believe what beautiful women say." Who said this? Then, watching the 6 girls walk through the crowd and enter the mansion villa unimpeded, Kate realized that this kind of insulated physique immediately turned to Rachel angrily. "How many women does he have?" Rachel blinked and subconsciously denied, "What does this have to do with me?" She didn't have a mate or guard of the Way family. Kate forced her eyes to portray Rachel, as if to describe some label, and then looked around, looking for someone's figure. "Rachel, you say, why hasn't he come yet? How could he not come?" Rachel didn't answer, but her eyes looked in the direction where the 6 girls just left. The main villa of the mansion. Kate was so smart that she looked over there, and then felt that she was really stupid. She put on her shoes, stood up, and pulled Rachel to the villa. They had just arrived not long ago, because they were led here directly by the waiter. Kate thought that if someone arrived, he should also be in the crowd, but she ignored the fact that the villa was also brightly lit. At the same time, she realized that a guy who said no, was actually thinking about it in his heart. Otherwise, how could they be more sensitive than her? The 2 women entered the hall of the villa, and sure enough, there were many people here. Without wasting time on the first floor, Kate pulled Rachel, who seemed to be hesitant, to the stairs. When they came to the second floor, the atmosphere suddenly became much quieter. Looking around, there were 2 bodyguards guarding the east side of the corridor on the second floor, and nothing on the west side. Turning to the east decisively, Kate was naturally blocked. She didn't panic and asked, "Is Simon here? Can you tell him? I'm Kate Beckinsale, and Rachel Wise." One of them said, "Miss, please wait." One of them walked to a door, knocked, said something to the inside, and quickly signaled that they could go in. "Finally found you." Kate was a little excited, holding Rachel, whose palms were obviously sweating, and walked over quickly. However, when she came to the door of this room, she just took a look inside and immediately regretted it. Simon was there. However, there were other people in the room, including Robert De Niro, whose autograph Rachel had just asked, Ella Deutschman, president of Goldjet Pictures, Jonathan Friedman, head of WMA, Michael Eisner, former chairman of Disney, and so on. In short, they were a group of men. It was inappropriate for the 2 girls to run over. Seeing that a group of unscrupulous male creatures around someone were obviously staring at them with gloating, Kate could not turn around and leave at this time. She had to bite the bullet and go in. Of course, she did not forget to pull Rachel, who was also frozen, and smiled a smile that must have been ugly. She said hesitantly, "Simon, and everyone, we just came here to say hello." One of the middle-aged men with a refined temperament seemed not to want them to be embarrassed, so he took the initiative to help them out and gestured to the east, "Go to the next room, the women are all over there." Kate subconsciously hummed and instinctively wanted to step back, but soon realized that she still had to see Simon's reaction. Simon pointed at Robert Egger, who had spoken, with a smile on his face but helplessly, and then said to Kate and the others, "You guys go down, have fun, and don't come over again." "Well, then, goodbye," he said, pulling Rachel out of the room again, and took the initiative to close the door. Then he patted his chest and took a deep breath. It was too scary. Just as he was about to walk towards the stairs, he remembered the words of the middle-aged man just now, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the door of the room further inside, and took a small step inside with a little curiosity. However, in a flash of thought, a chill ran directly from the soles of his feet to his brain, and Kate pulled Rachel to the stairs without thinking. Those guys are too hateful. The women are all over there. What women? What other women could they be? Exclamation mark. It's just embarrassing to run into a group of grown men. Who knows if he can come out alive if he runs into Janet Westeros. The guy just now seemed to be a senior executive of Deanery's Entertainment. I forgot his name. He looked gentle and refined, but I didn't expect him to be so bad. Alice, it is true that what kind of people you are brings out what kind of subordinates you have. In the room on the second floor, A group of men couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the two girls retreat in embarrassment. After such a lively moment, everyone resumed the topic that was discussed before the two girls appeared. The first to speak was Robert Egger, who had just almost tricked the two girls in a serious manner. Simon, I don't think that even if you solve the problem of controlled nuclear fusion, it will bring much change to the future of mankind. I know that your goal is to create nearly unlimited productivity, so that all human beings can enjoy perfect social welfare, even if most people don't have to work at all. But, do you know, probably, in 1968 when you were born, an animal behaviorist named John Calhoun conducted an experiment called Rat Paradise, which was probably similar to your theory of unlimited productivity. It provided mice in a space with absolutely abundant food and water, allowing them to live freely and reproduce unlimitedly without any worries. As a result, the Rat Paradise collapsed. I know this experiment. Mark Belford, vice president of global operations at Deaneries Entertainment, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, continued, I took a sociology course in college, and the teacher happened to talk about it. Moreover, the answer given by the teacher was that if humans want to survive longer, they need war. Simon, don't you like Chinese culture very much? My teacher used this very typical ancient country as a case. Due to the special geographical situation, China has been continuously attacked by the Northern Cavalry and archery people for more than 2,000 years. However, this country has not only survived, but has survived to this day. On the contrary, many ancient civilizations in superior environments without natural enemies have disappeared silently. Michael Eisner, who is no longer in the circle but still came to join in the fun, sank comfortably in the single sofa, crossed his legs leisurely, and said, I think you are too pessimistic. The collapse of the Rat Paradise is because they only have instincts and cannot think. The case of China, well, I don't know much about this. However, I think what Simon did is actually to provide us with a possibility to better solve the problem, right, Simon? Simon nodded and said, that's right. Egger said, but I think that as long as there are classes in the human race, the more developed the productivity, the greater the gap between different classes will be. When the gap is so big that it makes people despair, the world will become more unstable. Simon couldn't help asking, Bob, have you also read Ghost in the Shell? What? It's a Japanese comic. Some of the concepts in it coincide with what you just said. Jonathan Friedman said, I have read this. My son bought it. I accidentally flipped through it and thought it was good. I finished it without realizing it. It is indeed a very shocking comic. Simon, maybe you can buy the copyright and turn it into a movie. Simon took a sip of red wine and nodded, I'll think about it. In fact, there was also a slightly out of place Seagram Group chairman Edgar Bronfman Jr. in the room. This Canadian tycoon who controls Paramount Pictures and Orion Pictures flew from Toronto to attend this party. In fact, it was mainly to push Mission Impossible 3 into production as soon as possible, so as not to delay it for 3 years like the second part. Seagram can't afford it. I just didn't expect that a group of top Hollywood bosses would get together and discuss such a nonsense topic as the future of mankind. Okay. Just as Edgar Bronfman Jr. was about to interrupt, the door was knocked again. Everyone looked over and saw Amy Pascal and another white man appearing at the door. Seeing the two of them appear, everyone stood up. But Amy signaled everyone not to be polite, pushed the man next to her, and said, This is Bernard. Okay, Jenny and the others are next door, right? I'll go over there and you guys can chat. After saying this, Amy irresponsibly left a certain man behind and turned to the next door. It seemed, well, a little shy. In fact, everyone understood why it was so. The man in front of them was Amy's fiancé, Bernard Weinraub. Because Amy was pregnant, the two planned to get married during the Independence Day holiday. However, because it was the busy summer season, not only was the wedding simple, Amy also did not plan to go on a honeymoon immediately, but planned to postpone it to September. Bernard Weinraub is a film critic and playwright, and a special correspondent for the film and television industry of the New York Times. The two met because of Weinraub's work, and they quickly became familiar with each other and developed feelings for each other. Before they knew it, they were already talking about marriage. In fact, what surprised everyone even more was that Bernard Weinraub was 21 years older than Amy Pascal. In a situation where the woman is obviously taller than the man, such an age gap can only be said to be true love. The identity of anyone at the scene is enough to leave Bernard Weinraub several streets behind, But after all, he is Amy's fiancé, so everyone is very respectful. After taking the initiative to greet him, Simon also asked the other party to sit on the sofa next to him, and then continued to chat. As for the next hour, when Amy appeared, the group of familiar women, led by Janet, were not so polite. P.S. 11,000 words were updated today, which is also a pioneering work. Chapter 955, postponed again. In the next room with a terrace, Amy Pascal was surrounded by a group of women and sat on the sofa on the terrace, feeling the cool breeze from the mountains in Los Angeles at night. After some laughter and joking, she concluded, "It's just, we get along very well, kind of spiritually compatible, and he has very rich life experience, and he is funny. We can always find all kinds of topics to talk about when we are together. In short, he is the right person." Janet leaned on the sofa with a glass of red wine, facing Amy, and said with a little teasing and reminder, "But, Amy, the age difference between you two is a little too big, and, well, how is his health?" This is a bit straightforward. Amy glanced at Janet awkwardly, and simply looked at Jennifer on the other side of Janet. "Jenny, why did you come out to the party today?" "Haha, in recent years, everyone always thinks that you have been locked up in the villa by Simon, forbidden to go out, and can only watch the children and do housework all the time." Before Jennifer could answer, Janet had already said, "That's not the case. In fact, she was locked in the basement, not given food, and beaten every day. I stole the key from Simon today to bring Jenny out." Everyone laughed. Not counting Zoe and Isabel, the two maids of the Way family who were serving beside them, there were a total of 6 women on the terrace. In addition to the 2 Jennys and Amy who had just arrived, there was also Nancy Brill, the petite female executive of Deanery's Entertainment, Sandra Bullock, who had known Simon for a long time and therefore had a close personal relationship with him, and Willow Bay, the second wife that Robert Iger just married last year. Willow Bay is in her early 30s this year, with blonde hair. She was a host before marrying Iger and has a good temperament. Because of the similar age, and Iger took the initiative to help his wife with the matchmaking, they were able to sit here at this time. In fact, many executives and bigwigs at the party brought their families, but either the age difference was too big or they couldn't get along. Except for Willow Bay, none of them could step into this small circle that was far less open than the men next door. At most, they came to say hello, chatted a few words, and then left. After resigning from Simon's assistant position a few years ago, Jennifer, who was concentrating on running the house and taking care of several children, rarely participated in various social activities. Speaking of which, Simon's appearance with the 2 Jennys tonight really surprised many people. Even though the relationship between the female assistant and Simon has been well known for many years, it is still a bit unreasonable. Simon's actions tonight are equivalent to publicly acknowledging the fact that he has 2 wives in one house. However, it was only slightly unexpected. After all, in the subconscious of most people, all kinds of unconventional and unorthodox behaviors of those in power should be taken for granted. What's more, the relationship between Simon and the 2 Jennys is not even gossip, it is an obvious fact. Even if there is no need to be afraid of Simon's identity, various gossip media are too lazy to exaggerate such outdated news. People in the circle are even more accustomed to it. Listening to the laughter around them, the female assistant poked Janet on the waist who was talking nonsense, looked at Amy and said, "Don't change the subject, Amy, everyone is talking about you." "That's it, nothing else." Amy saw the female assistant throw the ball back and spread her hands. As for the pregnancy, everyone already knew about it, so she changed the subject again. "Are you both coming out? Who'll take care of the children? Is Sophie here?" Jennifer shook her head and said, "No, it's Winnie. She came here from Australia on the weekend." "Oh." Amy nodded. She was familiar with Veronica, and she knew that Janet, her aunt, had been single but loved children very much. Seeing that Amy couldn't dig anything out, Janet turned her attention to a small female executive on the other side. "Nancy, Amy is getting married." "Did you, the guy from Silicon Valley, what was that, send you flowers? I remember there was also a director from Knight Ridder." Nancy Brill was originally looking at the party crowd downstairs. Hearing this, she took a sip of red wine and shook her head and said, "I'm busy helping your husband make money all day. How can I have time to think about such things?" "Oh, I understand." Janet squinted her eyes. "You have been secretly in love with Simon for a long time." Nancy glanced over, ignored it arrogantly, and continued to look downstairs. At first, there were indeed some vague feelings. After all, a certain young man was too dazzling and full of aggression. However, with the continuous expansion of the Westeros system, Simon focused more on other aspects and reduced his attention to Daenerys' entertainment. The opportunities for contact between the two sides inevitably decreased a lot. Time can always wear away too many things. Nancy has always had no shortage of suitors, from Silicon Valley tech elites to Fortune 500 executives to heirs of old money families, but none of them could impress her. In fact, it was mainly because Nancy had an instinctive resistance to matters between men and women, because of her upbringing and her height. In short, the only guy who had knocked a little crack in the heart of the short female executive did not take the next step, and the others were all in vain. Janet did not pursue him relentlessly, but teased him and turned to talk with everyone about some topics that women must talk about when they are together, such as fashion, beauty, fitness, travel, and some trivial gossip. The scenery in China is indeed very beautiful. Moreover, as Simon said, it is mainly because the land has thousands of years of cultural heritage. Just like any famous mountain, it may be just a mountain here, but in China, there are many legends and ancient poems. So, Amy, you and Bernard will have your honeymoon in September. I suggest you take some time to visit China. I will personally arrange a professional tour guide for you. Okay, Amy agreed, and then seemed to say casually, I heard that Simon has formed a Chinese dance team. Janet narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you want to see it? Amy smiled indifferently. I'm just a little curious. When Amy said this, except for the two Jennies, the other girls also listened attentively. The matter of the National Style Art Troupe has almost no public attention, but it is very famous in private. However, most of the arguments tend to be that this is another proof of someone's absurd private life. Janet said, actually, Simon is planning to arrange a tour for this art troupe at the end of the year, and they are currently choreographing it. Since you guys want to watch it, I'll have them fly over tomorrow and perform here. It just so happens to be a mansion on the edge of a cliff, so we can watch it right here. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that someone was planning to arrange a public tour for this art troupe. They thought it was just a private affair. So the gossip and curiosity in their hearts suddenly subsided a lot. Curiosity was still there. Amy said, why not go to the Employee Activity Center in Malibu Studios? The stage effect there is better, and tomorrow is Sunday. Janet nodded, okay. Sandra interrupted, Jenny, don't you need to ask Simon? Janet's flexible body, which had been practicing yoga for a long time, twisted on the sofa and changed her posture and said, I won't discuss it with him. Amy immediately raised her eyebrows, the mood is not right. Sandra also joined in the fun, fighting. Janet raised her chin slightly and stared at Sandra like a queen. Little Sandy, you don't stand a chance. Sandra smiled, yes, I'm not in a hurry, after all, I'm still so young. Then a pillow flew over. Jennifer smiled and watched Janet being petty. Of course, she knew that it was actually the one who was at home at this time who always made Janet feel itchy about someone. After a few jokes, Janet was in a hurry and asked Isabel to get her phone and directly called Angry Davis in New York to arrange for the girls of the National Style Art Troupe to fly over tomorrow. The night was getting darker. After 10 o'clock, the guests began to disperse. The party was already very relaxed and everyone came with joy and left with satisfaction. Simon did not hide upstairs and chat with a group of bigwigs all the time. He went downstairs after 9 o'clock to socialize for a while. Then he did not go home with the two Jennies. He was kicked out of the house tonight. According to Janet, he had no shortage of places to go anyway. In a living room on the first floor of the mansion, Simon was discussing face-off with Bai Jerwu, who was obviously still very excited. Kate Beckinsale sat next to him, and Rachel Weisz sat on Kate's other side. After Janet left, the two women who had been dawdling until now were finally able to get close to Simon. John Woo sat respectfully on the single sofa next to Simon. Maybe you've heard, Woo, James' Titanic has been postponed again. To be on the safe side, we have decided to push the film to the end of next year. I hope Face Off can fill the vacant time slot of Titanic, which requires you to speed up the production. So, do you have any questions? From the initial trial of The Ultimate Target to Broken Arrow, and then to the recently released Mission Impossible 2, 3 consecutive films have all been successful, and the box office is better than the last. Bai Jiawoo has become a top-tier Hollywood director as a rare Asian face. Hollywood is the most realistic place. As long as you can make a hit movie, you are God. Apart from that, race and skin color are nothing. Therefore, even though the contract for the next film has been finalized, Bai Jiawoo is still being courted and flattered by Hollywood studios these days, which can be called the peak of his life. However, in front of Simon, the director did not show any arrogance. Of course not, Simon. In fact, according to the work rhythm I formed in Hong Kong, 1 year is already very sufficient. Very good, Simon nodded with satisfaction. He certainly knew the quick-shooter nature of Hong Kong directors. In this case, regarding the male lead, I have seriously considered it recently. It is better to use Pitt. There is no need to delay. After finalizing the core role, you can also focus on the preparation of other aspects of the project. John Woo heard this, hesitated a little, but nodded again. It's not that he is dissatisfied with Brad Pitt. The acting skills of this Superman actor are actually very good, and he has a temperament that is both good and evil, so he is the most suitable for the role of Custer in Face Off. It's just that now is not the same as before. He is also a first-line director. Bai Jiawoo began to hope in his heart that he would have more say in the film project instead of being decided by others. Perhaps, it would be a good choice to cooperate with other studios for the next film. After chatting for a few more sentences, Bai Jiawoo stood up, saying that it was getting late and planned to leave. Simon sent Bai Jiawoo to the front door of the villa, waited for her to leave, raised his wrist to check the time. It was past 11 o'clock, and was about to say something to Kate and Rachel who were following him silently, when a group of big fairies rushed over. Fernanda Lima and Heidi Klum took Simon's arms on the left and right, and quietly pushed Kate, who was just standing next to the man, away. Simon, are you leaving? How about going to the villa you lent us in Beverly Canyon? It's so big, and there are only 6 of us who are scared. The fairies are very smart. They quietly noticed that Janet Westeros left, but Simon did not follow her. He realized that there was a play tonight, so he kept a close eye on her. Seeing that the time was almost up, he decisively ran to grab people. There were 6 of them, and they were still very competitive. Simon smiled and agreed, then turned his head to Kate, who had just felt lost when he heard the words, and said, "Kate, Rachel, you guys come too, and tell me about the filming of Good Will Hunting by the way." When the 2 women heard the words, Kate opened her mouth slightly, and Rachel widened her eyes. 6 plus 2. Bastard, can you bury it? Although he complained in his heart, he didn't know whether it was because of the desire to win under the provocative eyes of the 6 big fairies or something else. He followed someone into the car for no reason. Rachel actually refused a little, but unfortunately she was pulled by Kate and couldn't escape. Fernanda and the other 2 were going to take Simon to their luxury extended Lincoln, but Simon still sat in his black Mercedes, with Rachel and Kate on his left and right, so the 2 women felt that they had won a round. Beverly Canyon is a community in Beverly Hills, located on the west side of Beverly Hills and bordering Bel Air. Simon and his party left Palisade and headed east along Sunset Boulevard, where there were fewer cars at night, and arrived at their destination in less than half an hour. This is a mansion also located on the cliff, covering an area larger than that of Palisade. And it is obviously not just the 6 of them, as Fernanda said. There is also a complete team of female maids and guards here, so it is not deserted. Kate Beckinsale got out of the car with Simon's arm around her, looking up at the exaggerated white-walled and blue-roofed 2-story villa in front of her, and suddenly remembered some private gossip about another legendary rich man, Howard Hughes. It is said that the super-rich Hollywood tycoon had more than 100 lovers in the Los Angeles area. Now think about it, someone may be more exaggerated than Howard Hughes in this regard. At least, the mansion in front of her is much more expensive. Even Kate's own residence in Los Angeles was arranged by Simon. It is a sea view villa located on the south coast of Pepperdine University in Malibu, more than 10 kilometers away from Cape Dumay. Of course, it is completely incomparable to Cape Dumay Manor, but it is enough for her and a servant and a guard to live comfortably. She originally planned to take Rachel there tonight. Now, what's next? The baby-faced Zoe, who was left in charge of Simon's daily life when Janet left, arrived a little earlier and took over the waiter team very skillfully. She also arranged for Simon's accompanying bodyguards to live in the annex and summoned the female guards of this villa to conduct some security checks. The 6 goblins extended Lincoln finally arrived, and after getting off the car, they surrounded them again. Kate didn't react in Palisade, And of course she would not give in this time. She also signaled Rachel to occupy Simon's other side. Rachel always felt that she shouldn't be here and wondered what was going on, but she still followed Kate's eyes and did as she was told. Simon let everyone into the villa and asked Kate, "What do you want to drink? You don't have to worry about getting drunk when you come here." Kate tilted her face and looked at the man. "Simon, do you want to get me and Rachel drunk?" Simon smiled and said, "I never do anything with drunk women. It's too boring and smelly. If she vomits, it will be a lifelong shadow. If you get drunk, I will stay away from you." Kate made a disgusted expression. "What you said has a shadow on me. But it's okay to drink a little before going to bed." As she said that, she had already entered the villa. Kate pointed to the inner courtyard. "I want to swim." In fact, she wanted to do that in Palisade, but she was not as open as a group of goblins. "No problem." Simon was easy to talk to. He said to Zoe, "Prepare 2 swimsuits for Kate and Rachel." "Rachel. Did I say anything? The swimming pool here is bigger. The mansion on the hillside in Palisade only covers an acre, but here, it's more than 3 acres. The summer nights in Los Angeles with a Mediterranean climate are very cool, with a temperature only around 15 degrees. The 2 girls took a shower under the guidance of the maid, and then changed into swimsuits. The swimming pool was already very lively. Without outsiders, the 6 big fairies were more relaxed. They didn't even need swimsuits. They were just natural mermaids, and the sound of laughter and play could be heard from afar. Moreover, the swimming pool was filled with a faint mist at this time, like steam? I knew it was a constant temperature swimming pool. However, an open-air constant temperature swimming pool with an area of at least 500 square meters would consume electricity. Simon came closer and sat on a lounge chair. He also changed his clothes and put on a cotton bathrobe. He handed them 2 glasses of wine. "Try it, vodka." It is said that this kind of wine was only supplied to the top leaders in Moscow of the former Soviet Union. Kate took it curiously, obviously not noticing the smile on Simon's lips. She took a sip and immediately started to stick out her tongue. "It's spicy." "Simon, you are so mean." Rachel also took a sip and almost coughed. At this time, a group of mermaids swam over again and lined up their heads by the swimming pool at Simon's feet. Simon patiently handed the wine to the fairies 1 cup after another, and said to Kate, "You are not used to it. Just drink a few more times." The fairies lying on the poolside also stuck out their tongues because of the spiciness. A little fox put the cup aside and didn't plan to drink it anymore. He also found a problem and asked with his head tilted up, "Simon, why don't you drink it yourself? It's too spicy, just watch you drink it." The fairies looked at each other, gathered a little closer, and suddenly reached out together to drag Simon into the swimming pool. Amidst the laughter, the already steaming pool water seemed to be boiling. Kate and Rachel looked at each other, took off their bathrobes, walked a little further away, and carefully slid into the water. The perfect water temperature immediately made people want to scream out in comfort. Moreover, such an exaggerated constant temperature bath is much more comfortable than taking a hot bath in a bathtub. Although not far away, Simon and the 6 big fairies were playing together. What happened next was really embarrassing and made people want to run away. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 956 At All Costs. It was late Saturday night on the west coast of the United States, but it was already Sunday afternoon in China across the ocean. Shanghai, number 18, The Bund. Chen Qing woke up from her nap at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 10 minutes later, she went down from the 6th-floor bedroom to an elegantly decorated home office on the 3rd floor. Emmanuel Brandt, chairman of Scober, and Charlotte Brunetta from Switzerland were discussing something around a small conference table by the window. 2 assistants were busy working on laptops behind the long desk. There was also Ran Yu, the person in charge of daily affairs in China. Ran Yu was originally flipping through a magazine on the sofa in the lounge area. When she saw Chen Qing coming in, she quickly stood up. "Sister Ran, please sit down." "You're welcome." Chen Qing smiled and stopped her. She first came to Lily Favell at the desk and asked, "Has the research institute sent the information I wanted?" Lily Favell nodded and handed a folder to Chen Qing. Chen Qing took the folder and sat down on the sofa next to Ran Yu without greeting Emmanuel. She opened the folder and asked, "Sister Ran, is there anything new about tomorrow's launch ceremony?" Tomorrow is Monday, June 10th, and the first large-scale cloud computing data center in China will be officially opened in Shanghai. Simon had just visited China with great fanfare more than a month ago. Such a large data center can also show China's determination to develop the information industry. No matter from which aspect, the authorities attach great importance to this matter, so they took the initiative to contact and prepare a grand center launch ceremony, and a group of large local companies will be announced again on the scene. Coincidentally, Chen Qing and Lin Su were also invited to China and will attend together tomorrow. Ran Yu called at noon and said that she had some things to discuss about the launch ceremony, so Chen Qing asked. At this time, she said, "It's like this, Zhao King, a leader from above will come over tomorrow. They asked me to ask if we can arrange a connection so that Mr. Westeros can say a few words via video." Chen Qing saw that Ran Yu was vague and gestured a few times. Seeing that Ran Yu shook her head slightly, she also shook her head and frowned slightly, and said, "Sister Ran, if it's not the case, let's not mention it again." Ran Yu seemed to have expected it and was not disappointed. She turned and said, "In that case, Mr. Jeff Bezos, is it okay?" "Zhao King, listen to me. There are definitely only benefits to arranging this connection. I can't say more about the details, and you will know later." Chen Qing looked at Ran Yu and said seriously, "Sister Ran, you'd better give me a hint, otherwise it will be really difficult to deal with." Ran Yu hesitated for a moment when she saw Chen Qing say this, looked up at the other people in the office, took out a notebook from her bag, quickly wrote down a name, showed it to Chen Qing, and crossed it out. At this point, Chen Qing could learn a lot more than before. She only took a look and nodded after a little consideration, saying, "I'll contact the boss directly." Chen Qing said so, and the matter was basically settled. Ran Yu felt relaxed and excited. She took this job on her own initiative. If she did it well, it would be good for her and her husband who was still in the system. If she messed it up, it would definitely be recorded. She was a little worried that the girl in front of her could not see clearly certain things. Fortunately, she did not misjudge the person or follow the wrong person. After finishing the business, Ran Yu glanced at the file in Chen Qing's hand, but did not explore it. Instead, she asked, "Why didn't I see Xiao Lin?" She took her brother and sister-in-law back to Hangzhou. Lindong. Chen Qing pouted slightly. "Yes, I'm going to the United States soon, and I'll take a last look at my fellow countrymen and the beautiful mountains and rivers." Ran Yu could feel the little teasing in Chen Qing's tone, and it was difficult to comment, so she just smiled. The two chatted casually, and Chen Qing also paid more attention to the corporate research report from CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute in her hand. The content was about the operating conditions of Giant Group. After reading more than 10 pages of the report, Chen Qing felt that a chaotic and disorderly mess was about to collapse. The severity of the internal problems of this company was far more than just a large and inappropriate giant building project. This was a small assignment assigned by her boss earlier, and Chen Qing had been quietly following up. Now she found that this company was almost a typical case of many domestic private enterprises that suddenly rose and fell in recent years. The kind that needs to be learned from. Thinking about it, she made a comment at the end of the document, closed the file, and looked up at Ran Yu again. "Sister Ran, Lin and I will return to North America after attending the launch ceremony tomorrow. You need to take care of the things at Excellence." Just last Friday, the Excellence computer that Chen Qing had quietly prepared for half a year was officially launched, with a basic configuration price of 4,999 yuan. The machine code is Excellence B10. The B here is the first letter of barrel, water bucket, wooden barrel, and the complete concept is the famous barrel theory. Because it uses AMD processor chips, the price is not to mention, and the performance is always worse than Intel's top PC chips. Therefore, after an accidental suggestion from their own boss, the Excellence Technology Company team decided to use the wooden barrel theory as the promotion focus of the first PC product. The marketing direction is that although the CPU is not the strongest, the Excellence B10 is the bucket machine with the strongest comprehensive configuration at this stage, without any shortcomings, and it is not like some manufacturers who only highlight the CPU and simplify the materials of other components. After more than half a month of marketing in advance, the effect is good. A total of 12 Excellence Computer Direct stores opened on the same day in South China received 239 orders for Excellence B10 on Friday, with a turnover of 1.2 million yuan. A good start. Moreover, the reason why it is an order is that only 120 of them are in stock, and the rest of the orders will be delivered within half a month. This is also an operational focus of Excellence Computer. Because the materials are too sufficient and the profit is too low, in order to avoid risks to the greatest extent, only a small amount of stock is provided regularly, but reservations are accepted at any time. Frankly speaking, it is hunger marketing. The effect is also good. This is the psychology of consumers. The harder it is to get something, the more they want it. Even if they don't buy it, they can't help but take a few more glances. Therefore, whether it is the price-cutting behavior of the Excellence B10 or the hunger marketing of being out of stock on the first day of sale, it has aroused widespread discussion in various media, and some other computer manufacturers have also begun to pay attention. Except for the CPU, the other top configurations are only available in 10,000 yuan machines. Now they are directly reduced to 4,999 yuan. If everyone follows up, there is no way to survive. Fortunately, even if the background of this company is noticed, Excellence Technology is still just a very small company, and the sales market is limited to several provinces in southern China, so the threat does not seem to be great. Because of the government's strong promotion of the information industry, China's PC market began to explode last year, with annual sales reaching 3.2 million units in 1995, more than 4 times the 700,000 units in 1994. This year's growth rate is not as exaggerated as last year. Judging from the sales in the first 5 months, the annual sales are expected to reach about 5 million units. On the first day, Joyo Computer sold 239 computers. Because of the pre-marketing component, even if it maintains this level for the next year, the expected shipment volume in the first year is only 87,000 units. Based on this year's shipment volume of 5 million units, the market share is 1.6%. Not worth mentioning. This is also the goal that Joyo Technology hopes to achieve. In fact, after the sales performance of more than double the expected 250 units on the first day, Joyo began to quietly expand the scale of its own assembly plant. Chen Qing's cost control for Joyo is very strict, including the staff, which is even obviously insufficient. Therefore, she said that Joyo's affairs need Ran Yu to worry about, and she was not polite at all. When the company was running, because of the lack of manpower, Ran Yu and the entire small team of the China Daily Affairs office were drafted to work. This is what I should do. After all, Chen Qing did not treat them badly in terms of salary. Ran Yu agreed and stood up, knowing that it was time to leave. In fact, I really want to stay in this luxurious building for a longer time. But it is not inferior to here after all. Although the girl in front of her usually calls her sister Ran affectionately, she is definitely not that approachable in her heart. Ran Yu is not so naive as to treat her as an outsider just because someone calls her sister a few times. After saying goodbye, before leaving, Chen Qing couldn't help but ask, "Zio Qing, when will there be news from there?" "It's midnight in North America now." Chen Qing sent Ran Yu out, thought for a while and said, "There will definitely be a reply before 12 o'clock in the evening. The time over there is different. As long as you agree, it won't be delayed to connect tomorrow." After sending Ran Yu away, Chen Qing came to sit down next to Emmanuel and the others. "What are you talking about?" "Business," Emmanuel, who came to attend a VCD industry gathering this time, said, and waited for Chen Qing to sit down and explained, "Tomorrow the Shanghai data center will be put into use." Inspired by this, Xiaoli thinks that network technology tutorial books should be very popular. It happens that there are already many similar publications in North America. Maybe we can translate them and sell them in China. Chen Qing took a cup from the tray on the table, poured herself a cup of coffee, and said, "This is publishing. Don't you know how strict China's control over the publishing industry is?" Emmanuel said, "Chen, don't think we don't know anything. This is a tutorial book and it doesn't involve politics. But this is also the business of the publishing house, not something we can do, and you have also ignored the issue of piracy. In short, don't even think about it. There is no future." Chen Qing took a sip of coffee, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. "By the way, we can run training classes, which is a big business. After all, just like North America, many people will rush into the internet industry to make money, and there will definitely be a great demand for professional training. The two women didn't expect Chen Qing to suddenly get excited. Charlotte Brunetta said, training classes should be more difficult to run, just like the international school project we are preparing, which requires a very professional team. It's different. This is vocational training. It's okay to be just okay. You don't know how deceptive those vocational training schools are now, making money. And we have ready-made advantages. We can get an IGRAT qualification certification, and then find a university to affiliate with, and dig teachers from the university. There are many talents who want to go into the sea now. Occasionally, we can invite some technicians or venture capital executives from Silicon Valley to come and give lectures, and our reputation will be immediately known. The two women were a little speechless. Sister, do you think we didn't hear the finishing touch of the word deceptive just now? Even though they had experienced this when they were discussing the preparation of the international school, Emmanuel and Charlotte, who had a very positive outlook on life, still found it difficult to accept Chen Qing's idea of treating education as a business. Chen Qing, however, became more and more interested. She took a pen and paper and began to brainstorm a business plan on the conference table. She also pulled the two girls who had come to their senses to discuss it together. After all, from the recent understanding of the various domestic vocational training industries, it is really profitable. As they were chatting, Chen Qing's cell phone rang. She answered it and it was Lin Su calling. Chen Qing kept writing on her hand and put the phone under her ear. It's useless to find you. The boss made the decision on Geely's matter himself. We all know the reason. It's no use to help contact other investments. Whether it's direct or indirect, it will always be related to us, and it will consume our resources. Why are you so stupid? Where's your brain? Okay, didn't the boss say it? I remember you were there at the time. Tell Lee directly that we can wait another 4 or 5 years until China joins the WTO. If they are still interested at that time, we will have a chance to cooperate. It's definitely not possible now. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in Ukraine, it was past 9 in the morning. On a street in a residential area in the north of Rivne, Eve Besanoskova, who had received a phone call, hurried over and got off the car with another female guard. It happened that another black car also stopped on the side of the road, and 2 tall and strong young men got off. Seeing Eve, the 2 of them came over respectfully. Ms. Besanoskova, thank you for coming. I don't know what happened, Eve said, looking around to confirm the address, and walked quickly to a courtyard not far ahead. The others followed. After approaching, they soon heard a woman crying. Eve quickly quickened her pace and rushed into a courtyard following the sound. Seeing Eve and the others appear, the man in the yard, who was obviously drunk, took advantage of the situation and used the bramble in his hand to randomly whip the 3 women who were hugging each other in front of him. Then he looked at Eve and the others with a fierce look on his face. Who are you? Eve said at the same time, stop it. As she stepped forward to stop the other party from continuing to commit crimes, the 2 young men who followed had already snatched the bramble from the middle-aged man's hand and easily pressed the equally tall middle-aged man to the ground. They twisted their arms and looked at Eve, waiting for her to decide. Eve, one of the 3 women on the ground suddenly shouted at this time, stood up and rushed over crying. Eve hugged the girl who was still trembling, patted her back and said, "It's okay, Galina, it's okay." The girl sobbed and told what happened. Dad went out to drink last night, and beat us when he came back in the morning. I can only call you. I just got my phone taken away by him. After hearing the girl's words, a young man who was holding the middle-aged man fumbled in the other's pocket for a few times, took out a small Nokia phone, and threw it gently to Eve. Eve reached out to catch it, and then signaled another female guard to check the other 2 women who were still hugging each other. The man who was pressed to the ground reacted at this time, but he was still full of momentum. He looked at Eve with his neck stiff and said, I know who you are. You are Simon Westeros' subordinates. Let me tell you, I am Galina's father. Let me go, otherwise you can't take Galina away today. I am her father and I have custody. The man's shouting had no effect. Eve ignored the other party's intention. After comforting the girl in her arms, she went to check on the other 2 women who were pulled up by the female guards. The older one was obviously Galina's mother, and the younger one should be the girl's sister. This is the Banshikov family. Galina Banshikova heard her father's shouting, and immediately ran over to hug Eve and cried, Eve, can you take mom and sister away with you? We don't want to stay here. Little bitch, don't even think about it. I'm the head of the family, and you all have to listen to me. The man heard it and immediately shouted again, but he quickly changed his tone. But you can take them away, but at least give me a factory. I've inquired about those girls. Their families have received a lot of compensation. Simon Westeros has $1 trillion US, and I want at least a factory worth $1 million US. Hey, Andre only used 1,000 last time. Dollars to send me away. I have to report to you. He must have swallowed the money that should be given to me. He should also be put in jail. $1 million. I want $1 million. Cash is fine. I also want to immigrate to the UK. I don't want to stay in this broken place anymore. Yes, immigrate to the UK. They should also prepare a villa for me, in London. Eve was originally a very soft-hearted person, but seeing the crack on the back of the dress of Galina, who came back to visit her mother and sister yesterday, and the purple-red skin inside, she immediately pursed her lips, put one hand around the girl, signaled the female guard beside her to take the other two, and walked out silently. Hey, don't leave. Seeing this, the man shouted again. Eve felt that Galina subconsciously stopped, and the other two women protected by the female guards beside her were like mice held down by cats. She became even more angry for no reason, turned her head with a cold face and said to the two young men who were still holding the middle-aged man, I don't know what's going on, you can contact anyone and do it. After saying this, she suddenly felt that the tone of her speech was a bit like a certain man. A little guilty flashed across his face, but he still left the courtyard with Galina and the others, thinking that he must inform them of the matter. Moreover, he decided that it would be better not to let the girls from the Hot Spring Manor go home casually during this period. Switzerland. Geneva. It was still Sunday morning. In a villa on the shore of Lake Geneva, Celia Miller was meeting with an assistant of French President Jacques Chirac. The two sat opposite each other on the sofa in the reception room, and the atmosphere was obviously tense. It is clear that General April Levy has been using public property for private purposes in the past few years and doing things that he shouldn't do. The reason is that the nephew of one of his good friends was captured on the battlefield in Rwanda. Of course, we have also found out some of the deeper identities of the young man who went to Rwanda to gild himself. We are not interested in this, as long as Levy steps down. The tall middle-aged man with a bald head who came to meet Celia said, This is impossible. We will not punish a general who has made contributions to the country for outsiders. Mr. Prack, I am not bargaining with you. I am just conveying the boss's request. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Celia. Ms. Miller, don't you think it is unwise for a rich man to confront a country? Mr. Prack, would you take the initiative to provoke a country in your personal name? The middle-aged man subconsciously said, Of course not. He felt a little regretful after saying that, and Celia did not give him a chance to regret. Here is the problem, no one will take the initiative to provoke a country, but if a country keeps harassing you because of some disputes and creates all kinds of troubles for you, then, will you resist? It seems that we need to talk about the original cause. What was the cause of the French genocide in Rwanda? Please watch your words, the middle-aged man interrupted vigilantly. Ms. Miller, France has not participated in anything related to the Rwandan genocide. Then why would a French general in charge of military affairs in Africa be so upset about this and keep harassing my boss, the young man who prevented a huge humanitarian tragedy? The middle-aged man did not continue. After a moment of silence, he said, I will tell the president about this request. Celia did not stop there, and continued, There is one more thing. Simon asked me to tell Mr. Chirac that we don't want Westeros and France to have any more unpleasantness. This is not a compromise, but a pure reminder. We found that the French screening of The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2 has been delayed recently. This method seems very low class. Simon also said that if France suppresses Westeros business in its own country, Westeros will suppress France's business worldwide. The Earth rotates constantly. Time flows non-stop. The sun follows the rotation of this planet and runs across the Atlantic Ocean, across the American continent, and arrives at the west coast of the United States. It is finally Sunday morning in Los Angeles. I went to bed very late last night, and woke up on time at 6 o'clock in the morning. I got rid of the entanglement of the two English roses around me, dressed, washed, and did daily exercise. At 7 o'clock in the morning, 2 pairs of guests were welcomed to this cliff mansion in Beverly Canyon. Leslie Wexner and his wife and Wexner's personal investment consultant Jeffrey Epstein and his girlfriend made an appointment to have dinner together. They were all in pairs, and Simon also called an early rising vase to accompany them. Leslie Wexner and his party had been in San Francisco for the past few days, mainly to investigate investments in the internet industry. Simon quietly took away the control of Victoria's Secret, the most valuable brand under Limited. Leslie Wexner is now only responsible for the Express fast fashion brand under Limited Group, which is also the parent company of Victoria's Secret. He has done well in recent years, but he has lost some interest after all, and is gradually handing over power to professional managers. This is also what Simon is happy to see. Leslie Wexner is only 59 years old this year. Ordinary people are close to retirement at this age, but for billionaires, 59 is still considered to be in the prime of life. In short, Leslie Wexner plans to open up some new businesses. Although he has basically lost control of the Limited Group he founded, with the help of Simon, the Wexner family's wealth has been growing very rapidly in recent years. With a large amount of money in hand, they have to do something. The reason for making this breakfast appointment is to listen to Simon's opinion. After a round of greetings, everyone sat down at the open-air dining table next to the cliff of the mansion. The morning air was cool and pleasant, and next to it you could overlook the City of Angels under the golden sunlight in the morning. Although, facing the young man in front of him, Leslie Wexner always had a complicated mood. In recent years, his assets have increased a lot, but his influence has decreased even more. Without the potential power given by money, the appeal of money is greatly reduced. Just like Simon Westeros just introduced a girl named Melania next to him, she didn't even recognize him. If he was still the controller of Victoria's Secret, this would never happen. On the other side, Jeffrey Epstein and his girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell had a very positive attitude. They were the foils who came here shamelessly. Anyway, as long as they could sit here and have breakfast with Simon Westeros, it would be a success and a qualification. In the future, when they were talking about business and making friends, occasionally mentioning that they had dinner with Westeros would probably be more effective. Therefore, compared with Wexner's complicated feelings, Epstein was a little calm when he saw the beautiful way family maid who served breakfast to everyone, or the beautiful girl beside Westeros. Epstein, who came from the bottom and climbed up to his current position step by step, knew one thing very well: a poor boy who had no money and tried every means to pursue a girl who might not even hold his hand for several months might be hooked by a rich and powerful man within a minute, and then overnight he would offer all the parts of his body that could please the man in the most humble manner to flatter and please him. This is reality. That's why you have to climb up at all costs, or accept your fate. Chapter 957 Diversity. Kate Beckinsale and Rachel Weisz stayed up too late last night. They didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. They were led by the waitress to the restaurant downstairs for breakfast. Then they found an open living room upstairs connected to the main villa's large terrace. Simon was sitting on the sofa and reading a script. Simon was not the only one in the living room. Fernanda Lima occupied the long sofa next to her and was lying on it reading a magazine. The girl named Angela Lindwall was curled up on the single sofa opposite Simon, also holding a copy of Vogue. Because of the open layout, you can directly see the backyard from this living room. On the tennis court on the west side, there are obviously 4 other big fairies. They are playing doubles with 4 people at this time, and occasionally there are shouts. At first glance, it is a very leisurely weekend picture. But, well, there are too many women. At this time when many people have just started their day, Simon has sent away the guests for breakfast and spent an hour to deal with today's work. Regarding the Chinese side's request for Bezos to speak at the launch ceremony of the Shanghai data center, Simon decisively agreed to the request after hearing a name revealed by Chen Qing, and personally called Bezos. In Europe, Celia and the French side have basically reached a tacit understanding. After a week of trouble, the matter will be over soon. There are also various other trivial matters. After dealing with these, there is no other arrangement for today. After all, it is Sunday. In the past, I must have stayed at home with my wife and children, but this weekend I was kicked out and was not allowed to go home. So I planned to spend it here. In fact, there is only one morning. After lunch, I will fly to New York. Next week, I will discuss the bond issuance plan of a number of core enterprises in the Westeros system with several teams in New York. According to the adjusted plan, Verizon Telecom's IPO listing is scheduled for August, but the bond issuance plan will be implemented in July in the second half of the year. In short, I will hoard as much cash as possible to wait for bargain hunting. After all, next year is 1997. Even if the new technology bubble that has already flooded in advance can hold on, the global economic shock caused by the brewing Asian financial crisis will also bring a wave of troughs suitable for bargain hunting. The circuit breaker mechanism was created after the '87 stock market crash in the United States. The first U.S. stock market circuit breaker that Simon remembered happened in 1997. The circuit breaker in 1997 in the original time and space was only affected by the Asian financial crisis, and it was finally safe. This time, things may be very different, because the new technology bubble has risen to a very dangerous high level earlier than in history, and it is likely to burst with a poke. Noticing Kate and the other person coming in, Simon greeted them and patted his legs. Kate understood, walked over generously, sat directly on the man's legs, leaned into his arms and asked, "Simon, what are you reading?" Simon showed Kate the script in his hand, and the cover said Disco Doomsday. "You two came at the right time. I think this script is very suitable for you two to act together." Rachel was not as bold as Kate, not to mention that there was no place. Fernanda, who was sitting on the long sofa in the middle, saw her coming and took the initiative to get up and give up a corner of the sofa. Rachel walked over and sat down. When she heard Simon say that the script in his hand was suitable for them, she looked over curiously and noticed the name on the cover. Kate put her arm around Simon's neck and took a look. "Disco Last Days, what's it about?" Simon summarized, "It's an ordinary story about a group of young men and women in Manhattan during the disco craze in the 1970s. Kate said, "It sounds boring." Simon smiled and explained, "This is an art film. The director and screenwriter are both Whit Stillman, an author-type director with a unique personal style. Disco Last Days is the last part of Whit's Metropolitan trilogy. His first two films have a very good reputation, and the script of this finale is great." Kate held Simon's big hand and pulled it over to look at the content of the script, and asked, "What role do you want me to play?" Simon said, "This is a movie with two female protagonists. Charlotte and Alice are both junior assistant screenwriters at a publishing house in Manhattan. They don't get paid well and live a tight life. They often worry about not being able to rent a better apartment. However, because they became friends with the executives of a popular disco, they can often enter the disco without queuing, and they meet all kinds of people in the process. You have to play Charlotte, who appears to be mean, aggressive, and feminist, but is actually inferior and fragile inside. She secretly envies her best friend Alice's excellence, and faints and goes to the hospital because her boyfriend breaks up with her." Kate listened to Simon and shook her head. "It sounds unpleasant. How about I play the jealous Alice and let Rachel play Charlotte?" Simon said, "The temperaments don't match like this. Alice's character is more introverted and quiet, so Rachel is more suitable." Kate was dissatisfied. "I can also be introverted and quiet. The key is that if you play Alice, Rachel may not be able to support the role of Charlotte. You just heard that this is a character with a complicated personality." Now it was Rachel's turn to be dissatisfied after listening quietly. However, she just opened her mouth slightly and didn't refute. Kate pondered for a few seconds and finally nodded and said, "Since you want us to act together, then let's act." Rachel finally spoke and reminded, "Simon, I still have to shoot Titanic. It doesn't matter. This project will start shooting next year, maybe in the second half of next year. You just need to reserve time for it then." Hearing this, Rachel had no objection. Instead, Kate blinked again and asked, "Simon, this should be a low-cost production, right? We haven't started formal preparations yet, but the budget for a movie like this won't exceed $10 million US. But, when Charlie's Angels is released at the end of the year, and Rachel's The Mummy has already been released, by then, the two of us, well, the pay will be very expensive." Simon stroked the slender waist of the girl in his arms and said, "For this kind of movie, no matter how big the actor is, it is customary to take the initiative to reduce his salary. Stallone only took $60,000 for Police Empire last year. You don't want the full pay, do you?" Kate widened her eyes. "It's impossible that we only have $60,000, right? Even if you add a little, it won't be too much." Simon looked at the girl in his arms and said seriously, "Kate, this is actually the rule in Hollywood. If you want to get rid of the label of commercial vase, you need to appropriately participate in various independent literary and artistic films to increase your style, and at the same time you can also impact awards. Especially in the past 2 years, the two of you have just become popular with commercial blockbusters, and you need to slow down. Actually, I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken Good Will Hunting. Kate shook her body gently, but then said, however, I think such a movie, with an investment of $10 million, is likely to lose money. After all, according to what you said, I didn't find any highlights in this story. Why should I invest in such a movie? The main reason is that I like this story, and if you two participate, it may not be your loss. The filming of Disco Doom will be scheduled the year after next. Not to mention Charlie's Angels at the end of this year. Next year, after The Mummy, Rachel will still have a Titanic released. By then, as long as there are no major accidents, the two women should be the hottest new actresses in Hollywood. By then, a literary film co-starring the two will not have too many problems in achieving profitability, at least in the full range of channels. On the other hand, the reason for investing in Disco Doom at a deeper level is, in the final analysis, to increase the diversity of Hollywood. If Simon is just a movie businessman and a Hollywood speculator, of course he will make money as much as he can and will not care about things too far in the long run. Now, Simon has regarded Hollywood as his own territory, and it is almost true, so he needs to treat it with a longer-term perspective. One of the points is to curb the boring situation in which Hollywood blockbusters dominated the past. In my memory, Hollywood seems to be still prosperous after more than 10 or 20 years, but in fact there is a hidden worry that the big screen audience will continue to shrink due to the popularity of blockbusters and even comic-based movies. Not all audiences of all ages like blockbusters or comic-based movies. If the big screen is filled with these types of films, some too young children or middle-aged and elderly people will gradually stop going to the cinema. Compared with the past when movies on the other side of the ocean were mainly concentrated in the young people's market, the North American film market has developed for nearly 100 years. As of now, the composition of audiences of different ages is still very balanced, from 6 to 60 years old, and there is obviously no obvious difference in proportion. In addition, with the frequent release of Hollywood movies in recent years, the number of moviegoers each year has also been steadily increasing. It has now increased from about 1 billion annual moviegoers in the 1980s to more than 1.3 billion in the past year, and the peak in my memory was 1.5 billion. Then it began to fall back. A big part of the reason is that the diversity of movies in theaters has decreased, and blockbuster comic adaptations and other types of films have occupied too many resources, causing many people to stop going to theaters. What Simon has to do is to ensure the diversity of Hollywood as much as possible, and to avoid the phenomenon of continuous loss of audiences from happening again. Disco Doom is a small detail of this big plan. Rachel saw that she couldn't join the conversation between the two, and her eyes fell on the side table next to the sofa. She saw another script, picked it up and gestured to Simon. Seeing the man nodded, she opened it. The name of this script is Club 54. After roughly browsing the story outline at the beginning, I found that this should be similar to the theme of Disco Doom and Simon's Hand, both of which tell the story of Manhattan discotheques. Kate, who was nestled in Simon's arms, saw Rachel pick up another script and asked curiously, "What is this?" Simon explained, Club 54, two scripts with the same theme. Disco Doom is a gentle petty bourgeois style, while Club 54 is more explicit and intense. According to the script, it is not impossible for it to be rated NC-17 in the future. I plan to produce these two movies together next year, just in time for joint promotion. Kate was even more interested when Simon said that Club 54 might reach the NC-17 level. She reached out to Rachel for the script. Rachel subconsciously handed it over, but when she saw the script was snatched away, she realized it and looked at Simon with some grievance. Simon smiled and handed over the script of Disco Doom. "You read this first. In addition, Rachel, I have talked to Cameron. Titanic will start shooting in July at the latest. There will be no more changes this time. I mean, when you go to Australia, you may have to stay for a few months. Do you want me to help you with 2 assistants?" Rachel was looking at the script in her hand and was stunned when she heard it. 2 assistants? She immediately thought of the 2 people around Kate and shook her head subconsciously. "No, I don't need them." "Why not?" "Of course I do." Kate also understood Simon's subtext and immediately said, "I heard that the environment in Australia is very bad, and there are many snakes. It will be much more convenient to have someone to take care of you during the filming." "Then it's settled," Simon decided directly. Seeing that Rachel was about to say something, He stopped her and said, "Don't refuse. When you feel that you don't need them in the future, just send them away." The two people in front of her sang the same tune, and she was not so determined in her heart. Rachel agreed in a daze. It was considered to be tacitly agreeing to something. Fernanda Lima and Angela Lindwall in the room listened silently. In fact, they were a little envious. After Fernanda was spotted by Simon last year, she also had some kind of assistant role around her, but there was only one, while Rachel had two. The difference was obvious. As for Angela, this was her first contact with Simon. Moreover, the girl was a little disappointed, because last night, there were 6 women including Fernanda and Kate, 8 women, and Simon was the only one who didn't touch her from beginning to end. He clearly liked her and nicknamed her Little Fox. Now, what's the situation? Actually, I thought of one thing. She is only 17 years old now. According to California law, it is not so rule-based. However, Angela herself did not think it was a problem, and she did not have any idea of controlling the man opposite. Who would be crazy to control a big man like Simon Westeros like this? Therefore, I think the other party should not think it is a problem. Then, why is it? Is it because she is not pretty enough, or too immature? It is said that he likes mature women very much. In short, it is uneasiness. Angela is very worried that there will be no more after this time. Thinking about the glory of those girls in the fashion circle who can get in touch with Westeros, how can she be willing? This lasted until noon. After lunch, Simon set off quickly, and the 6 fairies also returned to New York with him. He also asked Kate, because she would not have a role until next Wednesday, and decided to stay in Los Angeles for 2 more days. Simon did not force it. On the Boeing 767 private plane, perhaps thinking that this might be the last chance, a certain little fox became more proactive as the plane took off. In the small screening room of the cabin, Simon, who was planning to watch a sample of a movie to be released in the second half of the year during the flight, saw a girl approaching him. He smiled and motioned the girl to come watch the movie with him, saying, "Time is a bit tight this time. If you have time, I'll take you to Canada or Mexico next time." Angela Lindwall is now 180 centimeters tall, but because of her slender figure, she doesn't look big at all when leaning against Simon. The girl is also very smart. She immediately understood what he said. She boldly leaned her head and kissed Simon on the cheek, suggesting, "Simon, actually, anywhere is fine. I will never, The girl didn't explain, but Simon understood and smiled. "Of course I believe you, but many times, when something happens, some people are completely helpless, so I won't reveal obvious and unnecessary flaws to others. Think about the Paula Jones case that is currently plaguing Clinton, and the Lewinsky Zippergate that may be involved next." In fact, neither of the two parties wanted to be involved in this process. However, in order to attack Clinton, the Republicans did everything they could, including investigating relatives thoroughly, repeatedly checking taxes, and other almost rogue means to force the parties to attack Clinton. In order to avoid the people around them from being implicated and to avoid going to jail, both Paula Jones and Monica Lewinsky had to passively serve as tools of political oppression. Simon has always been careful not to reveal flaws in some unnecessary details, not because he is worried about the parties involved. At most, he will lose some money. What he lacks the least now is money. The key is to worry about being used by people with ulterior motives. Whether it is business competition or political struggle, many times, they will do everything they can. Just like Jeffrey Epstein, who I just saw again this morning. In the original Time and Space, Epstein's final committed suicide was not the root cause of those men-women affairs, but was involved in political oppression. The Democratic Party wanted to use him as a tool to suppress a certain golden retriever, so they dug up the case that had been settled 10 years ago. Originally, they just wanted to smear some plaster on the president's face, but in the end, the lid was lifted, whether it was the Democratic and Republican parties, or other royal family members, super rich people, university professors, movie stars, a group of people were all implicated. And none of them could be touched. So they had to let Epstein commit suicide. As for those bigwigs who were brought out, as Epstein shut up forever and shook off the dust that accidentally splashed on them, everything went on as usual. Maybe they suffered some reputational troubles, but it was only a matter of time. No one was really punished for this, and everyone was still glamorous. Chapter 958 $10 billion. Westeros headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. Simon arrived in New York on Sunday evening and spent the whole day on Monday holding meetings with Westeros management and other senior executives of subsidiaries via video link about the bond issuance plan for the second half of the year. Speaking of which, not only does Simon now have assets exceeding $1 trillion, but the total amount of cash held by the entire Westeros system is also quite terrifying. For example, the core Westeros company, through the profit dividends continuously contributed by its subsidiaries and the large-scale continuous reduction of holdings in the first half of the year, the total value of cash and various short-term convertible bonds held on the books of Westeros has reached $12.7 billion. This is still under the premise that Westeros has been continuously investing in various aspects and has continued to invest heavily in the stocks of old corporate giants such as Boeing, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, General Electric, Walmart, Berkshire Hathaway, etc. in recent years. Otherwise, Westeros cash holdings will be even greater. At the same time, through those stock investments that generally hold more than 5%, the Westeros system has also obtained a large number of board seats of old American corporate giants. This is actually quietly strengthening the Westeros system's influence on the U.S. economy and even its potential control over the country. The United States is a standard capitalist country. Capital controls everything. Controlling capital is also equivalent to controlling everything, and it is more secretive. In fact, it is not a good thing for a company to hold too much cash. The dollar continues to inflate and depreciate. If it is not reinvested as soon as possible, the more cash is hoarded, the longer it takes, and the greater the potential loss. However, as the U.S. bull market rushes to its peak again, Simon has stopped buying stocks of various corporate giants and has begun to tighten investments in other areas. The main reason is that investing now is very uneconomical. Stocks that can be sold for $100 now may be sold for $20 or $30 in a year or two, when the stock market bubble bursts and enters a bear market cycle again. On the other hand, because the market is too good, financing is also easier and the cost is relatively lower at this stage, especially for a series of fast-growing and reputable companies in the Westeros system. Therefore, now is the best time to hoard cash and wait for the right time. After a day of meetings, the Westeros system's bond issuance plan for the second half of the year was basically finalized. Let's start with AOL. After the new telecommunications bill was enacted, the legal restrictions that restricted AOL's full expansion in the local market no longer exist. Now AOL, on the one hand, is further strengthening its investment in telecommunications infrastructure, and on the other hand, it is also beginning to plan to enter the field of cable TV operators. As we all know, large-scale telecommunications investment is a very money-burning business. Just like China has to promote state-owned telecommunications companies to go public overseas to raise funds in order to develop the telecommunications industry. In recent years, AOL has actually been issuing bonds continuously. This time, of course, it will not miss it. It plans to issue another 10-year or 20-year long-term bond with a total amount of $3 billion in July. This money can ensure that AOL will not have a shortage of funds for at least the next 2 years. The outside world knows how much money AOL has burned in recent years. Starting with this company will seem very legitimate and can minimize the rebound of the capital market. Moreover, all bond issuance plans in the second half of the year will mainly target overseas investors, and this is also to avoid unpredictable impacts on the U.S. domestic capital market as much as possible. After AOL, in August, Verizon Telecom was suspended from listing. Next, in September, Cisco, $2 billion. In October, the presidential election was approaching, and it was suspended. In November, after the U.S. election, Nokia, Ting Cobra and Johnston Holdings, each of which received $1 billion. In December, Westeros headquarters, $2 billion. The entire bond issuance plan totaled $10 billion. The main purpose of such decentralized execution is to reduce the disturbance of Westeros system bond issuance to the U.S. stock market. In fact, for those who know a little about financial knowledge, the continuous large-scale reduction of Westeros system in the first half of the year has actually been very obvious to some people that it is time to stop and the crisis is coming. However, many things in this world are like this. Most people understand the reason, but few can really make rational decisions according to the reason. Buffett's saying "I am afraid when others are greedy, and I am greedy when others are afraid" simply tells the true meaning of capital market risks. Unfortunately, there are always people who want to make more, There are always people who think they can escape at the critical moment, and there are always people who think they will not be so unlucky. The result is imaginable. Therefore, as long as they are not directly poured with a pot of boiling water, most of the frogs will not think of escaping. The phased bond issuance plan of the Westeros system is another form of boiling frogs in warm water, which is also the result that Simon is happy to see. As long as the bubble does not burst due to the financing behavior of the Westeros system. This pot is too big. After a day's work, there is a family dinner for the Raybould family in the evening, and Robert Egger's family, who have also returned from the West Coast, are also invited. The next day is Tuesday, June 11th. The bond issuance plan of tens of billions of dollars is certainly not something that can be done in one day, but James Raybould is responsible for the follow-up coordination. Simon is not free either. Tuesday's time was mainly spent on Deanery's entertainment TV business on the East Coast. It is the summer vacation, the off-season for the TV industry, and the TV promotion season in May has ended. At present, major TV stations are mainly preparing for the autumn season and launching various pilot episodes to observe market feedback. Deanery's Entertainment is still digesting and integrating the Metropolitan ABC Group acquired last year, so it dares not relax even in the off-season. What's more, the Olympics will be held next month. Even if it fails to obtain the broadcasting rights for the Olympic Games, its TV stations still have a lot of related content to follow up. There is also a very important item. The ongoing negotiations on ESPN's buyout of the broadcasting rights for the National Football League. This matter started last year when Deanery's Entertainment acquired Metropolitan ABC. Until now, the negotiations have lasted for more than half a year. The main reason is that both parties are not in a hurry and have been slowly grinding, because the existing broadcasting contract will not expire until next year, which is the Super Bowl final at the beginning of each year, which is the end of a football league season. Therefore, it would be useless even if it was negotiated last year. However, no matter how long the wrangling lasts, there will be a result. At present, several court terms involved have been basically finalized 8 years, $9 billion. This is exactly the same price as Simon remembered, and it is actually the upper limit of the offer Simon set to ESPN CEO Steve Bernstein before the negotiation started. This is also the reason why it took so long. After all, after the Metropolitan ABC Group was acquired by Deanery's Entertainment, the National Football League would inevitably have the idea of taking advantage of the big players. Deanery's Entertainment is such a fat sheep, it would be a waste if it is not slaughtered. Unfortunately, what Simon hates most is being a sucker. 8 years and $9 billion. Compared with the previous broadcasting prices, such an offer is already very high. If the National Football League is still greedy, Simon would rather not buy it. At worst, he would start by buying out the NBA. Now the National Football League has basically known the upper limit of the offer that Deanery's Entertainment can give, and there is no sign of a falling out. It is expected that the formal contract will be signed in July, but it will not be implemented until the new season in the second half of next year. The $9 billion in broadcasting fees will also be paid in batches after the contract is officially implemented. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing a day's work, Simon rushed from the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in the Upper West Side to the East Village in Lower Manhattan. In an office building next to First Avenue in the East Village. Simon had just arrived when he was greeted by Grace Spuld, who was obviously waiting. This is a red brick office building that looks a bit old, about 10 floors. Grace had heard from Simon on the phone the weekend before that he was coming over, so she asked him if he wanted to see the girls she had collected over the past few months. It was actually the New Year's Elite World Model Contest. The contest started in April, and through the selection of more than 100,000 applicants worldwide, 64 have been selected so far. The last 64 girls were able to come to North America and become Elite's official contracted customers. They also had to participate in various training and the finals of the model contest. Unlike American Idol launched by Deanery's Entertainment last year, the Elite Model Contest has a much simpler process. In addition, in previous contests, the human tendency was very serious. This was also the main reason why Elite's scandal broke out in the late 1990s and led to the company's decline. Because whether it was Elite's executives, judges or even ordinary employees, they all regarded the model contest as a hunting ground. Linda Evangelista's ex-husband Gaylord Murray showed a thick stack of photos in a BBC undercover interview and said that he would sleep with all the girls on it. The bold words came from this background. As a result, a scandal led to the rapid decline of the once prosperous elite. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now that elite has been taken over by Grace and indirectly becomes a member of the Westeros system, Simon will certainly not allow this to happen again. Under Grace's strict supervision, this year's Elite World Elite Model Contest is much more formal than in previous years. For example, Linda Evangelist's ex-husband, Gaylord Marie, the president of Elite's Paris branch, was cleared out last year. Now Elite can be said to be in the hands of Grace alone, and it is no longer the lax state of losing its enterprising spirit in the John Casablancas era. The entire company has regained vitality, and various business processes have gradually been standardized, and the probability of certain things happening has been reduced a lot. Of course, it cannot be eliminated. In such a circle, one hand can't clap. Some people are hunters, and naturally there are people who are willing to become prey in order to get to the top. Frankly speaking, Simon himself is the hunter standing at the top of this food chain, so he certainly doesn't like other predators looking around in his hunting grounds, so it has prompted changes within Elite, because after the reform of Elite, the income of all employees including its models has increased, and the value of this job has increased significantly. In this case, especially for those executives who have the potential to become hunters, if they lose their jobs because they covet the target that the big boss may take a fancy to, it is really not worth it. After all, keeping warm can make you think about lust. In any case, the job is more important. Simon and Grace entered the elevator of the building with several other followers. Looking at the obviously modeled appearance of the elevator, they asked, "Why did you choose here?" There were other people around. Grace just leaned against Simon lightly, not appearing too intimate. She turned her head and looked at the man next to her, and said softly in her tone, "Because it's cheap. We used to be in Greenwich, then in Soho, and now in the East Village. In a few years, maybe we can only go to Brooklyn." Simon smiled and said, "Elite should not be short of money, right? Elite was very profitable in the John Casablanca era, otherwise it would not have been able to rent 3 floors of office space on Fifth Avenue as its headquarters. Now, after streamlining and cutting redundancies and opening up new businesses, Elite's income has increased, but expenses have decreased, and profits will only be higher. Perhaps in a few years, Elite will be able to build its own headquarters building like CAA in Hollywood." Grace said, "Of course there is no shortage, but I have to be responsible to the shareholders, and if I save some, I can also provide benefits to everyone, so I will save as much as possible on unnecessary expenses." Simon curled his lips and said, "Such a good boss, I want to work for you." Grace just pursed her lips and chuckled. The elevator door opened quickly. "This is the 7th floor." Everyone walked out of the elevator and turned left to a door. There was an open room at the entrance, about 7 or 8 meters wide and 20 meters long. It was obviously designed as an office space, but it was used as a training room at this time. The first feeling when entering the door: all legs. All legs. All legs. The main thing is that a large group of tall girls wearing tights and practicing their body shape in catwalks are too eye-catching. Moreover, they are almost the same height, white vests, black tights, and uniformly reveal a small waist. This uniform feeling is simply a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing Grace, the elite female leader, come in with a young man, the girls who were training looked over curiously. They were puzzled at first, and then they felt that someone seemed familiar. It seemed to be Simon Westeros. No matter where in the world the 64 girls came from, there was probably no one who didn't know the name Simon Westeros. And there were also few who hadn't seen Simon's appearance in various media. At this time, after repeated confirmation in person, each of their eyes lit up. To be able to get to this point among hundreds of thousands of girls, in addition to excellent body and appearance conditions, none of these girls are fools. Of course, they know what the name Simon Westeros means. At least, think about the other party's series of identities. It is completely a ladder to heaven in one step. As more and more girls reacted, the atmosphere on the scene inevitably became restless. Even the training teachers who were responsible for training the girls frequently looked at Simon. Everyone also reacted. Why, it was already past 5 o'clock and the time to get off work had to increase the rehearsal for 1,000 hours today. It was obviously for the arrival of the big man not far away. Simon did not walk towards the crowd, but sat down on a simple bench against the wall, took a list from Grace, and seeing the woman's inquiring eyes, he smiled and said, Let them continue, let me take a look. Grace naturally had no objection. She called a person in charge on the scene and gave him instructions. After the other party left, she saw the man patting the empty seat next to her, and then she sat down next to him. Chapter 959 Internet Celebrity. For this model contest, we have produced more than 170 hours of various videos and put them on TV platforms such as ABC, Fashion TV, MTV and YouTube network platforms, mainly YouTube, and the results are very good. Next, I plan to continue to expand the content production team. Simon, what do you think? Sitting on the bench and looking through the roster in his hand, Simon smiled and nodded. Very good, don't worry that your content will squeeze Daenerys's direct production department. Daenerys's TV business is now too large, and it is necessary to introduce external content to form a catfish effect to avoid internal rigidity. If the ratings of your content are better than those of the internal team, I will only settle accounts with them. Grace hummed lightly, and leaned towards Simon without leaving a trace, pointing to the page the man had just turned to. This girl is not bad, Michelle Alves, she is the type you like, and she will be 18 soon. I will help you look after her. Michelle Alves, from Brazil, age 17, height 179 centimeters. Another Brazilian supermodel. And Simon also had an impression. Looking at the photos at this time, the girl was a bit like a combination of Gisele Bündchen and Alessandra Ambrosio. She was both fit and hot, and had some of Ambrosio's sweet temperament. Bündchen and Ambrosio were both in his girl team at this time. Simon planned to use them as personal maids in the future. As one grew while the other grew, Michelle Alves in front of him could be trained. Just like Fernanda Lima. In fact, she was like a combination of Fernanda Tavares and Adriana Lima, who were also included in Simon's girl team. The resources in the fashion circle are limited. In the past, some people became supermodels and maintained their peak for many years, like Giselle, Alessandra, etc., while some people had no difference in appearance and figure, but could only be in the second line, such as Michelle Alves and Fernanda Lima. It can only be said that this is fate. Simon no longer tried to dissuade Grace from trying to please him to find girls. As long as he could avoid flaws, he nodded slightly. Grace saw that Simon had already flipped through most of the roster, and asked again, how about arranging a small party later? Simon shook his head this time. Forget it. The last 64 girls, looking at a group of fairies not far away, all seemed to be close to 6 feet tall. In fact, according to the information on the roster, the average age of the girls may be less than 16 years old, and many of them have just turned 14 years old. For example, another supermodel seed that Simon saw on the roster, Ana Beatriz Barros, also from Brazil, just turned 14 last month. This is a common practice in the modeling industry. Now they are selected and officially debut after a few years of training. Then, most models tend to quickly become outdated after the age of 20. Their career period is very short, and they rely on their youth. After all, there are only a few supermodels who can remain popular. In short, holding a party with such a group of girls, even if nothing happens, it is inevitable to be criticized if it is spread out. After flipping through the list, Simon stood up and said to Grace, "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. The apartment on the Upper East Side is already preparing it." Coming here to see a group of little fairies was an excuse. Simon's voice was not loud, and Grace still glanced around shyly, then stood up, even forgetting to say hello, and walked out with Simon. Apartment on 68th Street in the Upper East Side. Dinner after dinner, and then a midnight snack. When Grace, wearing only a white men's shirt, returned to the master bedroom upstairs in the apartment with a fruit plate, Simon had left the big bed and sat on the sofa by the window with a view of Central Park, with a laptop on his knees. When Grace came closer, Simon reached out to grab it and put it on his lap. He rearranged the laptop and took a bite of the apple the woman handed over. Simon said, "Your waist is thinner again. Women with thin waists are very beautiful. But you should not diet or have any surgery on weekdays." "No, if I diet, I will feel listless all day long. How can I have the energy to take care of Elite? I won't do surgery. In fact, the side effects are very serious. Only girls who don't consider the future will do it." Grace leaned against Simon and said, "It's mainly for exercise. I set up a gym next to the office." Simon kissed the woman's white neck and smiled. "I can feel that what is practiced is different from what is done." Grace took a small bite and said, "It seems that you have compared a lot." "Yes, they are all given to me by you." Grace murmured with fascination, I will always give girls to you, as long as you always remember me. Okay, don't say this all the time. Give me another apple. Grace picked up an apple and gave it to Simon. She carefully took back the toothpick and looked at the laptop that the man had placed on her lap. On it was the YouTube interface. A girl with big breasts was introducing how to DIY a set of furniture. Of course she recognized it. This was the Ordinary Girl project that Elite's new media operations department had incubated recently. It was the idea that Simon had suddenly called her to provide. The girl on the screen was named Christina Hendricks. Grace's assistant Michelle Sonam was personally in charge of this project. With Grace's special attention and Elite's resource support, the results were very good. Christina Hendricks was positioned as an ordinary middle-class girl who loved life, was a little rebellious, liked to perform, and rented a single-family apartment by the sea in Huntington, Long Island with a few friends. The so-called other friends were also signed internet celebrities of Elite, focusing on different settings. Including the single-family apartment, it was also specially rented by Elite. The entire Ordinary Girls project started with a renovation of the rented apartment. The four girls lived together and did everything themselves, which was a bit like a reality show. During the period, there were all kinds of troubles, embarrassments, and fun things. Of course, these were deliberately arranged by the team. From the official launch at the end of April to now, it has been more than a month. Through the promotion resources obtained by Elite from YouTube, coupled with the fact that this project is indeed carefully planned and well made, the number of subscribers to the main channel of the four girls, Ordinary Girls, has exceeded 3 million, and the number of views of each video has generally reached the million level. Such data is quite impressive, even if it is placed on the YouTube platform more than 10 years later in the original time and space. In addition, the single channels of the girls, some like design, some focus on performance, some love cooking, and some are good at beauty, have also accumulated millions of fans. Seeing Grace looking at the computer screen, Simon turned on the sound. Christina Hendricks' special lolly voice came out, saying, "This project is well done, but it seems a little different from what I imagined." Simon had introduced it to Grace according to the routine of a farmer brother and a fat chef, but in the end, it was obviously Americanized. Grace knew from Simon's tone that the man was still satisfied, and just echoed, "Then you come to direct them yourself." "Well, this tuna is good, very distinctive. I'll take you there when I have time." In memory, Christina Hendricks had already begun to focus on the image of a queen when she became famous with Mad Men, and she had a tendency to develop horizontally in an all-round way. Now she is in her prime, and her big parts are amazing, but her overall figure is still great. Simon neither refused nor agreed. There are too many women to deal with now, and he is too busy. Thinking of this, Simon continued, "This project is still good. How many people have you signed now?" When the new media operation department was just established, we signed a lot of online platform contracts. At that time, we mainly operated social media such as Facebook and Instagram, which was quite successful. Now, I find that YouTube has greater potential. After all, the dissemination ability of images is stronger than that of print media, so the route has been adjusted. At present, the main training target is about 200 people, including social platforms and video websites. Of course, there are overlaps between them. 200 people, it feels a bit too many. In fact, the 28th law of the internet industry is more obvious, and it focuses on the head effect. Therefore, if we can cultivate a few top internet celebrities, these people's income will be very high, and there is no need to cast a wide net. Grace nodded slightly, but said, "It depends on luck." Now, except for a few who are trained by ourselves, such as the Ordinary Girl project, we are actively looking for signings from the newcomers who have just emerged on the YouTube platform. In fact, we hope to be able to recruit some internet celebrities who may become phenomenal in advance, but this involves the field of creation after all, just like Michael Jackson among singers and Stephen King among writers. These people cannot be deliberately cultivated. Phenomenal. Simon remembered something and smiled. Actually, it can be cultivated deliberately. Huh? But it can't be too deliberate. It must be made to look accidental, Simon said here, but stopped. Forget it. I won't tell you. I don't want to teach a child bad things. Grace twisted her body slightly. I am a child. Of course, in front of me, you are all children. I am hundreds of years old. I feel it. Grace tilted her face slightly, revealing her neck. You wanted to suck my blood just now. Yes, in order to conceal my identity, I must restrain my desire. It's difficult for me to. Grace chuckled, and slowly enjoyed the fruit in the fruit plate with Simon. Finally, she looked at the watch and said, "It's almost 11 o'clock, I should go back." Simon put his arms around the woman's slender waist. "Isn't Bill in China?" For the overseas listing of China Mobile, Bill Spurt has been going to China frequently recently. Grace nodded and said, "That's why we have to go back." Simon understood and said, "Call the children and tell them that you suddenly went on a business trip somewhere." "No, although there are servants, I feel more at ease if I take care of them myself. Besides, you must want me to be a good mother, don't you?" "Do I have such an idea?" "No." "Do I? Don't you like, this?" Seeing that the man was playing dumb, Grace smiled and leaned over to kiss Simon on the lips, and whispered, "Anyway, I have to go back. You can call Bryce over. She is now separated from Frank and has been living in Manhattan. She always comes to bother me. You can help me deal with her. Oh, why didn't I hear you mention it at the beginning? Otherwise, you can call her to come with you." "No way, it's not easy to be alone with you, I won't share it with her." Simon put the laptop aside and patted the woman in his arms, "Then put on your clothes, I'll take you back." "Okay." Grace got up and dressed quickly. She also considerately helped Simon to get ready. The two went out. The Spult family had moved to the Upper East Side a long time ago and quickly sent Grace home. Seeing the woman enter the door, Simon thought for a moment and told the driver to go to 78th Street in the Upper West Side. Alexandra Martinez was a little surprised and relieved to see Simon arrive late at night. She came to New York last week. Although she quickly integrated into Manhattan life under someone's careful arrangement, Simon never showed up. The former Golden Rose Cave princess almost thought she was forgotten. Obviously, she wasn't. But she probably understood that this man must not have much time for her. To be precise, it should be very little. This is actually not bad. Alexandra had just returned from a small gathering in the Broadway drama circle. She almost brought a close friend she had recently made back to stay overnight, but in the end she hesitated for some reason and gave up. Now that I think about it, it's probably some kind of sixth sense. She walked into the living room on the second floor, which overlooked the lobby on the first floor, and sat down on the sofa. Just as she was about to make coffee, the waitress Zoe Parks, who followed her, had already taken over the job. This disappointed the waiter and guard who were eager to try beside Alexandra, especially since the waitress sent them to rest, obviously not wanting them to have too much contact with a big boss. Too domineering. In the living room on the second floor, Alexandra chatted with Simon for a while. The man's natural familiarity made her quickly find the feeling she had on the plane. The indifference that had just formed during this period quickly disappeared. Although she clearly smelled the perfume of other women on the man, Alexandra pretended to be unaware and snuggled up to the man, talking about recent events. Then she went from the living room to the master bedroom upstairs. Naturally. For some reason, the man's energy seemed a little too strong. So I didn't wake up until after 8 o'clock the next day. The people around me were gone. The waitress said that Mr. Westeros had left before 7 in the morning, saying that he had a dinner in the morning and left her a note. Simon made an appointment with Raymond Smith, chairman and CEO of Verizon Telecom, to have breakfast together, mainly to discuss the recent promotion of Verizon Telecom's IPO. Because the matter was more formal, the breakfast started at 7 o'clock and lasted until 9 o'clock. In the morning, I met with Ang Lee, who was preparing for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Lee was going to China to scout locations soon. This time, they mainly talked about the arrangement of the producers of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In addition to James Shams, Lee's long-term partner, according to memory, Simon also invited Kong Zhiqiang from Hong Kong to be one of the producers of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This is a filmmaker who is quite familiar with the Chinese and American film industries and can serve as a good bridge. As long as this cooperation is pleasant, the two sides will continue on projects such as Hero in the future. Chapter 962 Questions. Simon, I don't really want your money. I know you want to push me to the front to resist the pressure of public opinion. It seems that I can't escape this fate. So, in exchange, how about talking about your thoughts on Russia? Manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. After lunch, the work schedule continued. Simon was entertaining George Soros. The action against Southeast Asia has already begun to be laid out, and the hedge team under Cersei Capital is also planning. In order to minimize the operating volume of Cersei Capital and avoid being targeted by Asian countries and having difficulty doing business in the future, Simon hopes to put part of the funds into Soros's quantum fund. The two sides have already reached an investment agreement of $3 billion. After all, it is a big customer, and the follow-up of the Westeros system has a different meaning. Soros took the initiative to give a good discount in terms of management fees and commissions. The financial tycoon was just complaining at this time. In the past Southeast Asian financial crisis, Soros became the target of public criticism, but to be honest, this hedge fund tycoon was more of a shield put forward by the West to attract firepower. There were countless hunting capitals following this giant crocodile. These capitals prayed frantically, wiped the blood from their mouths at will, and jumped out as a savior in the blink of an eye to reap the harvest in Southeast Asia. Simon hoped to be a noble savior. The two had just discussed some details of the layout in Southeast Asia. When Simon heard Soros mention Russia and stare at him with sharp eyes, he rubbed the coffee cup in his hand and said, "George, what do you want to know about my opinion on Russia?" "Political prospects," Soros said, and then said, "I know you went to Russia some time ago, and the Westeros system has always had various layouts in Russia, but I don't understand what you want to do." "Political prospects, it's obvious. With our joint efforts, Yeltsin will be able to be re-elected this time, and then everyone can happily privatize Russia's large state-owned enterprises and divide the profits." Soros sensed the sarcasm in Simon's tone, and his expression became more cautious. "Simon, don't you think it's a good idea to permanently eliminate this hidden danger from Russia?" "These are actually two questions, George." Simon also became serious and said, "Can we do it, and do we need to do this?" "Huh?" Simon was about to continue speaking, when a girl in a light pink straight skirt came over with a pot of coffee. Seeing the two looking at her together, she felt a little embarrassed, but still raised the coffee pot in her hand. Watching the girl refill the coffee, Simon said to the puzzled Soros, "This is Gemma, Sophia's daughter." Soros naturally knew Sophia Fessy, and the slight displeasure in his expression immediately turned into kindness when he heard it, and he smiled and nodded to the girl. Simon said to Gemma again, "This is Mr. Soros, a very powerful financier." Gemma put down the coffee pot and called out more obediently, "Hello, Mr. Soros, nice to meet you. Simon and Mom have talked about you, the first person to beat the pound." Soros shook hands with the little girl. "Hello, Gemma, you can call me George. And you are so beautiful." "Thank you." After the two greeted each other, Simon said to Gemma, "I'll leave at about 4 o'clock. Do you want to go to Los Angeles to watch the premiere of 007 together?" Gemma didn't sit down. She looked at Simon and said, "I just came here to say hello to you. I'm not going, and I still have homework." "Put homework aside. Why does a beautiful girl need to do any homework? There are also some other people who will go with you. You can also bring a few friends and play on the West Coast for a few days. It's better not to. Danny has gone to the summer training camp. I can't leave my grandparents and run around." Gemma's expression was slightly moved, but she finally refused. She leaned over and hugged Simon, said goodbye to Soros, picked up another empty coffee pot and turned to leave. After Gemma's figure disappeared, Soros complimented her and brought the topic back to what he had just said. "Simon, what are the two questions you mentioned?" "Yes, 2 questions." Simon sorted out his thoughts and said, "First, Russia has remained a powerful country for hundreds of years since the Tsarist era, which means that this country has a deep-rooted gene for a powerful country. This sounds a bit elusive, but it is a fact that cannot be ignored. It is destined that Russia will not fall completely. Moreover, to be more practical, even if the Soviet Union has disintegrated, Russia's foundation is still there, and it is also a nuclear power. Therefore, it is difficult to continue to dismember and indirectly control it according to your ideas." Soros thought for a while and said, "Simon, I don't think anything is eternal. How do you know if you don't try it?" "That's the second question." Simon picked up the coffee and took a sip, and continued, "Do we need to do this? There is a philosophical saying in China, which means that a country in a state of constant vigilance is more likely to survive. If there is no enemy and it is in peace and slackness for a long time, it may perish at any time." "I understand, Simon, you want to save a strategic opponent like Russia." "That's right. Simon, I think the United States will never lack strategic opponents, such as China you just mentioned. In my opinion, Russia is a rather uncertain and dangerous country. Simon shook his head and said, "Times have changed, George. Now is not hundreds of years ago, or even decades ago. The world has formed a set of international order that will be quite stable for a long time in the future, so you don't need to think about some things according to the thinking of decades ago. Unless the leader of Russia in the future is a lunatic, otherwise, this country will inevitably comply with the existing international order as much as possible. Even if it violates it, it will suffer corresponding punishment." Soros thought seriously for a moment and said again, "Simon, I still stick to my point of view." Simon smiled and nodded. "Of course, you can implement your plan, and I will implement my plan. There is no conflict. We don't even have a conflict of interest, because I will not compete too much for Russia's state-owned assets in the next few years." In the past, Soros began to bet heavily on Russia after Yeltsin was re-elected. During the last secret meeting, Yeltsin's daughter Tatiana mentioned the privatization shares of the Russian telecommunications giant that she wanted to give to Simon as a gift. In the original time and space, the Russian oligarch Potanin pocketed the shares with a huge financial support provided by Soros. In addition to taking a large number of privatization shares, Soros also purchased a large amount of Russian government bonds and corporate bonds. Until 1998, the Russian economy hit the bottom, and even a rare government bond default occurred. As a result, Soros, who had just been in high spirits in Southeast Asia, lost billions of dollars and returned from Russia. From Simon's current perspective, what Soros did was actually a kind of economic infiltration. While making profits, he also tried to control the Russian economy and then the country at the strategic level. Simon was actually doing the same thing. Soros ended in failure, which was also a negative example for Simon. The main thing is to do what you can. For big countries, don't expect absolute control, but strive for more influence step by step. As for a small country like Ukraine that is destined to fall, it can be controlled. After all, such a country that has been fooled to the point of losing its own strength and becoming a mess can only become a standard chess piece in the game between big countries. Even if it is played badly, neither side of the game will take it seriously. After sending Soros away, Celia Miller, who has returned from Europe, reported to Simon the results of the negotiations with the French side. The Chirac administration basically agreed to Simon's request. A senior French military official who has been secretly doing things for 2 years will retire in the near future, and Paris has also promised that there will be no more entanglements. At the same time, the Chirac administration also asked Simon not to support Rwanda's constant troublemaking in the international community and let this matter pass completely. Simon certainly had no objection. This matter seems to have reached a good ending, but both sides actually know that it is impossible to end it completely. Just like the French side did not mention the evidence of the confessions of the captured soldiers of the French advisory group that Simon kept in his hands, because they knew that they could not get it back at all, so they did not waste their breath. What will happen in the future, we will talk about it later. It's nothing more than you and I. After discussing this, Simon and his entourage took a helicopter to Kennedy International Airport, where the Boeing 767 crew was waiting to take off. There were others waiting. After the previous few times, Jerry Hall's daughter Elizabeth was already familiar with the place. It happened to be summer vacation, and a shameless little girl who was used to calling Simon Dad once again brought a group of friends to take Simon's private plane to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Spectre. This time, there were no other parents except Jerry Hall. Jerry Hall brought all 3 children, and then there was a group of familiar little girl scammers, such as the Hilton sisters and the Kardashian sisters, who were chattering in a group. After a little understanding, you can understand why they can mix together. It is obvious that they are a group of rebellious girls who are not very motivated. The photo of her smoking in public with a messy hair when she was a teenager can be said to be widely circulated, which shows which group she belongs to in Manhattan. And people like Sophia's daughter Gemma or Grace's daughter Rita are either good girls or very motivated, which is not something they can play with. When the private plane took off from Kennedy International Airport, Jerry Hall left the 2 younger children in the care of the maid and gave some instructions to the girls playing in the middle cabin. Then he came to the front cabin and saw Simon sitting on the sofa by the porthole in the living room, flipping through a document. He looked a little absent-minded. He leaned over and sat on the man's lap, put his arms around his neck and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Simon put his arms around the woman's waist, put the folder on the pair of amazing long legs, and casually said, I'm wondering why there are no good kids to play with me. They are all little girls with no ambition." Jerry Hall laughed and said, "Liz and the others are still young, and they're doing very well. By the way, Liz also opened a channel on YouTube and has more than 600,000 fans. I don't even have to give her pocket money now." Simon nodded and hummed. Jerry Hall glanced at the document in the man's hand. Seeing that Simon didn't seem to care, he looked at it a few more times before saying, "This is, well, are you planning to acquire the newspaper assets of the Hearst Group?" The document in his hand was a plan for the sale of the assets of the Hearst Group. The Hearst family, whose situation has become increasingly bleak in the past 2 years, plans to sell another batch of newspapers, and the project will be handled by Goldman Sachs. Then it naturally came to Simon's hands. Shaking his head, Simon said, "Just take a look." Simon never intended to completely let go of the Hearst Group, so he had been watching it intentionally or unintentionally. With his unique advantage of foresight, Simon only needed to ensure that the family would not go on the right path, and decline was inevitable. Just like 2 years ago, Simon had divested all the cable TV assets of the Hearst Group, which later accounted for more than half of the family's assets and had long-term growth potential, especially the shares of ESPN. Now, the Hearst family is only confined to the paper media field that is destined to decline. Due to the chain reaction brought about by the Westeros system, the decline of the Hearst Group is faster than the general environment of the print media. For example, the most valuable newspaper under the Hearst Group, the San Francisco Chronicle, as the second largest newspaper in California after the Los Angeles Times, has begun to suffer losses since 1996, and its value has shrunk significantly. In a few years, even bankruptcy is not impossible. In order to avoid the dog jumping over the wall and the fish dying, Simon has not made any big moves. He has been slowly suppressing the frog in the boiling water. Even in the end, the Hearst family can still retain considerable assets, enough to maintain a relatively comfortable life, but the family will no longer have the media voice in American society that can even provoke a war. Jerry Hall, who knew clearly about Simon's entanglement with the Hearst family, did not ask more questions. He chatted with the man about some recent events, rubbed his ears and brooded for a while, and leaned close to his ear and said, "Let's go to the bedroom, okay? It's 4 hours. 4 hours is really not a long time." When the Boeing 767 landed at Los Angeles International Airport, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast. The premiere red carpet of Spectre also started at 5 p.m. Simon didn't plan to walk the red carpet, so he was not in a hurry. Jerry Hall wanted to take this opportunity to show his face, so he was dressed up on the plane. After getting off the plane, he took a long limousine to the Sacred Civic Auditorium in the city center. Choosing the Sacred Civic Auditorium to hold the premiere of Spectre instead of the usual Hollywood Chinese theater was a big move by MGM. This was the beginning of a new stage for MGM. There was no room for error. So he did his best. Simon and the group of girls who were playing and laughing took several other cars. He didn't indulge these girls' request to go on the red carpet. They were all big stars, and it was too imprecise to let a group of girls go. Arrived at the Sacred Civic Auditorium and entered directly from the back door. The girls ran to take their seats. Simon didn't walk the red carpet, but still had to cooperate in taking some publicity photos. He came to a media area in the auditorium with Shirley Lansing. After the photo shoot, he was chatting with Lansing, and the big Arnold Schwarzenegger came over with his wife, and greeted Simon with enthusiasm and flattery. Simon knew why Schwarzenegger came to the premiere. It was still the copyright of Terminator. After the failure of Evaporation, coupled with the overall environment of Hollywood, in order to avoid falling in status, Schwarzenegger thought of restarting the Terminator series again. After considering it, Simon also agreed to transfer the filming rights. This matter was almost settled, but because Schwarzenegger found a partner controlled by Disney, which was controlled by Vivendi, the French side made a small move a few days ago and deliberately reviewed the release of related films of Cardinalus Entertainment in France. Simon fought back and directly shelved the copyright negotiations of Terminator. Now that the matter in France has been settled, it is time to let go. Chapter 961, Ghost Party. After some polite exchanges, knowing that many people were watching Simon, Schwarzenegger did not beat around the bush and said, "Regarding Terminator, Simon, I think $15 million is already a very sincere price. If Daenerys has other requirements, she can just raise them. There is no need to drag it out like this, right? Currently, The copyright of the Terminator series is jointly held by Deaneries and Fox. Schwarzenegger wanted to restart the series after the failure of The Order. Reminded by Girl A, Simon finalized the strategy of selling the filming rights on a per-view basis. If Schwarzenegger wanted to restart, he could only buy the filming rights for a single time. Even so, the price was not low at all. Before the French side made a fuss, the two sides had basically agreed on a price of $15 million, which was equivalent to the current top salary of Hollywood's top stars. With the previous global box office of Terminator 2 exceeding $500 million and the widespread popularity of the series, such a price was not expensive, and it was a one-time buyout, and the two major copyright holders did not participate in any subsequent profit sharing. The sudden suspension of the deal had nothing to do with Schwarzenegger. From Simon's current position, unless there was a disagreement between the two parties beyond the rules, he would not deliberately suppress any star. Schwarzenegger brought this project that would not be very profitable but would take up a lot of resources to Disney, which was also in line with Simon's plan for other Hollywood studios. Therefore, he said, "Arnold, I have no problem here. You can contact Disney tomorrow and we will formally sign the contract." Schwarzenegger was a big man, but he was not stupid at all. He could actually think that the Terminator negotiation jam was related to France. Originally, he hoped that Simon would be lenient and not implicate the tit-for-tat between the Westeros system and France in his own project. He thought he would have to spend some time talking, but he didn't expect the young man in front of him to give in so easily. For a moment, he was a little suspicious whether there was a trap waiting for him to jump into. Simon didn't mean to explain too much to Schwarzenegger. Seeing that the other party was slightly stunned, he just nodded to him and greeted the 007 series producers Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson, who were walking over. Even though the 007 series was suppressed by Simon for a long time and lost the initiative, the two brothers and sisters of the Broccoli family, who had firmly controlled the 007 series for decades, did not express any dissatisfaction in front of Simon and remained respectful and polite. This is actually human nature. When the gap is too big, people tend to give up the idea of fighting and resisting subconsciously. The two brothers and sisters also had to admit that this time, Spectre, under the leadership of the young man in front of them, not only retained the classic characteristics of the 007 series, but the whole story was different from any previous 007 movie. Even their father Albert Broccoli, who had retired and was bedridden, had to admit that this change was of great benefit to the 007 series after watching the sample film. Simon was entertaining the main creators and guests, and 6 o'clock soon arrived. The premiere began. The story of Spectre began at sea. In the middle of the night, a huge cruise ship with bright lights floated in the English Channel. A plane with its engine turned off glided close to the cruise ship in the night. When it was close to the sky, the cabin door opened and a man calmly jumped out of the cabin. When he was about to land, he opened his parachute with a bang and landed on the deck of the cruise ship in a handsome posture. At the same time, he quickly dealt with the parachute hanging on his body. He soon changed into a gentleman in a suit and tie, and leisurely adjusted his tie and walked straight to the cabin where the party was being held. The scene switched. The two guards in charge of vigilance noticed the abnormality and rushed to patrol, but they just passed by a tall figure. The camera swept across the submachine guns on the waists of the two people, which clearly indicated that this cruise ship was unusual. The security of ordinary cruise ships may carry weapons, but usually not such powerful submachine guns. In the Sacred Citizens Auditorium, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was sitting in the front seat in the center of the auditorium, recalled the opening shot just now. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admire it. Ordinary audiences may just think that the short action design just now is cool and leave a clear impression in their hearts. For an action star like Arnold, who has been shooting movies for more than 10 years, it is definitely not so easy to make similar eye-catching action innovations. Just like the Terminator series. In the first Terminator, the outer skin of the future robot played by Arnold was destroyed to reveal the metal endoskeleton. This detail has been used by many science fiction movies and TV series in recent years, but it brought a shocking visual effect to many audiences at the time. There are countless classic creations in Hollywood, whether intentional or unintentional. As long as a person reads enough movies, he will find that the entire Hollywood, and even the global film industry, is constantly imitating, and imitating again and again. Whether it is the plot, action, or lens soundtrack and other film techniques, They are all accompanied by a small amount of innovation and large-scale repetition. And those films with a small amount of innovation often become classics. Then the later ones continue to imitate. This Spectre, seemingly a simple opening, has already brought a lot of inspiration to professional filmmakers like Arnold. On the big screen, the story continues. Pierce Brosnan, who played 007 for the first time, mixed into the lively and flashy cruise party hall, moved among the crowds with ease, and even hooked a beautiful woman. During the conversation, he threw out the classic self-introduction. Usually, similar details are placed in the middle or end of the film. Because the male lead was changed this time, the sentence "I am Bond, James Bond" appeared in the opening prologue, which can be regarded as a special arrangement. Even without this line, the audience would not make a mistake. From the casting stage before filming, the main creators of the rebooted 007 series have been the focus of a large number of media and fans, including Judi Dench, the first female M, Kelly Lowell, the new Moneypenny, and Jude Law, who plays Q, who is no longer an old man but a young man according to Simon's idea. Except for Judi Dench, other fixed supporting roles were not configured according to Simon's memory of the Brosnan-era lineup. For example, Kelly Lowell was supposed to be the Bond girl in Timothy Dalton's version of 007, License to Kill. Because of Simon's appearance, 007, License to Kill remained the same, but the gang girl changed. Kelly Lowell did not get that opportunity again. This actress, who has been tepid in recent years, fits Simon's image of Moneypenny, which is smart, capable and pretty enough, and her acting skills are also up to standard. In short, in the new 007 series, Simon hopes that every role will play its due role, instead of the previous status of various roles, including Bond himself, being stereotyped vases. It is interesting to say that the original Moneypenny actor in Pierce Brosnan's version was named Samantha Bond. Yes, it was Bond. However, although the Moneypenny portrayed by Samantha Bond has a good temperament, she is basically a vase and a nympho. There's even a plot where Moneypenny dreams about Bond. This is meaningless to Simon. The same consideration also applies to Jude Law's Q in the past. The actors who played Q in the 007 series were basically old men. It was a waste to set such an important supporting role as an old man. After several selections, the British actor Jude Law, who has just emerged in Hollywood in recent years, was finally decided. This actor is 24 years old this year. He is not as vicissitudes and unruly as he was later. Instead, he is based on Ben Whishaw in the Craig series. He is handsome, submissive, and has a standard British accent. The first Bond girl who appeared in the opening prologue, in line with the strategy of keeping the fat water in the field, Simon chose a Victoria's Secret angel as usual. Because Simon hopes to give people a bright feeling, the public cannot be too familiar, such as the Victoria's Secret angels who are relatively famous around Simon. At the same time, the appearance must have its own characteristics. Finally, a Victoria's Secret angel named Roberta Chilco was selected. This famous model, who is 25 years old this year, has a pair of absolutely impressive light green eyes, which completely meets Simon's aesthetics. Not only that, Roberta Chilco's temperament also reveals a special frankness. Putting her at the beginning, it will give people a sense of innocence that makes people feel pity, forming a contrast in atmosphere. And there will be more contrasts in the future. Roberta Chilco joined the Victoria's Secret Army very early, but her development was not as good as the 6 Victoria's Secret spokespersons and the big goblins around Simon. The main reason is that the girl is not an artist under elite, but a client of the old Ford Model Economic Company. Even before Grace, Simon preferred elite, and Ford Model Agency has indeed declined in recent years. In fact, this is also normal. The Victoria's Secret Army has a scale of about 40 people every year, and their figures and appearances are all perfect bodies that are among the best in the circle. However, there are only a few who can stand at the top of the fashion circle pyramid. With the exposure rate of the Victoria's Secret show, others are of course better than ordinary models. But if you want to reach the top, you will inevitably need some opportunities and luck. According to the supermodel selection criteria of the fashion section of Egret, Roberta Chilco has not even reached the threshold of supermodel. In the film, James Bond uses the gang girl Xenia played by Robert Chilco as a cover, leaves the hall and begins to explore the cruise ship. While sneaking quietly, he came to the lower level of the cabin and was soon discovered. So he fought. He knocked down the minions on the ground and kept moving forward. When he seemed to be close to some truths, other truths also surfaced. According to the previous 007 routine, the innocent Bond girl who should have stayed in the big bed after the joy, now changed into a tight leather suit, carrying a long knife, and appeared in front of Bond with a completely different temperament. Cold, dangerous, and even a little bloodthirsty. Robert Chilco worked hard for this role. When the reversal image appeared at this time, the audience in the hall were all excited. Simon was also very satisfied with Chilco's performance. Simon personally followed up on projects. There are certainly many purely vase roles that only show their faces, but they are not vases. Unless Simon's requirements are met, he will never let them go. Just like this role, in addition to the image itself that fits Simon's needs, Roberta Chilco also spent a lot of effort behind the scenes before finally getting Simon's approval. On the big screen, as usual, the villains talk a lot. Xenia, played by Roberta Chilco, actually knows Bond's details very well, saying that the other party had actually been discovered just after boarding the ship. However, the cruise ship did not want to conflict with Bond too much, and took the initiative to persuade the other party to stop this action. If Bond agreed, the two could continue this beautiful night instead of fighting. Of course, Bond would not agree. In a flagrant and dangerous battle, Xenia, who used a long knife, was hit by Bond through the glass and thrown into the sea. Many viewers at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. I really don't want to see such a stunning character disappear in a flash. Now that he did not die directly, but fell into the sea, it means that the other party still has a chance to appear. Bond finally arrived at the bottom of the cabin. When a door is opened and the lights are turned down, as rows of fluorescent lights light up one after another, the camera zooms out and sweeps across the cabin, the endless amount of drugs neatly stacked in the cabin, making the always gentleman 007 unable to help but slowly swear, "Holy shit." The prologue ends, and the standard opening of the 007 series begins. Then the main film begins. The scene has turned to Mrs. M's office. The TV in the office is broadcasting a major drug smuggling case that the British government has just uncovered. The criminal gang used the cruise ship as a cover to attempt to transport up to 50 tons of drugs to the British mainland at one time. The news shocked the world. After a brief background introduction, there is a secret conversation between Mrs. M and Bond. The Soviet Union disintegrated, and the confrontation between the East and the West no longer exists. Without the enemy, Bond began to slack off. Mrs. M sent Bond to investigate this drug smuggling case just to tell Bond that their mission has never ended, and the world will never be completely peaceful, so they need the protection of agents walking in the dark. Moreover, according to the intelligence obtained by MI6, this cruise ship smuggling is just the tip of the iceberg of a terrifying huge criminal network. Mrs. M herself is afraid of this hidden criminal network and reminds Bond that there is a lot of water behind this matter. Even within MI6, she cannot guarantee whether it has been infiltrated. Therefore, Mrs. M dare not investigate it in a big way and can only find another way. In short, this is a top-secret mission that is very suitable for a lone wolf like Bond to pursue alone. 007 accepted the task given by Mrs. M, but when he asked for more murderers, he only got a vague direction and a vague name. Mr. White. This is obviously a code name. White in English means white, and white is often a synonym for drugs. After a deep conversation with Mrs. M, Bond began his mission. The breakthrough was the cruise ship at the beginning. Bond first locked his target on Italy, where the owner of the cruise ship was located, and set off to find that the owner of the cruise ship was dead and a funeral was being held in Rome, Italy. Chapter 962 Easter egg. Simon referred to the original Spectre for the funeral scene, but it was only a framework reference, and the specific details were very different. However, out of some bad taste, an original character was retained in this scene. Monica Bellucci. Frankly speaking, in the original Spectre, Monica Bellucci, who was already a beauty in her twilight years, was not so likable, and her brief encounter with Bond was awkward. But now it is different. Monica Bellucci is just in her early 30s and is in her prime. Playing a young widow who has just lost her husband is even more touching. James Bond attended the funeral pretending to be a friend of Lucica's husband, played by Monica Bellucci. Afterwards, he got close to Lucica and found that her state was very unusual. As usual, the two quickly went to bed. After the pleasure, Lucica directly exposed it, pointing out that Bond could not be her husband's friend, and clearly advised him that no matter what he wanted to do, it would be better to get rid of this muddy water as soon as possible, and the farther away the better. From being directly exposed on the ship at the beginning of the prologue, to Mrs. M's concerns about the infiltration of government departments in a deep conversation with her immediate superior, to being easily seen through by a woman who had just lost her husband, Bond increasingly felt that a certain big network was unusual. Realizing that persuasion was ineffective, Lucy handed Bond a notebook secretly kept by her husband and urged him to leave as soon as possible. Driving away from Lucy's manor in his iconic Aston Martin sports car, Bond felt more and more that something was wrong. Suddenly he understood. From the moment they met, Lucy's state was a kind of despair, a despair of knowing that she didn't have much time left. He turned the steering wheel wildly to return to Lucy's manor and rushed into the bedroom again. Lucy had died on the big bed, dressed in red and wearing red lips, like a sleeping rose. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have experienced too much pain before her death. This is also a difference in the details of the film from the original version. In the previous Spectre, after Bond got the information from Lucia, he was very confident to help the other party arrange a retreat. This plot is very different from the previous 007 series. With the continuous changes in the Western public opinion environment, many details of the 007 series are changing. In the early days, 007 was a complete playboy, passing through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. After the new century, because political correctness and feminism began to prevail, the Bond girls in the 007 series are no longer the complete props they used to be, and even have an unforgettable love story with James Bond. Simon actually doesn't dislike this change, but when this series deliberately becomes more and more hesitant and procrastinating in order to accommodate political correctness, Simon can't stand it. Just like the details of Bond arranging a retreat for Lucia. According to the rendering of the film, the Spectre is so powerful, how could it let a person who should die escape? In the past, 007, Bond was the nemesis of beauties. Many Bond girls were killed by villains because of their contact with 007. Some were covered with the gold paint, and some were poured with oil. The various ways of death were thrilling and erotic, which was also a highlight of the 007 series. The disappearance of these highlights is actually a change in the entire creative environment of Hollywood. Or worse. To put it more accurately, under the influence of political correctness, feminism and other trends, people began to be restrained and dance in shackles, fearing that they would be criticized by public opinion if they offended the slightest. Overcorrection. So it became more and more boring. The entire original version of Spectre was a very poor quality one in Simon's opinion. In addition to accommodating political correctness, there were also long and annoying action scenes, such as the helicopter battle at the beginning and the car chase scenes later. At first glance, it was very exciting, but a scene was repeated for 4 or 5 minutes, which was not exciting at all, but boring. In addition, the plot that the powerful villain that has been repeatedly laid out in several films was finally defeated by Bond is also a joke. The super tycoon who controls a large global criminal network was actually blocked on the street alone, not as good as a small gangster. Even if the street thugs fight, they still have a large group when they come and a large group when they fall. In Simon's opinion, the final battle of such a supervillain should at least be the kind that leads his powerful private army to destroy half of the city. Just like Thanos. This time, Spectre is used as the beginning, just to point out the theme. First, a big villain is established. After all, the popularity of this series are not as wide as comics. It is impossible for many people to dig out Thanos, the ultimate boss, as the Marvel Cinematic Universe once did. In the end, Simon's plan for the spy movie universe is a war that can destroy half of the city. Absolutely a big scene. On the IMAX screen in the hall, James Bond didn't have time to feel too sad for Lucy's death before the sound of sirens rang in his ears. Bond, who had no time to escape, was arrested by the Italian police on charges of murder. This also proved Mrs. M's guess on another level. A certain secret web involved almost everyone, whether black or white. Fortunately, because of Bond's special identity, the two sides negotiated and 007 was finally released. At the same time, he was suspended and confined to London. James Bond accepted the punishment on the surface and lived a short life as an ordinary person in London, but he always felt that there seemed to be many eyes staring at him around him. At a social party, Bond also met a strange middle-aged man who advised him to be law-abiding and not to do things beyond his ability. 007 retorted, and the other party saw that his persuasion was ineffective and disappeared quietly. Privately, after carefully studying the notebook left by Lucica, 007 cracked a new clue. With the help of Moneypenny and Q, Bond got rid of the surveillance of MI6 and left the UK to Switzerland to find a psychiatrist named Madeleine Swann. This plot is still from the original version. However, in addition to the setting, the specific details are also very different from the original. Like the original, Madeleine Swann is also a decent Bond girl in this 007. Simon finally chose Uma Thurman for this role. Uma Thurman does not meet Simon's aesthetics. However, during the film casting process, Simon's first consideration has always been whether the role is suitable. He has never thought of turning Hollywood into a Korean entertainment industry with only two faces, one for men and one for women, completely in accordance with his own aesthetics. Compared with the original Lee Seydoux, Uma Thurman, who is tall and has a mysterious and beautiful temperament, completely meets Simon's new setting for Madeleine Swann. In addition, there will be an important Easter egg in this part of the plot about the identity of Madeleine Swann. Simply put, this is a former Charlie's Angel, a Charlie's Angel who once worked in Charlie's detective agency. The two met at a luxurious psychological clinic on the top of the Alps. After some tests, neither of them could gain the trust of the other. At the same time, the villain who had been chasing Bond soon arrived and started to hunt down 007 and Swann. Unlike the original version, which was dragged out, it was a very neat and tidy action scene from escaping from the clinic on the top of the mountain to skiing down the mountain. The beautiful female killer played by Robert Chilko, the Victoria's Secret angel who was knocked into the sea by Bond in the opening prologue, also appeared again. Bond failed to win the battle with the female killer with his bare hands. Madeleine Swann stepped forward to help, showing a strong skill that surprised Bond, but the two of them were still at a disadvantage in front of the female killer. The female killer with a pair of innocent green eyes and a cold and bloodthirsty temperament also took the time to tease the two, claiming that they needed another helper to deal with her. 3-1. God said, "Let there be light." Then, a helicopter soon appeared, and three tall, fully armed girls jumped down from the ropes. All three of them were masked and carrying weapons. There was no time to explain, and the female killer was handed over to three helpers who suddenly arrived. Madeleine Swann said that she was in a hurry, and took Bond to climb the ropes hanging from the helicopter and left in advance. Looking down, the three masked girls were already fighting with the female killer. For those who don't pay much attention to Hollywood news, this plot seems a bit abrupt. However, the audience who pays a little attention to MGM, when they see the three fully armed girls, think of Charlie's Angels at the first time. Although there is no official trailer yet, the popularity of this series has lasted for a long time. Unexpectedly, MGM would actually implant such an Easter egg in this 007. MGM has kept its plans for the spy movie universe secret. At this time, the more intuitive audience saw this Easter egg and immediately thought of the most frequently used phrase in Hollywood in recent years, movie universe. Both the DC movie universe and the Conjuring movie universe have been successful. Even though no movie has appeared yet, the Marvel movie universe is a foregone conclusion in the eyes of many people. Although other studios have not yet created a long-term series that can compete with the Conjuring movie universe, they often deliberately use the popularity of this term in some projects for publicity purposes. After all, as long as the word movie universe is mentioned, it can attract a lot of attention. Now, the 007 series has been implanted with the Charlie's Angels Easter egg. Think about how Simon Westeros took back the control of the 007 series from the British Broccoli family, and Charlie's Angels will be released at the end of the year. Similar themes and different interludes, isn't this a movie universe? Even the name will not have too many surprises. Agent Movie Universe. It's obvious. After sorting out the joints, many media reporters attending the premiere have begun to get excited, but this topic, once confirmed, will be a hot topic for at least a week. As for some studio executives or Hollywood filmmakers, they have mixed feelings about this. The two movie universes that have already taken shape in Hollywood are already beyond everyone's reach. Now, if a third movie universe appears, and it is a blockbuster-level movie universe based on a super IP like 007, it will inevitably occupy a large number of Hollywood resources again. Then, or one rises while the other falls. Under various thoughts, the plot on the big screen continues. Leaving the Alps and arriving at a secret residence in Geneva, Madeleine Swann, who had fought side by side, confirmed Bond's identity again and began to reveal some things to the other party. Madeleine Swann was once a very ordinary girl with a relatively good family background. If it weren't for some changes, she might live in London, marry a famous lawyer or financier, and live a dull life as a full-time wife. Unfortunately, everything changed when she was 16 years old. As a businessman, her father was somehow involved in a smuggling case. Madeline's parents were all killed, and she was the only one who escaped. After the police investigation into the cause of her parents' death came to nothing, Madeline personally began a long and independent investigation. During this period, she also received various professional agent investigation training and joined a top detective agency. The three girls who just appeared to save the scene were Madeline's colleagues before she left. Even though Madeline Swan did not mention the specific name of a detective agency, the topic has come to this point, and even the most dull audience has reacted. Charlie's Detective Agency. After all, Charlie's Angels is still very famous in the United States. Therefore, it's confirmed. After this simple background introduction, Madeline Swan led Bond to a secret room and showed 007 the results of her investigation over the years. The facts are simply despairing. During the years of investigation, Madeline Swan discovered an international supercriminal group that integrates a series of high-profit criminal activities such as drug trafficking, arms smuggling, and human trafficking. Because this criminal group is too hidden, decisive and ruthless, has deep infiltration into government departments of various countries, and ruthlessly eradicates members who make mistakes or attempt to betray, it has never been known to the outside world. The recent cruise ship drug smuggling case in the English Channel that shocked the world was an action of this criminal network. Lucy Scala's husband, the nominal owner of the cruise ship, was cleared out because of the failure of this operation, and Lucy herself did not escape. This is the consistent style of this organization. Moreover, according to the evidence collected by Madeline Swan, many famous warlord organizations, mafia members, snakehead groups, etc. around the world are actually just the periphery of this criminal group. Therefore, you can imagine how huge this criminal group is. Starting from being just a little girl, after years of investigation, Madeline Swan finally only vaguely got the name of this super criminal group. Spectre. In addition, the totem of this organization is an octopus. It symbolizes that the spectre, like an octopus, extends its tentacles to all aspects of the world. Madeline Swan complained that she could have continued to investigate secretly and finally uncovered the truth. As a result, Bond attracted the spectre to her side. She could no longer hide and had to give it a try. While carefully examining the evidence collected by Madeline, Bond accidentally discovered an old photo. One person in the photo was Madeline's father, and the other was the strange middle-aged man he met at a party in London. After recalling, Madeline finally remembered. She didn't know the specific identity of the man, but she remembered that her father seemed to call him Mr. White. Mr. White. At this point in the story, 2/3 of the whole film has passed. The plot of this film, which lasted for 90 minutes, also began to close, pointing to the final ending. The two analyzed a series of clues and pursued them all the way, and finally came to Venice, the water city of Italy. In a manor on a small island off the coast of Venice, after several twists and turns, the two finally met the mysterious Mr. White, played by Hollywood star Sean Bean. Through the conversation, it was confirmed that the middle-aged man was the murderer who killed Madeline's parents because Madeline's father wanted to quit or even betray the Spectre organization, but was cleared out. In the final battle in the manor castle, Mr. White, who knew that the situation was over, chose to die with 007 and Swan in madness, and the two escaped at the last moment. In the huge explosion, the castle and Mr. White were shattered together. However, Mr. White's last words remained in the hearts of the two. This is not the end. Everything is just a beginning. Under the sunset of the castle ruins, accompanied by police cars gathering from all directions, James Bond and Madeline Swan embraced each other. The picture zoomed in, and finally fixed on Bond's right hand holding Swan's waist, playing with a silver ring engraved with the Spectre totem. The music sounded, and the movie ended here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 963 Reality and Fairy Tale. In the Sacred Citizens Auditorium, when the subtitles began to appear on the huge IMAX screen, most of the audience felt that they were still not satisfied. The film just now was a high-concept film that could tell the story in a very clear sentence. It was a typical popcorn movie. However, popcorn movies are always different from each other. For example, the DC Movie Universe series is the top popcorn. Even if it does not reach the height of the DC Movie Universe project, Spectre is also a very good blockbuster. Moreover, this movie not only has a wonderful story that is done in one go, but also leaves the audience with many details worth pondering and playing. In addition to the Easter eggs about Charlie's Angels and the spy movie universe, there are many changes based on the classic characteristics of the 007 series, such as female M, young Q, and more exciting action scenes, etc., which give people a refreshing feeling overall. Many media people at the scene had generally rated this movie above 8 points when the subtitles appeared. Except, of course, there are some bugs. For example, the appearance of the 3 Charlie's Angels explained the cause, but did not seem to give the result. This kind of low-level detail omission should not happen in such a highly completed commercial blockbuster. In this case, there are many people who make other speculations. And they were soon confirmed. When the subtitles flowed to the end, the screen lit up again, and the scene returned to the foot of the Alps. The 3 fully armed Charlie's Angels fought fiercely for the last time, and finally subdued the female killer played by Robert Jerko. Then they took off their ski masks together, revealing 3 faces with different styles but all stunning. Kate Beckinsale, Catherine Zeta-Jones and Mad Shinamic. The 3 heroines of the Charlie's Angels series that have been announced long ago. From the position, the 3 people obviously centered on Kate Beckinsale. Looking at the female killer who had lost the ability to resist, Catherine Zeta-Jones next to her asked, "What should we do with her?" Kate Beckinsale glanced at a helicopter flying in the sky again, raised her head and gestured, and said simply, "Leave it to Charlie." The screen darkened. The movie is over. Many viewers who were still thinking about the details that were missed in the movie did not expect that the Easter egg would be completed in the end. However, after careful consideration, this arrangement is more reasonable. If the 3 Charlie's Angels are given too much attention in the middle of the film, it may distract the audience. Therefore, when the 3 Charlie's Angels appear, they are not only dressed in tight clothes, but also wearing masks. This is basically for this reason. Now that the feature film has ended, putting this detail in the Easter egg not only makes up for a detail that was missed in the film, but also the appearance of the 3 angels is also an excellent promotion for Charlie's Angels, which will be released at the end of the year. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition, the direct intersection of the 2 series at the end also more clearly confirmed the speculation of many people. MGM is playing a big game, a huge plan to cross-bring multiple classic spy series to the big screen, a brand new movie universe. Amid warm applause, when the main creators took the stage to interact with the media and the audience, the most asked question was whether MGM had a plan to combine 007, Charlie's Angels and other series into a movie universe. In response to further questions, Barbara Broccoli, the producer of the 007 series, gave a very cautious answer according to the prior discussion. It was probably a set of words, indicating that MGM intends to make some unusual special attempts in order to provide the audience with more exciting films. This is equivalent to tacit agreement. However, it is not a complete agreement, because everyone knows that after all, it is not the original DC movie universe series. The spy movie universe is somewhat similar to the Conjuring movie universe. Whether it is MGM, other creators, or even Simon himself, they actually have to wait until the end of the year to determine the specific market feedback of Charlie's Angels before making further decisions. Just like the ambitious dark universe of Universal Pictures in the original Time and Space, it was directly stillborn because of the failure of the opening The Mummy. If Charlie's Angels at the end of the year is not successful enough, even Simon himself will not force a new spy movie universe plan. The premiere ended, followed by an after-party held by MGM at a nearby hotel. Elizabeth Jagger led a group of friends into the party and excitedly found their mother. This time, they found something unusual and asked Jerry Hall, who had changed into another evening gown in a short time and was still charming, "Mom, where is Simon? If a certain guy is not here, of course there is no need to call him Dad." Jerry Hall sat next to Simon at the premiere. When he saw his daughter asking, he said, "Simon left shortly after the movie started." Elizabeth opened her mouth immediately. She wanted to rely on her cheap stepfather to help her and her friends arrange the next holiday in Los Angeles. Now that he ran away, what should she do? The girl also knew the relationship between her mother and Simon, even though this relationship was not up to standard in her opinion. After all, that was Simon Westeros. There were so many women in the world who hoped to be Simon Westeros's lover. But, after all, they were lovers. The man was not her biological father. The girl was smart and knew not to pester him too much. Besides, the man did not give her the possibility to pester him. She did not even have his private contact number, let alone go to Cape Dumay Manor. That would be a shot on the arm and might ruin the relationship between her mother and Simon. Seeing his daughter's disappointment, Jerry Hall smiled and touched the girl's head and said, "I still have work to do and I will go back to New York tomorrow. However, you can play here for a few days. Don't worry, someone will arrange it. Now, take Paris and the others to play. Remember not to drink. You are not allowed to take photos and videos here randomly. Liz, you know the rules." Since platforms such as Instagram and YouTube have become popular, many people have tried every possible means to attract attention. This premiere and such a party are undoubtedly the best topics for these girls to show off. Jerry Hall also knew that several girls carried Icom and IREC in their bags. However, some things cannot be uploaded to the internet casually. Seeing her mother say that someone would help arrange it, Elizabeth was relieved immediately. After hearing the subsequent instructions, she nodded and agreed, "Of course, and I will take good care of them." Then she turned around and led a group of girls who were quite excited to see many big stars around them into the crowd. Even though most of them came from the upper class, a circle like Hollywood was still full of attraction for a group of young girls. Watching his daughter walk away, Jerry Hall also started his own socializing and turned to MGM CEO Shirley Lansing. Shirley Lansing was originally talking to Schwarzenegger and his wife. When she saw Hall coming over, she smiled and nodded to her. Schwarzenegger, who was still with his wife, saw the tall and charming Jerry Hall, and his eyes lit up a little, but quickly restrained. After politely greeting, he took his wife and took the initiative to leave and walk towards another tall girl who was not far away and attracted much attention. Robert Chilco. This Bond girl, who was born as a Victoria's Secret angel, didn't have many scenes in the whole Spectre. Even if the Easter eggs were counted, her total appearance time was less than 10 minutes, but she really left a very deep impression on the audience. Schwarzenegger therefore once again recalled an argument in recent years that it is very easy to stand out by playing villains in some suitable movies, such as the villains in some blockbuster movies led by Simon Westeros. In the past 100 years of Hollywood, good people in movies are increasingly unable to avoid the stereotyped cliches. The bad guys, however, can be bad in various wonderful ways. The most typical example is the villain in the DC movie universe, such as the Joker played by River Phoenix in Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. Not only is he bad enough to attract a large number of fans, he also won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for such a big villain. In addition, Nicole Kidman played Poison Ivy, who first appeared as a villain, and even Suicide Squad, which was composed entirely of villains, were generally very popular. In fact, even Schwarzenegger himself first became famous by relying on the T-800 robot, a villain in Terminator. Not surprisingly, the role of a villain female killer in Spectre was enough to make Roberta Churko, a Victoria's Secret supermodel who had just made her debut on the big screen, enter the top of the Hollywood third line. Just like Natasha Henstridge's Species. Moreover, the size of Species is far from comparable to the influence of a film like Spectre that is destined to become a world-class super blockbuster. The question now is whether Roberta Churko is willing to develop further in Hollywood, and whether she can get better resources in the next step, and whether the new opportunity can continue to succeed. Otherwise, it is likely to be just a flash in the pan. Schwarzenegger took the initiative to find Roberta Churko, and happened to have an excellent resource. From the very beginning of the idea of restarting the Terminator series, Schwarzenegger and his creative team began to think about how to innovate the script. The first one was T-800, the second one was T-1000, and the third one must be upgraded again. Conventional upgrades are definitely not enough. After thinking about it, a strong female Terminator is undoubtedly a good choice. At first, I was thinking about which Hollywood actress should be invited. Tonight, I saw Roberta Churko. The initial impression in the prologue was just a beautiful vase, and her temperament was very sweet. The subsequent image change undoubtedly added a layer of surprise to the contrast. Schwarzenegger also dated some models before getting married in his early years. He knew a little bit that because of his profession, models are a profession that is best at changing their own temperament in the camera. In any case, it is always right to invite the other party to try. Seeing the Schwarzeneggers approaching, The guests who were surrounding Roberta Churko were very tactful and took the initiative to disperse, leaving the opportunity to communicate to Schwarzenegger. These people are generally some Hollywood studio executives or various filmmakers. No one would be stupid enough to have any bad ideas about this girl who suddenly made a stunning appearance in Spectre. After all, from Victoria's Secret Angel to Bond girl, the driving force behind the scenes is very obvious. Hollywood is not short of beautiful women. Unless someone is crazy, no one would dare to mess with Simon Westeros women. Roberta Churko is 25 years old this year, which is already a relatively old age in the modeling industry. As a model and a client of Ford Model Agency, she has only barely entered the first-line ranks in recent years because of participating in the third and fourth Victoria's Secret fashion shows. In such a circle of fame and fortune, Churko is used to the glory of various big names. Tonight is the first time to experience the feeling of being the center of attention, and she is even a little overwhelmed. Seeing Schwarzenegger and his wife coming over, knowing their status in Hollywood, the girl did not dare to neglect them at all. She greeted them politely and introduced another woman in her 30s who had been following her. This was Katie Ford, the new president of Ford Model Agency. Katie Ford just took over this old model agency from her parents who retired together last year. In fact, after getting the role of Spectre, the model contract is still with Ford. Roberta also signed an actor agency contract with WMA in Hollywood. Logically, the agent from WMA should have accompanied her to the premiere tonight. However, Ford, which has been declining under the suppression of elite since the 1980s, has become more and more decadent since Grace came to power. Katie Ford also wants to take this opportunity to get close to Simon tonight. Katie Ford looks very ordinary, and of course she doesn't expect Westeros to fall in love with her. She doesn't really know the secret relationship between Grace and Simon, but she has heard some things. Since Grace spoke and introduced all kinds of girls to Simon Westeros to please him, constantly obtain resources in the fashion field and the new internet field, and also controls an old model agency, Ford can certainly do the same. The key is to get on this relationship first. Unfortunately, Katie Ford was unable to contact Simon before the premiere, and now at the after party, Westeros had left in advance. Failed to contact Westeros, basically busy tonight, can only try to establish some other connections. With his wife by his side, not to mention that the girl in front of him may have some connection with Simon Westeros, Schwarzenegger simply greeted her and went straight to the point, inviting Roberta Churko to audition for the future Terminator 3. Of course, he would not directly promise the other party a role. After all, there is no clue about the script now. Even if the female Terminator is determined, it is still difficult to say whether Churko will fully fit the setting in the future and whether she can pass the audition. This project is related to Schwarzenegger's future in Hollywood, and it cannot be sloppy at all. The party guests who just stuffed a bunch of business cards have offered her various opportunities. Roberta Churko did not expect that Arnold Schwarzenegger would invite her to participate in Terminator 3, which even made Roberta a little overwhelmed again. Happiness comes too suddenly. Entering this circle at the age of 16, even though Spectre was her film debut, Churko knew very well what the Terminator series meant. After a lively exchange, Roberta, who is over 6 feet tall in high heels, looked down at Katie Ford and said, "Katie, I want to pinch myself. Am I dreaming?" Katie Ford was also a little envious of the lucky girl around her. Seeing someone coming over again, she quickly reminded her, "Robbie, my advice to you is, don't just accept any invitation." Katie Ford didn't need to say more. Roberta nodded in understanding, and some shrewdness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Since she got the role of Spectre, Roberta Churko realized something. Even if someone didn't show any special feelings to her in the past year, she had no lack of patience. For this reason, she decisively broke up with her boyfriend who she had been dating for several years last year. Girls who enter the fashion circle, even if they are naive at first, will eventually be defeated by reality. In today's circle, hooking up with Simon Westeros is the reality that many models yearn for the most. Once you cross the threshold of this reality, the next step is a fairy tale. Chapter 964, A Good Start. On June 13th, the second day after the premiere, the word-of-mouth ban for Spectre was lifted. This 007 movie with a brand new style has undoubtedly become the focus of heated discussion among the media and the public. The film's comprehensive media score not only reached a high of 8.6 points, but The Hollywood Reporter also praised the film as the best 007 in the past 10 years. While the word of mouth was affirmed, the new James Bond actor Pierce Brosnan, as well as the changes in the female Mrs. M and the young DRQ, were widely recognized. Driven by the Westeros system, the discussion of this film on the internet platform has become a hot topic on major portal social platforms, especially the Charlie's Angels trio that appeared as an Easter egg in the spy movie universe involved. For Hollywood commercial films, word of mouth is not necessarily the decisive factor in box office. The popularity of the film is often more important. Once it causes heated discussions at the national level, even if the word of mouth of a movie is not satisfactory, many people will involuntarily buy tickets to enter the theater under the guidance of the herd mentality. Now, Spectre not only has an excellent reputation, but the film has also sparked widespread heated discussions, and its commercial prospects can be imagined. Then, on Friday, June 14th, with great anticipation, Spectre opened on a large scale in North America with 3,346 screens. In order to avoid the edge of Spectre, except for this super spy blockbuster this week, the other few are niche new films with a screen size of less than 1,000, which is not worth mentioning. On the other hand, the North American box office data for the past box office week was also officially released on the day of the opening of Spectre. On June 7th, in line with Hollywood's usual release strategy of relaxation, the two new films Heart of the Dragon and The Overage Transfer that opened on that day were not too heavy. Dragonheart was produced by Warner Brothers with a production cost of $57 million, which is considered to be a big-budget movie. However, although it has crossed the threshold of a blockbuster, Warner Brothers placed this movie between Mission Impossible 2 and Spectre, which shows that the producer has an obvious abandonment mentality for this movie. This is indeed the case. This fantasy film set in medieval England tells the story of a king who became cruel after obtaining the heart of a dragon and was overthrown and killed. The film had been circulating in Hollywood for a long time before the project was established. Simon also read the script, and there was nothing else. After Warner Brothers took over, they once hoped that Mel Gibson or Harrison Ford would star in it. Unfortunately, both super first-line big names refused, and the male lead finally fell on Dennis Quaid, who can only be regarded as a second line. After the film was released, the comprehensive media score was only 6.3 points, barely passing. Another movie, The Younger Brothers, was produced by Simon to foster a new generation of Hollywood comedy stars. It stars Adam Sandler and costs only $10 million. Compared with the two dark horses, Romeo and Juliet and Black Mask, The Younger Brothers performed quite well, with a score of 6.5, which also just barely broke the passing line. Therefore, in the box office week from June 7th to June 13th, the box office heavyweights were still concentrated on several old films. The first place was undoubtedly Mission Impossible 2. In the second week of its release, because there was no strong opponent, Mission Impossible 2 maintained a very good weekly box office decline of 35%, earning another $57.11 million. In 2 weeks, the cumulative box office of this spy-themed action blockbuster jointly produced by Dean Rees and Paramount has reached $133.26 million. Just 2 weeks after its opening, Mission Impossible 2 has become Paramount's best-performing movie in the past year. The second place fell on Heart of the Dragon. In its first week, Dragonheart opened on 2,130 screens and earned $16.83 million. With only $16.83 million in its first week, facing the upcoming Spectre, Dragonheart is neither a special theme like Romeo and Juliet nor has a very average reputation. It is expected that the decline in the second week will be at least halved, and the domestic box office will be around $30 million. The production cost of Dragonheart alone reached $57 million, and the domestic revenue was $30 million, so losses are inevitable. The third place is The Mummy. The Mummy, which is in its fourth week of release, continued to earn $12.01 million in the past week with a 39% drop in box office revenue. The single-week volume has already approached the threshold of 10 million. The film's domestic box office has accumulated $137.17 million, and the total domestic box office is expected to be comparable to the initial forecast, about $150 million. The fourth place is Romeo and Juliet. This summer movie, a dark horse of love that made a lot of money with a small investment, is in its fifth week of release. It still maintains a single-week box office of more than $10 million with a drop of only 21%, earning $10.56 million. The cumulative box office of the film is also close to the threshold of the 100 million yuan box office club, reaching $99.67 million. The fifth place is The Kids Are All Right. After all, it is a new film. The comedy starring Adam Sandler took in $8.2 million in the first 7 days of its first week. Based on the film's production cost of $10 million and the publicity and promotion of $5 million, the domestic box office is about $20 million, which is not good, nor bad. It will soon be able to make a small profit through subsequent distribution. Outside the top 5, films such as The Evaporator and Austin Powers have completely withdrawn from the summer competition. Of course, another small dark horse, Black Mask, is still attracting much attention. This action movie from across the ocean is in its third week of release. After a sharp drop in the second week, the decline narrowed to 22%, earning another $3.97 million. The cumulative box office of the film has reached $19.38 million. The total cost of $5 million is about to exceed $20 million at the box office, which is enough to make many studios envious. Los Angeles. On Saturday morning at Cape Dumay Manor, the restaurant was bustling as usual. However, there are only 4 little ones dining together today: Seattle, Nick Jr., Greenwich and Snow. Last week, Veronica came to North America and brought Melbourne back to Australia when she left. According to Janet, this is the old man's request. Melbourne is expected to stay in Australia for the entire summer vacation. The old man plans to take care of and educate his precious grandson in person, and also said that this rule will apply when Nick Jr. is older. As for the reason, the old man bluntly said that there are too many women around Simon. I don't know where he saw some sayings that children who grow up in a pile of women tend to become feminine. How can this be tolerated? Exclamation mark. Okay. To put it bluntly, it is also the old man expressing his dissatisfaction with Simon's living conditions. Simon has no opinion on this. Moreover, he could not spare much time to educate his son on weekdays. Looking at the eldest and second brothers Janet, who are now supporting the family business well, Simon is quite relieved about the old man. In fact, Simon also hopes that his eldest son's character can be more like his grandfather, sturdy and tough, just like the first generation of cowboys who sailed across the ocean to explore the Australian continent. In comparison, if Melbourne had grown up in Cape Dumay Manor, it would be hard to say what his character would be in the future. Anthony went to Brazil again last week. Although we put some pressure on the privatization project of Vale through a relationship in Washington, Brazil still prefers to cooperate with Japan. The Japanese have been operating in Latin America for a longer time and have invested a lot in Brazilian mining, Janet said when talking about Australia. Talking about Johnston Holdings' layout in the iron ore industry, however, Brazil did not reject us. Even if it cannot compete with the Japanese, Johnston Holdings can at least get about 10% of the shares and a certain right to speak in the restaurant. After hearing what Janet said, Simon looked at Jennifer, who was taking care of the 2 youngest children on the left and right. Jenny, what do you think? The female assistant shook her head gently. I don't understand, but I think it's not realistic for Johnston Holdings to control the global iron ore industry. It's good to get 10% of the shares and a small amount of voice, which is enough to establish an alliance. Moreover, I think Johnston Holdings' main integration target should still be in Australia. Janet said, everyone knows this, but after the merger with Bilibili and some other acquisitions, Johnston Holdings has already controlled a huge amount of iron ore resources. Because of supervision, it is not easy for us to go further. Now Johnston Holdings is also a member of the Westeros system. Governments have become wary of us. Janet said so, and looked at Simon again. In my memory, BHP and Bilibili merged in 2001, and the reasons are also multifaceted. Now, facing the Westeros system, a separate economy that has surpassed the level of chaebols, it is impossible for Western countries to be wary. In the final analysis, it is still because the control power has not reached a certain level. Mature capitalist countries such as the United States, Britain, France and Germany, on the contrary, have a natural hostility towards capital oligarchs, otherwise Morgan and Rockefeller would not have been dismantled. Therefore, compared with continuing to merge in mainstream Western countries, focusing on third world countries, such as Latin America, Eastern Europe, and Asia, is also another way out. However, in Simon's opinion, this is also somewhat inappropriate for Johnston Holdings. Thinking of this, Simon said to Janet, "If we can't win control, I actually don't recommend continuing this investment. Speaking of which, once Johnston Holdings controls too much iron ore, it is large enough to manipulate the price of iron ore, and it may be subject to strict antitrust investigations." Janet said, "You mean, we should wait for other companies, just like Deanery's Entertainment and Time Warner Group in Hollywood?" Simon smiled and nodded, "Yes." Janet thought for a while, and then said, "But the share we control now is not that large, not even a quarter. But it has surpassed Vale, Rio Tinto, BHP and other companies, right?" Janet shrugged. Simon still had a smile on his face and said, "How about this? We will go to Australia for vacation together in a while, and then I will have a serious talk with Leigh." Hearing about the vacation, Janet immediately stopped paying attention to the family business, and her eyes sparkled. "When exactly do you start?" "In August, after Verizon Telecom goes public, we will leave immediately." "That's what you said. You are not allowed to regret it." "Of course not." "Then I will start to arrange it soon." After finalizing the plan and continuing the breakfast, Simon still couldn't help thinking about what had just happened. Vale, Brazil's largest iron ore company, is one of the world's 3 largest iron ore suppliers in memory. If possible, Simon certainly hopes that Johnston Holdings can take it over. Relying on the Westeros system, the Johnston family has also expanded rapidly in recent years. However, many things are always too much. If one day in the future, Johnston Holdings Group has a considerable stake in all major mainstream iron ore supply companies in the world, once there is a sign of international iron ore price manipulation, the target will be too obvious. It must be trouble for the Johnston family and the Westeros system behind it. What's more, in order to solve their own worries about resources, the Japanese have been operating all over the world for a long time. The former Vale, which seems to be the largest iron ore company in Brazil, is actually controlled by the Japanese cabal behind the scenes. Even if the current mainstream Western public opinion tends to suppress Japan, it is not easy to snatch this piece of fat meat that the other party has been operating for a long time from the Japanese. If you only get a small number of shares, it is better not to have it. In addition, Simon still hopes that Johnston Holdings can focus on China and diversify around the mining field that it is more familiar with. It happens that next year is also an opportunity. In 1997, the Asian financial crisis will drive the world economy into another trough, and it will also cause a reshuffle of the global steel industry chain. In short, the 3-legged tripod in the basic iron ore field is actually very good. No one can take all the benefits. Compared with the unrestrained expansion in a single industry, diversification can better resist potential risks. In fact, just like Hollywood, if a large studio only engages in film production, it will be difficult for it to grow and develop, and it may even fall into bankruptcy at any time due to the failure of 1 or 2 projects. Only by forming a large diversified industrial cluster around the entire media and entertainment industry, just like Deanery's Entertainment at this time, can it stand out from the crowd. Simon did not think of letting Johnston Holdings get involved in the fields of electronics and food that he was not familiar with. It was just around the related extensions of the steel industry, such as transportation, smelting, etc. If it is cultivated carefully, it can also form a large industrial cluster, and it can also be like Deanery's Entertainment. As long as it controls enough resources, other iron ore suppliers, even if they do not participate in the shares, still need to bow to the Johnston Group. Since Deanery's Entertainment has achieved this in Hollywood, with the current size of the Westeros system, it is not impossible for the mining industry to do this. After breakfast, this Saturday did not rest at home. A lot of work was arranged today. Simon arrived at Deanery's Cinema at 9 o'clock, and the first thing he saw was the first-day box office data of Spectre. On the first day of its release, including the midnight show, Spectre earned $18.63 million on the first day. According to this opening performance, this is also a super blockbuster for the opening of the spy movie universe. The box office in the first weekend will be between $50 million and $60 million, and the first 7 days are expected to be between $80 million and $90 million. It is even better than Mission Impossible 2. After all, the foundation of this IPO is here. Moreover, on the basis of the production cost of $75 million, the publicity and distribution investment of Spectre reached $50 million, in order to open up the situation in one fell swoop. According to the box office performance of $80 million to $90 million in the first week, the total box office of the film in North America is expected to hit $300 million. 007 has always been a big overseas player, and the global revenue may be around $700 million to $800 million. A good start. Spectre was a great success. As long as the local box office of Charlie's Angels at the end of the year can enter the 100 million box office club, the spy movie universe plan can be smoothly implemented. Chapter 965, Counterattack Hollywood. At Los Angeles International Airport, Disney CEO Sandy Litwater and President Bill Mechanic were waiting together in a VIP lounge. Bill Mechanic asked, watching Litwater hang up a phone call, "Simon must have refused, right? What happened a few days ago? How could Simon attend the party to welcome the French?" Sandy Litwater smiled indifferently, put away his phone, took a sip of the coffee next to him, and said, "Anyway, we just have to do what we should do, just like when Peter Guber invited a bunch of stars to entertain Akio Morita and made the Japanese happy." Bill Mechanic crossed his legs, with a little regret and self-mockery. "It's a pity that we don't have as good treatment as Guber and Peters. At least in the short term, donkeys won't step on the same pit twice in the same place. We just didn't encounter a good time." Sandy Litwater shrugged and smiled, glanced at the airport runway outside the glass window of the VIP lounge, and suddenly said, "Have you been in touch with Michael recently?" Michael, of course, is the old boss of the two, Michael Eisner. Bill Mechanic did not hide it and nodded, saying, "We had breakfast together a few days ago. Michael's LinkedIn workplace social networking site is doing very well. He was trying to find out if I was interested in working with him." Sandy Litwater heard what Mechanic said and felt a little disappointed that Eisner had not contacted her. But she was soon relieved. Litwater himself was a lawyer and was once the head of Disney's legal department. Although he managed the business he was responsible for in an orderly manner during his tenure, he did not do much outstanding, and he was not familiar with the emerging internet industry. What's more, Litwater knew that Michael Eisner had asked Frank Wells, the former president who retired from Disney, to serve as a director and legal advisor on the LinkedIn board of directors. Frank Wells was also a lawyer and was Sandy Litwater's direct superior before his retirement. Since he had this helper, Eisner would certainly not think of him again. Bill Mechanic was different. The former head of Disney's home entertainment department successfully operated the videotape distribution of a series of Disney's old animated films in the 1980s, which not only created sales miracles, but also directly provided a large amount of funds for Disney's development in the 1980s and promoted the rapid rise of Disney's stock price. In short, Mechanic is a practical talent who is very good at business development and marketing. If he transfers to LinkedIn, he is likely to help Eisner improve the business model of this workplace social networking site. Sustainable business model is an issue that many internet companies urgently need to solve at this stage. Thinking of this, Sandy Litwater asked again, "Then how did you reply to Michael?" Mechanic shook his head and said, "I refused." Litwater was a little surprised. "Why? I think this is a good opportunity. The internet industry is too crazy now, I don't quite understand it," Mechanic said truthfully. "Besides, I think this bubble wave will only last for another year at most. If I go to LinkedIn, I may have to face the crisis of the bubble bursting and the market entering an undervalued state before I even get started with a business. In comparison, it is more stable to stay in Hollywood." Sandy Litwater half-jokingly said, "In this case, you may have missed out on hundreds of millions of dollars." Mechanic shook his head and said, "Nowadays, whether it is Wall Street or Hollywood, many people are desperately trying to squeeze into Silicon Valley. How many of them can really make a fortune? These people don't even think about it. Once the internet bubble bursts, can they easily return to their original fields? Moreover, in my opinion, the monopoly pattern of the internet industry has been formed, and the Westeros system has occupied most of the benefits. Unless there is another change, there will be fewer and fewer people who can dig gold mines in this field." Litwater thought about what Mechanic said and nodded, but couldn't help asking, "I heard that LinkedIn is already preparing for an IPO." "Yes, it will probably go public early next year. Michael told me that LinkedIn's IPO valuation may be around $500 million. Compared with the initial investment of the website, this is a considerable number, but it is still far from the new technology giants such as Idrit. This is also the reason why I didn't go. If I chose to join at the beginning, I could get more stocks in this IPO. If I change jobs now, I can only get some future options. You must know more about this than I do. Once the bubble bursts, those options will be worthless. In fact, he was also thinking about whether to use his savings over the years to go to Silicon Valley for a gamble. After listening to Mechanic's analysis, Litwater stroked the coffee cup in his hand, feeling a little depressed, and gave up some ideas in his heart. After all, both of them are already middle-aged. They can't afford to toss. Now they are jointly in charge of Disney. Even though they have little room to maneuver under Vivendi's strict control, they are still the seven heads of Hollywood. Although the French control over Disney is harsh, they paid them a good salary to stabilize people's hearts. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, an assistant came to inform them. The two stood up and took several followers to a helipad inside the airport for private planes to take off and land. Jean-Marie Mercier, the new chairman and CEO of Vivendi Group, and his entourage came from France today. Jean-Marie Mercier recently took over this century-old corporate giant with a market value of more than $30 billion from Guy de Iovani, the former head of Vivendi Group who had been in charge of the group for 20 years. Vivendi previously focused on water, transportation, energy and other fields. During the period when Jean-Marie Mercier was president, it began to enter the media field. Vivendi's acquisition of Disney was a project personally promoted by Jean-Marie Mercier. With the qualifications accumulated from this acquisition, Mercier defeated other competitors in one fell swoop and became the new head of Vivendi. Having just completed the handover of his duties last week, Mercier couldn't wait to arrange this trip to North America. Even though Disney's current performance is somewhat tepid, after all, the time is still short, and this transaction is far from being labeled a failure. At present, the global media and entertainment industry is growing rapidly. The acquisition of Disney is just the beginning for Mercier, who is ambitious to transform Vivendi into a media and entertainment giant. After getting off the plane, Jean-Marie Mercier, who came to Hollywood with a large group of subordinates, did not go to the hotel to rest, but went directly to the Disney headquarters in Burbank. In a large conference room at the Disney headquarters, Sandy Litwater sat on one side with a group of Disney executives, looking at the executives of France 4, a subsidiary of Vivendi, the famous French Gaumont Films team, and Luc Besson, a French director who is a little famous in Hollywood, and felt a little strange. Are the French guys trying to counterattack Hollywood? Jean-Marie Mercier also looked resolute. Everyone sat down, introduced each other briefly, and then got straight to the point, saying that he would personally push Disney to focus on creating a number of blockbuster projects to compete with other Hollywood film companies. At the same time, in order to share risks, Disney will also strengthen cooperation with major French media and entertainment companies. After asking Sandy Litwater about the progress of the copyright negotiations for Terminator and expressing his affirmation, Jean-Marie Mercier announced on the spot that he would cooperate with French Gaumont Films to jointly develop the science fiction blockbuster Fifth Element series that French director Luc Besson had been preparing for many years. Mercier also personally introduced that this is a science fiction series with a complete worldview that Luc Besson has been creating since he was a teenager. At present, the complete conception of the trilogy has been completed, and it may develop into a Fifth Element movie universe series similar to the DC movie universe in the future. Sandy Litwater and others did not express dissatisfaction with this sudden attack of the French without any prior notice. It's just that they can't help but complain in their hearts. Another movie universe? Doesn't the movie universe cost money? Moreover, attracting a large number of French filmmakers to cooperate with Disney has made Disney executives even more pessimistic. It would be strange if the French film style could adapt to Hollywood. Just like Luc Besson, although The Big Blue created a French movie box office miracle, this director, at least for now, has not shown much ability to make Hollywood-style movies. 2 years ago, Léon, the Professional only had a good reputation in North America, and the box office was completely unimpressive. After an afternoon of meetings, Jean-Marie Mercier personally finalized several projects in the next 2 days, and also signed a contract for Terminator 3. On the third day after arriving in Los Angeles, Jean-Marie Mercier hosted a grand press conference at the Disney headquarters in Burbank, publicly announcing Disney's new phase of film development plans, led by 2 major projects, Terminator 3 and The Fifth Element. This day was Friday, June 21st. The past North American box office week had just ended. Originally, the topic of Spectre was hot, but it was suddenly attracted by Disney's big move. However, this did not cover up the edge of Spectre. In the box office week from June 14th to June 20th, Spectre opened in the first week. In the North American market alone, it opened on 3,346 screens and earned a crazy box office of $89.17 million. Even if inflation is taken into account, this is the highest first-week box office performance of the 007 series since its inception. Although the total budget for the production and promotion of Spectre reached $125 million, from the current point of view, MGM can achieve a good profit just by distributing it in domestic theaters, and the overseas and subsequent releases will make the producers earn a lot of money. After calculating inflation, the highest box office in the 007 series before was Thunderball, produced in 1965, which had a global box office of $140 million that year, equivalent to $720 million in 1996. Judging from the domestic and overseas data of the first week of Spectre, this latest 007 movie is likely to break a box office record created by Thunderball after calculating inflation, becoming the most profitable 007 movie since the creation of the series. Affected by Spectre, the box office of other films in the same period fell sharply. The second place, Mission: Impossible 2, saw a box office drop of 51% in the third week of its release, directly halving its revenue to $27.98 million. However, in 3 weeks, the cumulative box office of this TV adaptation of the spy theme has reached $161.24 million. Because Spectre is so strong, except for the second-place Mission: Impossible 2, which has maintained a box office volume of more than $10 million, all other films this week have been reduced to the range of $10 million. The third-place Dragonheart fell by 53% in the second week, only $7.93 million, and a total of $24.76 million in 2 weeks. Even Romeo and Juliet, which has been performing strongly as a dark horse since its opening, has seen a high box office drop of 36% in the past week, the first time the drop exceeded 30%, and the single-week box office was only $6.76 million, ranking fourth on the list. Speaking of which, this is also a manifestation of the exhaustion of the box office potential of Romeo and Juliet. After all, it has been 6 weeks since its release. Counting the $6.76 million box office in the past week, this low-cost romance film with a production cost of only $15 million has successfully exceeded $100 million in cumulative box office, successfully entering the $100 million box office club, and the total box office in North America has reached $106.43 million. The fifth place is The Mummy, which fell 46% in a single week and earned $6.38 million. 5 weeks after its release, this fantasy-adventure blockbuster co-produced by Fox and Daenerys has accumulated a box office of $143.35 million. Outside the top 5, the box office of other films released during the same period is less than $5 million. On June 21st, a new box office week began. According to the ups and downs of this summer season, the 3 major new films this week are not too heavy. First up is Police Empire, produced by Daenerys Entertainment's Highgate Films. This crime drama, written and directed by James Mangold and starring Sylvester Stallone at a reduced salary, was delayed from the end of last year to this summer. The production cost was only $10 million, and the number of screens open was 1,697. Next, Disney's 2D animated film The Hunchback of Notre Dame, adapted from the animated film The Hunchback of Notre Dame, opened on 1,297 screens. Compared with Police Empire, it is somewhat unworthy of mention. Due to the rise of 3D animated films, 2D animated films have become less and less anticipated by the audience in recent years. Although The Hunchback of Notre Dame has a world-class super IP as a foundation, in fact, such an adult-oriented theme is very unfriendly to audiences of all ages, especially the key children audiences that animated films are aimed at. Disney also mentioned the topic of reviving animated films in the grand press conference held on Friday. Unfortunately, due to various factors, almost no one is optimistic that Disney can do this. Finally, there's Unchained. This is a movie adapted from real events, telling the story of a black slave uprising on a slave ship during the slave trade period before the American Civil War and finally gaining freedom. The film was directed by Steven Spielberg, produced by DreamWorks, and distributed by Paramount. The production cost was $40 million. Compared with movies such as Jurassic Park, The Extraterrestrial, and even Schindler's List, Unchained is almost unknown in Spielberg's list of works. In the original time and space, probably not many people knew about this movie. Like Schindler's List, Unchained is also a project that Spielberg has been preparing since the 1980s, and it was not produced until DreamWorks was established. Moreover, this is also due to the success of Schindler's List. As a cooperative project between DreamWorks and Paramount, if it weren't for Schindler's List that showed investors that such heavy themes can also get good box office, even Spielberg would not be able to get investment. However, Paramount has obviously regretted it. Compared with Police Empire and The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the number of screens for The Untold Story was only 1,019, and the number of screens exceeded 1,000 before the release. This was obviously for Spielberg's sake. Moreover, unlike Schindler's List, which everyone treated with caution for fear of offending someone, the political correctness in the United States in the 1990s had not reached an extreme level. On the day the film opened, the comprehensive media score of 7.7 points was obviously unsatisfactory for a movie that needs word of mouth to support the box office. Chapter 966 Intention. When Disney made a big fuss in Los Angeles, Simon was playing golf with Jack Welch, the head of General Electric, on the East Coast, accompanied by some executives from both Deaneries and General Electric. After passing the merger review in March, General Electric began to implement a merger and adjustment of Time Warner. In 3 months, the two companies were basically integrated. After several rounds of bargaining, Terry Semel, the former CEO of Time Warner Group, successfully took over and became the general manager of the media and entertainment business of General Electric Group, in charge of assets such as Time Warner and NBC TV Network. Bob White, the former head of NBC TV Network from Welch's Direct Line, served as Terry Semel's deputy. Jack Welch, who is well aware of the chronic problems of the factions within the Time Warner Group, was very determined to sweep out Gerald Levin, Robert Daly and other executives this time to ensure that the media and entertainment business of General Electric would not be affected by internal fighting to the greatest extent. If a company wants to expand steadily, it often needs a strong enough leader. In Simon's opinion, this time it was mainly because Jack Welch replaced Steve Ross's position. Otherwise, the newly appointed Terry Semel and Bob White would not have been very harmonious. This time, Welch took the initiative to propose that the two executives play together to bond. Unlike the situation in the fields of power and energy in recent years, where GE has been suppressing Westinghouse Electric, Welch obviously knows that in the media and entertainment industry, all the relevant assets under GE cannot compete with the current Deaneries Entertainment. In fact, let alone media and entertainment assets, the market value of the entire GE group is not as high as Deaneries Entertainment. It just so happens that Simon has shown a tendency to hope that Deaneries and Time Warner will coexist. Knowing that this pattern is beneficial to both parties, Welch is very active in promoting this situation, including the selection of Terry Semel, who is close to Deaneries Entertainment, to take charge of GE's media and entertainment assets. It is all out of this consideration. In a golf course near the wealthy area in the northern suburbs of Greenwich. While playing golf, everyone casually chatted about various current political and economic topics. Jack Welch was a senior golf enthusiast, almost reaching professional level. Simon, who inherited the memory and skills of more than a dozen people, happened to be weak in golf. However, neither Welch nor Terry Semel, Robert Egger and others who accompanied him expressed any opinions on Simon's golf skills. Instead, they deliberately accommodated Simon's rookie level. This is actually very rare in the circle of professional golf enthusiasts. In similar circles, people with too big a difference in golf handicap index can't play together at all. If they force themselves to play together, they will only be ignored or laughed at. Therefore, many people want to enter some circles, and they don't hesitate to spend huge sums of money to invite professional coaches and spend a lot of private time to practice golf skills. In short, if the status gap is not to a certain extent, don't expect others to accommodate you. On the golf course, Jack Welch waited for Simon to swing a club casually, and then looked at the golf ball that slanted out of the hole not far away. He smiled and walked over with Simon, saying, "I have recently carefully read the Anti-Foreign Corruption Act that you asked someone to pass on to me. It was quite inspiring, but if this method is used too much, it will inevitably cause a backlash." Simon held the club in his hands with both hands, and subconsciously tried to feel it. Unexpectedly, this expensive titanium alloy club bent directly in his hand. Seeing Welch's slightly surprised look, he just smiled, called the beautiful female caddy not far away, changed a club, and then said, "Actually, what I want to express is a concept, Jack. It's not just the law. The next few decades will be an era of rapid globalization. The global economy is integrated, but each country has different rules. If we want to be the winner as much as possible, we need to drag our competitors into our own rules as much as possible, and then use the advantages of the rules to defeat them." Jack Welch was thoughtful, then smiled self-deprecatingly, and said, "I am 61 years old this year, and I have already started to arrange my retirement schedule. I may not have the opportunity to participate in these games in the future." Simon shook his head. "I feel sorry about this, too." Jack Welch sensed the strangeness in Simon's tone. His mind moved slightly, and asked, "Simon, what do you think of General Electric after I retire?" Simon glanced at Welch. "Jack, do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course." Simon said, "I am very, very pessimistic." Seeing Simon use two veries in a row, Welch subconsciously slowed down his pace and asked in a serious tone, "Why?" "Because of what I just said, globalization." Simon slowed down his pace and said, "Under the trend of globalization, many of General Electric's current businesses, such as electricity, lighting, transportation, water services, etc., will inevitably be replaced by relatively lower-cost companies in Asia, Latin America and even Eastern Europe. In the end, only a few of the most cutting-edge aviation, nuclear power and other businesses will be retained. Oh, by the way, there is also media, which is a relatively strong cultural industry in the Federation. As long as it is properly operated, it will never be out of date." Jack Welch simply stopped and stood on the spacious lawn, which also attracted the attention of Robert Iger and others who were playing the ball in a group not far away, thinking that the two had encountered some problems. However, the two bosses did not summon, and the others did not come over unknowingly. After thinking for a moment, Welch said, "Simon, I think you are exaggerating. At this stage, the global economy has already shown the characteristics of globalization, and General Electric has still maintained its strong position very well." Simon was not very interested in golf. Seeing Welch stop, he simply pointed to the outside of the field and said, "Jack, why don't we go take a rest?" Welch was eager to know the answer and nodded. The two men called an electric car and quickly arrived at the reception villa outside the stadium. They sat in a cafe and waited for the waiter to bring coffee and dessert and leave before Simon continued, "What I just said, globalization, is only one of the reasons. In addition, there is the issue of your successor, Jack. Without any exploration, I can be sure of one thing. No matter how carefully you choose, your successor will not have the prestige and strong control over GE that you have now within General Electric. This will inevitably lead to another result. Without strong control, GE's operations will inevitably be interfered with by external factors." External factors. Simon pointed at himself. "For example, me." Welch subconsciously became alert. "Simon, what do you want to do?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "Jack, I am also one of the major shareholders of General Electric. You should believe that my interests and those of General Electric are consistent." The expression on Welch's face was still not relaxed. Simon could only shrug his shoulders. "Well, then there is the third reason after the trend of globalization and the weak successors, and it is also the most important one. Federal financial capital is becoming more and more powerful. In contrast, industrial capital has been declining for decades due to the intensification of industrial hollowing out in this country. With your control over GE, Jack, nothing will happen as long as you are in office. However, once you retire, driven by various factors, financial capital will soon become a dominant force in the development of GE. As for what financial capital will do, you can look at what Wall Street has been doing since the 1980s, and you should understand. Well, in fact, the changes in ET in recent years are the most obvious reference. What are the changes in ET? Since it was split up in the 1980s, although the federal government has been relaxing its control over telecommunications in recent years, ET is still being stripped and dismembered. The fundamental reason is that American financial capital controls ET and uses capital means such as continuous splitting and integration to extract as much profit as possible in the short term. In the next few years, this trend against ET will continue. Even Simon has privately taken a fancy to some of ET's businesses and is waiting for the right time to make a move. Who cares whether these actions will hurt ET's foundation or affect the long-term development of this telecom giant? The same fate befell General Electric in the post-Welch era. The huge GE empire was broken up and sold off in just over a decade after Welch retired. At its lowest point, General Electric's market value was less than 1/10 of its peak in 2000. Jack Welch's face changed several times after listening to Simon's words. This legendary executive of General Electric was so smart that he soon realized that what Simon said was all true, and even an unstoppable industry trend. He couldn't help feeling a little dejected, but still asked, "Simon, why are you telling me this?" Simon picked up the coffee and took a sip, leaned back in his chair, and said, "You can regard this as a kind of self-reflection, Jack. In fact, you don't have to be lost. Anything is born, grows, prospers, declines, and dies. These are inevitable. Standing in my current position, I always can't help but think about many things. As a result, I find that there are really few things we can change." Jack Welch looked at the young man opposite who was a little lazy, and suddenly smiled again. "Simon, I didn't expect your mentality to be older than me. If you lived for hundreds of years and experienced many lives, it would be like this." This is a joke, right?" Jack Welch smiled more and said, "In fact, everyone has been very curious about you over the years, and so am I. However, Simon, I believe you are a miracle, but definitely not a miracle." Simon just smiled. Jack Welch paused, picked up the coffee in front of him slightly, put it down again, obviously hesitated for a moment, and said again, "Simon, actually, you want to control GE in the future, right?" Simon did not comment. "Why do you say that? Your intention is too obvious." Welch simply let go of the coffee cup in his hand and said, "I have paid attention to the 3 companies you have established recently: Fusion Times, Solar City and SpaceX. Nuclear energy, solar energy and aviation. Speaking of these 3 major fields, GE has deep accumulation and can provide a lot of help for your 3 companies. Although you acted very indifferent just now, I can understand that you still hope to change some things. If you want to change, of course the more resources you can use, the better. Moreover, you judged that my successor would not have the prestige I have now. Coincidentally, you have this. In addition, you are also a major shareholder of GE. Finally, and most importantly, you are young enough." Feeling Welch's sharp gaze, Simon smiled unchanged, paused slightly, and nodded slightly. Seeing the young man admit it, Jack Welch also relaxed and leaned back in his chair. After a moment of silence, he looked up at the other side again and said seriously, "Simon, I will seriously consider this matter. I'll look forward to your decision." The topic stopped here, and neither of them continued. Instead, Welch mentioned another thing, regarding the negotiations between the DC movie universe team and Adam Baldwin, who plays Batman. "Simon, I think that a base salary of $15 million plus a 10% share of the global box office gross profit is not too much? What do you think?" Dean Rees and Time Warner are quietly negotiating with Adam Baldwin, the star of Batman, to increase the contract. This has been circulating in Hollywood for a long time. In fact, this is also an intention of both parties. Compared to Brad Pitt, who has been selected by Simon as the male lead of Face Off, Adam Baldwin is more bound by the role of Batman. Baldwin's attempts to play Bruce Wayne in recent years and in other movies have basically ended in failure. Coupled with the booming of Dean Rees' entertainment in Hollywood, the actor gradually adjusted his mentality and began to seek more practical benefits from the Batman series. The basic top salary in Hollywood has been successfully locked at $15 million by Simon in recent years. The focus of the negotiations between the two parties is still the profit sharing. For such a long time, Adam Baldwin no longer seeks profit sharing from peripheral channels, but insists on getting a share from the global box office rather than the local box office that the producers prefer. Simon did not expect Jack Welch to talk about this matter personally. It is not surprising. The head of General Electric not only has a macro perspective in running a business, but also often participates in various micromanagement. In the original Time and Space, Seinfeld, one of the pillars of NBC TV network, was not wanted to continue until the creator Jerry Seinfeld finally did not want to continue. It was Jack Welch who personally met with Jerry Seinfeld and finally renewed the contract for an additional season at a sky-high price of $100 million. NBC did not suffer any loss. The finale of Seinfeld created a miracle of 75 million viewers watching at the same time. Jack Welch personally spoke up, and Simon also explained, I also think this price is not outrageous. The current dispute is about the number of contracts. This side hopes that Adam will sign 3 more, and then the DC movie universe can be deployed to Justice League 2. But the other side hopes to sign one by one. I don't want to see this uncertainty. According to the future global box office volume of $1 billion for Adam Baldwin's participation in the DC movie universe project, the studio can probably get $400 million box office worldwide. The total cost of production and publicity of the DC movie universe series in the future will be around $200 million, and the gross profit will be $200 million. 10% of the global box office gross profit share is $20 million. For a movie with a volume of $1 billion, Simon did not think that the leading actor took a total of $35 million. Seeing that Simon was not entangled in the price issue, but wanted to sign 3 films at a time, Jack Welch also expressed his approval and said no more. The DC movie universe has continued to this day, and Welch also understands that if this series wants to continue better, the stability of the main creative team is crucial, which means that long-term contracts are crucial. Chapter 967 Lin Dong. After playing golf with Jack Welch and others for an afternoon, they did not have dinner together in the evening as Simon had other plans. When they returned from the golf course to the nearby Greenwich North Suburbs Manor, it was around 6 p.m. Chen Qing and Lin Su were already waiting there, as well as Lin Su's younger brother Lin Dong and Lin Dong's girlfriend Bai Lan. Simon had known Lin Su's younger brother in advance, but this was the first time they had met. Like his sister, Lin Dong inherited the good genes of his parents. He was handsome, nearly 1.8 meters tall, and wore a pair of frameless glasses, which made him look more refined. Lin Dong's girlfriend Bai Lan was also tall and had an oval face that was very attractive. The two of them standing together were a perfect match. Lin Su was both looking forward to and nervous about Simon asking her to bring her younger brother over for dinner. She was looking forward to her younger brother getting Simon's approval, but she was nervous about what if someone was too harsh. Moreover, the relationship between the two was really hard to describe. Standing by and watching Simon and his brother chatting skillfully, he finally felt relieved that the man was not arrogant and his brother behaved calmly. Of course, he was still a little dissatisfied. The man's Chinese was so good, why did he deliberately speak English to his brother? He always spoke Chinese when he was with him. Then he thought of a reason for him. Maybe he wanted to test his brother's English ability. Speaking of it, oral English is indeed a shortcoming of Lin Dong. After all, there is a lack of practical application environment. Fortunately, he is a top student of Peking University. Lin Dong has no problem in daily conversation. However, Bai Lan, who has already started to discuss marriage with his brother, is obviously a little behind. But he can't care so much. After a simple greeting, everyone sat down in a living room in the villa. Simon did not forget to call the housekeeper Anger to ask about the preparations for dinner. Then he looked at Lin Dong again and said in a gentle tone, "It's been a week since I came to the United States. How do you feel about this place?" Lin Dong thought for a while and said, "It's very prosperous and surprising. In fact, the real feeling is far more than that." When he was still in China, the Lin family was actually an upper-class official class. For ordinary people, Lin Dong was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had a smooth life since he was a child, and he was a standard child of destiny. However, these days after arriving in the United States, or since he took the Gulfstream V private jet, Lin Dong felt that he had suddenly come into contact with another world. A capitalist society that completely meets the imagination of many people. Although he was born well, Lin Dong was not a nerd who stayed in an ivory tower and didn't care about the world. He knew very well that all this was not the real gap between China and the United States, nor was it the prosperity that could be enjoyed as long as he jumped out of the territory across the ocean. The fundamental reason was the young man sitting next to him at this moment. Simon Westeros. The world's first trillion-dollar super-rich man and the only trillion-dollar rich man. This young man's net worth even exceeded the current GDP level of China, which has a population of 1.2 billion. And his sister was his lover. If it were any other situation, his sister would become someone else's lover, which would definitely make the Lin family lose face. But, when this person is Simon Westeros, many people think it is normal. Now in China, many people around the Lin family know this. Except for a few inevitable sour words, most people's attitude is amazement and envy, as well as various kinds of flattery. Even Lin's father and mother, apart from some concerns about Lin Su's future, did not show much resistance to the matter itself. It is precisely because of his sister's identity that Lin Dong was able to get in touch with the scenery at the top of the pyramid. The MIT offer seems to be just a word from someone. Taking a private jet, which is just a fantasy for most Chinese or most ordinary people in the world, seems to be very common. Arriving in the United States, you can directly live in the top high-rise duplex apartment in Manhattan. On the rumored Wall Street, his sister took him to a party and met many executives of financial giants who can influence the world's economic structure. All kinds of things. Like a dream. Because of frequent attention, Lin Dong is actually very clear about the living conditions of most Chinese students studying abroad. Gold everywhere? It's completely imaginary. If it weren't for his sister, even if he was born in an official family and couldn't get a full scholarship, after arriving in the United States, even if he didn't fall to the level of washing dishes in a restaurant, he would have to try to find some part-time jobs. After all, his family is just an ordinary small bureaucrat, and his parents are also very disciplined in the officialdom. Or because of their positions, they can't make much money, and it's impossible to support him to live a life of luxury in the United States. With China's current development status, coupled with the exchange rate difference between the US dollar and the RMB, the proportion of international students who can really come to the United States to enjoy life is pitifully small. Most people go abroad to study, which is glamorous in the eyes of Chinese people, and washing dishes is inevitable. Lin Dong didn't expect that he could avoid this inevitability. Moreover, these days, being taken by his sister to see the scenery at the top of the pyramid has caused a considerable shock to his proud mentality formed since he was a child, and even gave him the idea of not wanting to continue studying and going straight into the sea to struggle. If you can't live this kind of life in the future, what's the point of getting a doctorate or going further in academia? Simon listened to Lin Dong's answer, and saw that although he looked relaxed, his hands were resting on his knees without moving. He smiled slightly and said, "It's summer vacation now. I don't know what the doctoral course arrangement is like at MIT. If you don't need to report there as soon as possible, you can ask your sister to take you around the United States during this time." Subconsciously, Lin Dong certainly wanted to do this. However, after a little hesitation, he still said, "Simon, if possible, I hope to find a job during this time." Simon looked at the young man who was only a few years younger than him on the sofa next to him, and did not answer the question immediately, but said, "So, are you sure you want to do business after graduation?" If possible, Lin Dong wanted to go into business right now. But he was also a very smart person. He couldn't be sure of his sister's attitude towards him, so he didn't intend to make a rash statement. His sister also said during this period that Simon Westeros was a person who valued personal ability. In this case, no matter what the future holds, it is still necessary for him to get a doctorate at MIT. Lin Dong also knew that as long as he had enough ability and had the help of his sister, or more accurately, his sister's man, he would have many opportunities to make a name for himself in the future. Thinking in his heart, Lin Dong nodded seriously and said, "Yes. In this case, let your sister accompany you to look around during this period." "Don't worry," Simon said, and suddenly smiled a little wickedly, and continued, "When you really start school, you may not have any time to rest." Lin Su, who had been listening quietly, noticed the smile on Simon's lips, and suddenly remembered that a guy said he would arrange her brother's future for her. It's not that she didn't believe in someone, but, as an elder sister, she didn't want Lin Dong to be tormented by Simon. Her brother has never suffered any hardship since he grew up. After a little hesitation, Lin Su still asked, "Simon, what do you plan to let Xiaodong do?" Lin Su used Chinese. Seeing her sister interrupting, Lin Dong, Bai Lan and Chen Qing on the other side all looked over. Lin Dong was still a little embarrassed to call his sister Xiaodong, but he didn't know what to say. Simon then looked at Lin Su and also switched to standard Mandarin. "I remember telling you that in the future, while studying for a doctorate, I will let Lin take some MBA courses part-time. I will arrange this matter. Harvard is fine. In addition, since Lin is now determined to go into business, it is best to start some practical training immediately. As for Boston, well, I will arrange a job for him at Boston Consulting Group. Consulting companies may seem a bit empty to you, but they are the most convenient way to expand business vision. Boston Consulting Group is a corporate strategic consulting company that is as famous as McKinsey." Lin Su certainly knew this. And he also understood that Simon's arrangements would definitely be of great benefit to his brother's future. However, Lin Su did not believe that a guy would let Lin Dong off just because he was his brother. Instead, he might be more strict. Studying for an MBA while studying for a doctorate and holding a job at Boston Consulting Group, then in the next few years, let alone free time, Lin Dong might not even have enough time to rest. I was thinking, Simon, can't we let Xiaodong study first? Simon didn't answer, but looked at Lin Dong. How old are you this year? Lin Dong said honestly, 24 years old. Simon shrugged and looked at Lin Su again. If I remember correctly, in China, many people are married and have children at the age of 24, and their children may have entered kindergarten. Although Lin is young, if you want to go further in the future, you must start immediately. You know, many people will basically not achieve anything after the age of 30. In this way, your brother only has 6 years left. Lin, do you think it's a lot? Lin Su opened her mouth and was about to refute, but Lin Dong said, Sister, I think this is also possible. Simon smiled and said directly, then it's settled. Lin Su glared at her brother helplessly, and then glanced at someone, and had to agree. In any case, it seemed that even if she objected, it didn't seem to be of any use. A certain guy is often a tyrant. In the living room, Bai Lan, who was sitting next to Lin Dong, saw that the big shot never looked at her more than once, nor mentioned any arrangement for her. She felt a little disappointed, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She just listened carefully to everyone's conversation. She caught a few points, such as Simon Westeros directly using the name Lin, which was the same for Lin Su and Lin Dong. She secretly remembered that this was probably the way Americans addressed others. She also remembered that Chen Qing often called Lin Su this way in private. She felt awkward at first, but after getting used to it, she felt that, well, it was very stylish. After finalizing Lin Dong's matter, the topic turned to various trivialities. It was 7 o'clock, and the waitress came to remind everyone to go into the restaurant together. After dinner, Chen Qing stayed, and Lin Su insisted on sending Lin Dong back to Manhattan together. In fact, she didn't want her brother to see her and Chen Qing staying with someone. Simon knew what women were thinking, and of course he wouldn't force it. After seeing Lin Su and the others off, Simon turned around and returned to the villa. Chen Qing, who also came out to see him off, naturally took the man's arm and hung around him, talking about the internet technology training class plan that she was planning recently. Chen Qing was also a man of action. When she came up with the idea in China a few days ago, she completed the business plan in just 3 days and has recently started recruiting people. When the two returned to the living room of the villa and sat down again, Chen Qing shrank directly into Simon's arms, put her arms around the man's neck and asked, So, boss, what do you think? Simon shook his head and said, Not very good. Chen Qing pouted slightly. You also said that the outstanding project was not very good at the beginning. Now, judging by the sales volume during this period, I am still very successful. Simon put his arms around the woman's slender waist and asked with a smile, Are you short of money now? No. Then open your eyes a little, Simon said. In fact, I'm not saying that this project is not good, but you shouldn't spend too much time on these small projects yourself. Put yourself at a higher level. The lower ones work with their bodies, the middle ones work with their brains, and the upper ones work with people. You should know this better than me. Chen Qing curved her eyebrows. Yes, but I didn't expect that the boss's understanding of Chinese culture always surprises me. Okay, stop flattering me. Chen Qing obediently restrained her smile and said, Actually, I'm also working hard. The boss must know about the small team I have established, and these are my people. However, just like the boss had to make the movie himself, I now also need to plan and handle some projects myself. This is not contradictory. Simon shrugged. Okay, you try your best, and I'll see how far I can go in the future. Chen Qing twisted her body in Simon's arms again, and said, Actually, I also know that internet technology training can't be big. After all, it's not like English, or other more practical vocational training. Therefore, I hope that this training can develop in a more high-end direction in the future. Boss, since informatization is an inevitable trend in the future global society, referring to the United States, although China is temporarily lagging behind, the scale of the internet industry in the future will definitely be very large, right? Simon nodded, roughly understanding Chen Qing's intention, but did not interrupt, motioning the girl to continue. Chen Qing continued, although the scale of China's internet industry will also be very large, at this stage, Many people don't know what to do. After all, most people have never been to the United States, let alone Silicon Valley. Therefore, I hope to establish a platform to guide Chinese talents who are interested in the internet industry to start their own businesses. After building this platform, we can also further fund entrepreneurial activities in the internet field through venture capital and other forms. This will allow us to take the lead in the development of China's internet industry. In short, this is a good plan, isn't it? Chapter 968, Silver for Gold. In fact, Simon had already started to set up venture capital funds through various channels to seize the Chinese internet industry. After hearing what Chen Qing said, he just nodded. It is Simon's consistent principle not to put all his eggs in one basket. The venture capital funds that have been established are under the names of Westeros Company, Ignorant Company, Circe Capital and other Westeros-related or unrelated companies. One more platform from Chen Qing's side is not much. Chen Qing is also very clear about this. Speaking of which, the industries that Chen Qing and Lin Su are responsible for only account for a small part of Simon's layout in China, perhaps less than 1/10. In the final analysis, the two of them are still more lovers than assistants to Simon. This man has no intention of restricting them, but he obviously does not have too much expectations. This is not what Chen Qing wants. However, Chen Qing knows that if she wants to break through this boundary, she must make real achievements. Skipping this topic, Chen Qing and Simon talked about the increasingly booming VCD industry on the other side of the ocean. According to the latest statistics, as of last week, the cumulative shipments of VCD in the Greater China market, which is mainly targeted at the new electronic product, have reached 5.23 million units since the beginning of the year. It is expected that the overall shipments in the first half of 1996 will exceed 6 million units. Compared with a conservative forecast of 10 million units at the beginning of the year, the total shipments of VCD in 1996 may reach around 15 million. As the only supplier of VCD video decoding chips, even if it continuously cuts prices to promote the popularization of VCD prices and snipe potential competitors, SYNOPSIS maintains a high net profit of about $15 for each VCD video decoding chip. In addition to the income from VCD solutions and other components, SYNOPSIS' net profit for the whole year of 1996 is expected to reach $300 million. This expected net profit figure is higher than SYNOPSIS' full-year revenue in 1995. The most amazing thing is SYNOPSIS' market value. Due to the unexpected sudden outbreak of the VCD industry, the market value of this inconspicuous video chip development company, which was only over $100 million before the Westeros system acquired it last year, has now reached $16.3 billion in the Nasdaq market. According to the quarterly financial report that has been released last quarter, the price-earnings ratio has reached an astonishing 81 times. This actually once again proves how crazy the new technology industry is now. Last year, the Westeros system acquired more than half of the shares of SYNOPSIS, spending a total of $94 million. Now, the Westeros system directly holds 47.70% of SYNOPSIS shares. Chen Qing and Lin Su each hold 2.65%, totaling 53%. In just over a year, the book value of this part of the invested stocks has grown to $8.639 billion, an increase of 91 times. Not to mention the book gain Simon has obtained, just Chen Qing and Lin Su, the value of their stocks has exceeded $400 million. Such a net worth has reached the entry threshold of the Forbes 400 rich list in the United States. With the continued rise of SYNOPSIS stock, and the two girls having already become American citizens, if they are willing, they will enter the new annual Forbes American 400 rich list in the second half of the year, without any suspense. In just over a year, two new super rich people at the level of the rich list were created. Only the Westeros system has such crazy wealth-making ability. Chen Qing curled up in Simon's arms and talked about related topics. Thinking of this, even if she had the boldest ambition, she did not expect that she could reach this level in such a short time. $400 million, boss, I don't know how to spend it. At this stage, in China, let alone $400 million, there are very few rich people with a net worth of 400 million RMB. Simon felt the soft jade in his arms, and said teasingly with a smile, "Don't be so useless. In addition, I remember that you pledged this batch of shares. This matter should have been handled. Be careful not to make things worse." Chen Qing nodded, "Of course, I am still glad that I only pledged it and did not cash it out, otherwise I would be crying now. Last year, in order to subscribe to Ygritte shares, Chen Qing pledged her Skabo shares to obtain $20 million. After Ygritte went public, the stock price soared, allowing Chen Qing to make a lot of money. However, the increase in Skabo's stock price was even more crazy. In order to avoid more trouble, Chen Qing quickly sold some of Ygritte's shares to repay debts and redeem her Skabo shares. Now looking at it again, Ygritte's market value has only increased 3 times since its listing last year, while Skabo has skyrocketed more than 10 times in the same period of time. Chen Qing is really glad that she did not cash out last year. You know, she really had this idea at that time. After all, the stock of Skabo had increased more than 5 times in just half a year. In her opinion, it was already at a very high position. What's more, her boss was not optimistic about the prospects of Skabo, and everyone was more optimistic about the future of Ygritte. Ygritte rose from the IPO level of $100 billion to the current level of $300 billion. Because of its own size, the growth rate is also terrifying. But it is not as crazy as Skabo. After all, Skabo's size is small enough. In addition to its own performance and the aura of Westeros concept stocks, it is also convenient for the capital market to speculate. Fortunately, she met Bill Spult of First Boston, Grace Spult's husband, at that time. The other party helped her introduce the pledge channel without cashing out. This also once again shows the importance of connections. Because of this, even though her wings are now a little hard, Chen Qing has no intention of leaving the man beside her. If she leaves, perhaps she will not be able to spend all the assets she has now in her lifetime, but at the same time, she will also lose many steps to climb up further, which is actually the most ideal result. Even without Simon as a support, Chen Qing feels that she may become a child holding a gold nugget and walking through the downtown area, which will inevitably attract a lot of evil intentions. This world is far from being as peaceful as ordinary people imagine, especially at the top of the pyramid. The higher you go, the more dangerous it is. The explosion of the VCD industry began in 1996, and it was not until 1997 that it reached the sales level of tens of millions. Under the influence of Simon, the big butterfly, some things were obviously advanced. However, stimulated by the explosion of the VCD industry, overseas corporate giants who are still arguing about DVD standards and potential copyright disputes also put aside their prejudices and began to reach a consensus, and the promotion of DVD was also greatly advanced. Therefore, the rapid growth and rapid decline of the VCD industry is almost inevitable. Simon thought so and said to Chen Qing, "Also, don't forget what I told you at the beginning. Now we can transform or cash out Skabo. My goal is too big, so I can only take it slowly. You and Lin Su's shares are both below 5%, so the restrictions are relatively small. It's best to clear out and cash out as soon as possible. Don't think about waiting for the stock price to go higher. Greed usually doesn't end well." Chen Qing nodded obediently and said, "As early as the end of the year, Skabo's DVD decoding chips can also start shipping. Since the boss said that DVD is the future, even if VCD declines rapidly in Asia, we can continue to occupy a certain share in the DVD industry, so that Skabo's performance can continue to be supported. In addition, boss, as a major shareholder, although you can't cash out too much directly, with Skabo's high market value at this time, we can use Skabo's shares as money to initiate acquisitions, right?" Simon was stunned for a moment when he heard Chen Qing say this, and then smiled appreciatively. "It seems that you haven't relaxed your homework on Wall Street. The most classic example of using high-value stocks as money to launch an acquisition is the acquisition of Time Warner by AOL during the peak of the new technology bubble in Simon's memory. After the completion of this transaction, the new technology bubble burst and the value of AOL quickly shrank by as much as 90%. This is the true value of AOL. If there is no merger, the value of the stocks held by AOL shareholders after the new technology bubble burst will shrink by 90%. In fact, if AOL goes bankrupt due to the deterioration of the situation, it will be worthless. In comparison, although Time Warner's stock price was also high during the new technology bubble, it has a large number of real media assets after all, and its gold content is relatively high. When AOL and Time Warner exchanged stocks at a ratio of 55 to 45, it was actually equivalent to AOL shareholders exchanging AOL stocks, which were actually only 1/10 of their value, 4 Time Warner stocks with full gold content. To use a more vivid metaphor, AOL shareholders are equivalent to exchanging the silver in their hands, which is seriously overvalued to the same value as gold, for half silver and half gold. When the bubbled silver price falls back to normal levels, the remaining half of the gold is real. Similarly, the full amount of gold in the hands of the original Time Warner shareholders has become half gold and half silver, which is equivalent to directly evaporating more than half of its value. The current market value of SYNOPSIS is not entirely a bubble. After all, the net profit of $300 million for the whole year is a foregone conclusion. It's just that the prospects of the VCD industry are destined to make the high market value of this company short-lived. In this case, Simon, as a major shareholder, is unlikely to cash out too much in the short term. Using the shell of SYNOPSIS to launch an acquisition is undoubtedly the best solution. Now, launching an acquisition, as long as the right target is selected, is equivalent to exchanging actual silver for the same weight of gold. When the tide of the VCD industry recedes, there may be another gold mine left in the Westeros system. Thinking carefully, this matter is very feasible. After all, there are not many people who can accurately see the future of the VCD industry. Simon knows that the prosperity of the VCD industry will only last for 2 or 3 years. Others may not think so when they see the miracle of the VCD industry. The question now is which target to choose? Holding the soft jade in his arms, they discussed for a while, but there was no result for a while. The VCD industry in Asia can maintain its heyday for at least 2 more years. This matter is not urgent, so they turned to talk about other things. Unknowingly, it was late at night. The next day was Saturday. Simon got up early as usual. Chen Qing, who had a hard time performing alone last night, was rarely lazy and stayed in bed until Simon rushed to Manhattan after breakfast. After a busy morning in Manhattan, Simon took a helicopter to East Hampton, Long Island, and had lunch with a mother and daughter he raised here. He chose to rest in the afternoon. Instead of going to the nearby National-style art troupe, he sat under the eaves of the backyard of the villa to read the script. One of them attracted Simon's interest. It was called Deep Cold and was written by Stephen Sommers, the director of The Mummy. Of course I know about this project. This is a typical failure case of Disney in the late 1990s. With an investment of $45 million, the domestic box office was only over $10 million. Looking back carefully, in the past history, Disney had experienced a series of turmoil in the late 1990s, such as Jeffrey Katzenberg's departure and Michael Ovitz's expulsion. In fact, it was already seriously damaged. Although it successfully merged with a metropolitan ABC group and Michael Eisner was still in power, it was far less dazzling than in the early 1990s. It can be said that from 1995 to 2005, it was almost a lost decade for Disney. During this period, the only thing Disney could show off was Pixar's 3D animation. However, Pixar does not belong to Disney. Because of the reliance on Pixar, the 3D animation film company continued to grow, further eroding Disney's own resources, and even a super big mistake occurred. Regarding The Sixth Sense, this phenomenal horror film, although the cost reached $40 million due to the participation of Bruce Willis, the global box office was a crazy $670 million. For outsiders, such a return on investment must have made Disney a lot of money. In fact, it is not the case. Because the film performance continued to be sluggish, Disney had no confidence in this new horror film directed by a new director. With the participation of Bruce Willis, the cost of $40 million made Disney more cautious. As a result, a stupid move was made. The Sixth Sense was packaged and sold to an independent production company in advance, and Disney itself only retained the distribution rights. The result can be imagined. In the end, Disney only earned a distribution fee from the huge box office revenue of The Sixth Sense. The subsequent videotapes and TV broadcasts, etc., Disney can only drink soup. Thinking of this, Simon still couldn't help but introspect and reflect. Deanery's entertainment is now flourishing, but it is not to the extent that Simon can rest easy. When a company is too large, all kinds of problems will inevitably come one after another. As more and more things are at hand, Simon gradually began to want to let go of Deanery's entertainment as much as possible, but he also knew that once he let go, this huge media and entertainment empire would likely fall into the same situation of internal friction as Time Warner after Steve Ross's death a few years ago. Only if Simon himself always maintains strong control over the company can he firmly hold together Deanery's Entertainment, which tends to have a flat corporate structure. Chapter 969 Saving Private Ryan. His thoughts drifted away for a moment, and soon returned to the script in his hand. We will talk about the future in the future. Since it is clear that everything will inevitably rise and fall, we should do our best to do the things in front of us. According to the script in his hand and the information in his memory, the quality of Deep Cold is actually above the passing line by the standard of pure popcorn movies. It has a high-concept story style, tough guys, beauties, comedy, mysterious sea monsters and other commercial elements, and they can all leave a good impression on the audience. The reason for the failure in the past was that Disney's distribution strategy mistakes during the downturn and chaos accounted for a large part. Later, it was proved that the sales of the film's videotapes and television broadcasts were very good. Even China on the other side of the ocean introduced this movie. The laptop was placed on the round table next to him. Simon read the script, thought about it for a while, and typed his opinions on Deep Cold on an email that he planned to send to Amy Pascal. According to the memo on the script, Stephen Sommers wanted to direct the project himself and was planning to invite big names like Harrison Ford to make it a blockbuster. Simon also saw Sommers' shrewdness from this information. He probably guessed Simon's idea of deliberately suppressing the production rhythm of various foreign cooperation projects. If Simon agreed that Sommers would personally direct Deep Cold, The Mummy 2 would definitely be delayed. Simon did have this idea for the Mission Impossible series. Even if Edgar Bronfman, chairman of Seagram Group, personally came to the last celebration party to speak up, Simon would not be soft-hearted. The release interval between the first Mission Impossible and Mission Impossible 2 was exactly 2.5 years. As for Mission Impossible 3, at least the interval period was the same, and it was released at the end of 1998 at the earliest. The Mummy in cooperation with Fox is different. The Westeros system and the News Corporation behind Fox are allies. Simon does not intend to suppress the Mummy series. The production interval of The Mummy 2 will be the standard 2 years, and it will be released in the summer of 1998. On the other hand, Stephen Sommers is a commercial film director that Simon likes very much. He hopes that this filmmaker can further expand his abilities and develop in the direction of producer. Sommers has been a screenwriter and director before. This time, he can test the waters with Deep Cold. While directing The Mummy 2, he also serves as the producer of Deep Cold. The project will be handed over to other directors. In addition, Simon also hopes to control the production cost of Deep Cold within the previous $50 million. Now he starts preparations and starts shooting in the first half of next year. It can probably be released during the Easter period of 1998. In fact, the more appropriate schedule is the end of next year, but there will be Titanic at the end of next year, and Simon does not want to put this movie under the crush of the big ship. Stephen Sommers will produce Deep Cold in the first half of next year and The Mummy 2 in the second half of the year. The rhythm is just right. Finally, after thinking about it, he added a sentence that Natasha Henstridge can be considered as the heroine. The original Famke Janssen is now the famous Wonder Woman, and it is not suitable for her to play a vase in such a movie. Natasha Henstridge is just right, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. After writing an email, Simon picked up another folder. There were several movie outlines in it, about Jet Li's new projects. Simon remembered roughly the several movies that Jet Li shot in Hollywood around 2000, and they were all quite successful commercially. However, whether it was Romeo Must I Go produced with black people or Kiss of the Dragon written by Luc Besson, Simon didn't like it very much. The main reason was that these movies did not really show the essence of Chinese kung fu. Simon also knew that this was mainly due to cultural differences. The people who really spoke in the relevant projects were Westerners, and Jet Li did not have as high a voice as Jack Chang, who was promoted to the first line with the Rush Hour series, resulting in the action scenes of these films generally tending to Western fighting, and sometimes even becoming more mediocre gun battles. These are not what Simon wants to see. Simon recently sent his idea for the planned hero to the Chinese side. The script is still being written. Moreover, such a big project is unlikely to start filming in the short term. Simon does not intend to let Jet Li wait for a year, so he personally intervened and gave considerable authority to Jet Li himself and the screenwriter team of New World Pictures to actively explore new projects. The condition is a budget of $25 million. Jet Li will also be named as the producer himself. As for the degree of participation, It depends on the other party's enthusiasm. What Simon wants is real Chinese kung fu in Hollywood, not fighting in gun battles. The information in hand is the result of the recent brainstorming there. There are no bright ideas. The setting is basically around kung fu masters from China who go to the United States to visit relatives and friends or investigate criminals, etc., and run rampant in Hollywood and kill people everywhere. After browsing several story outlines, Simon directly drew a cross at the back. He still plans to do it himself. After all, most good ideas actually come from the creator's own material accumulation. If we talk about accumulation, the entire Hollywood probably does not have more than Simon, who has more than a dozen people's memories in his mind, and he is more professional. He had just picked up another script with Saving Private Ryan on the cover when he heard light footsteps. A delicate little girl like a doll came to Simon with a fruit plate in her hands, looking at him with a pair of dark eyes. "Dad, this is what Mom prepared." The tone of the little girl calling Dad was much more natural than that of the shameless little girl who was obviously shouting "Sugar Daddy." Simon smiled and patted his knees, let the little girl sit on his lap, hugged the little person in his arms, continued to look at the script in his hand, and said in Chinese, "Mew mew, are you used to life in the United States?" The little girl sat on Simon's lap, still holding the fruit plate, and obediently picked up a piece of apple and put it to Simon's mouth, and then carefully took the toothpick back. When Simon asked, she nodded and said, "It's very good. There are delicious food every day, and many beautiful clothes to wear. Last weekend, my mother and I took a private plane to London, but it has been raining in London, not as good as New York." Simon ate a piece of apple, and saw that the little girl sent another piece of pineapple. He bit it again and said, "It rains here in New York, too. You will encounter it sooner or later." "No, it's just that the weather in London is always cloudy, and the streets and people are also cloudy." Simon didn't expect that this girl's feeling about London was quite accurate, and smiled. "Since you don't like it, then I won't go there in the future." "Well," said the little girl, and continued to put fruit into Simon's mouth. She was very restrained and did not eat a single piece. She said, "Dad, can you spare some time to go out and play with me and Mom?" Simon turned a page of the script in his hand and asked, "Where do you want to go?" The little girl said, "Anywhere is fine, as long as I'm with Dad." Simon looked down at the little girl in his arms with beautiful eyes flashing, smiled, and realized that these were probably the words the little girl's mother taught him to say. He turned his head and saw that a woman was indeed standing at the door of the villa not far away, looking over here. When she saw Simon noticed her, she hesitated, and walked over without waiting for the man to call her. Seeing her mother coming, the little girl looked between her mother and Simon, and took the initiative to jump off Simon's legs and handed the half-remaining fruit plate to her mother. "Mom, you chat with Dad, I'll do my homework." After the girl ran away and disappeared into the villa door, Simon smiled and patted his legs. Ms. Liu blushed slightly, hesitated for a moment, but still leaned over and sat down, feeling the man's strong arms around her waist. She quickly relaxed after a little adaptation. While continuing her daughter's just work of putting fruit into Simon's mouth, she took the initiative to find a topic. "Are you reading the script?" Compared with the shirt and trousers Simon wore when he arrived in the morning, the woman now changed into a dark green sleeveless silk long skirt that showed her figure very well. She was a dancer, and now sitting in the man's arms, her figure was soft and graceful, her temperament was elegant, and the pleasant feminine fragrance made Simon, who had been abstaining from sex for nearly a week, a little eager to move. Yet, seeing the woman trying to find a topic, Simon nodded and asked, "Isn't it summer vacation now? What homework does Mew Mew have? Also, has your school been confirmed in advance?" "The school has been confirmed. I have arranged summer tutoring for Mew Mew. She needs to learn about the various courses in the United States." Hearing this, Simon shook his head and said, "There is no need to do this. Girls need to be raised in a wealthy environment and don't need to do so much homework." The woman nodded obediently and agreed. "You, let her call you Dad, you have the final say. Then just keep the English class so that she can communicate with the children here in the future." Simon said, smiling again, and then said, "In fact, Chinese Americans are smarter than most children of the same age here, and they have accumulated more. There is no need for tutoring, otherwise other children will have no way to survive." The woman was obviously not aware of this and was a little skeptical. "No way. You will know after a long time." "Well," the woman agreed again, hesitated a little, and asked again, "Simon, Will you be here this weekend? Yes, let's go to the art troupe tomorrow and see if they are lazy. Simon looked at the woman's fair and slender neck and half-jokingly said, what about you, are you lazy? Feeling the man's gaze, the woman's face blushed more and said, no, we have been working hard to create and choreograph dances during this period, and sometimes we are busy until late at night. No one wants to disappoint your expectations. It has been exactly 1 month since the National Style Art Troupe arrived in the United States. If I have to describe this month, compared with a previous life, everyone seems to have stepped into heaven in one step. Maybe the life of a princess in a fairy tale is just like this. As long as the IQ is normal, no one will think that this generous gift is taken for granted for no reason. Therefore, for the tasks assigned by Simon, the whole team is doing their best, and no one dares to slack off, for fear that the public performance at the end of the year will be messed up, and the crystal shoes and pumpkin carriage will all disappear. After enjoying the luxury at this time, both the girls of the National Style Art Troupe and the choreographers hired to come to the United States definitely don't want to go back to their previous lives. In order to achieve this goal, any effort is worth it. Compared with the National Style Art Troupe, the mother and daughter here felt like they were in a dream. If we use the simplest measure, the treatment they enjoyed was 10 times that of the girls in the National Style Art Troupe. Many times when she woke up in the bedroom of this seaside manor villa, Miss Liu would wonder if she was dreaming. Even if it was a dream, such a dream would of course last as long as possible. Therefore, she did not dare to slack off. After chatting intimately for a while and confirming that Simon would be here this weekend, Miss Liu did not dare to ask for anything else. She returned to the villa with the empty fruit plate and continued to leave time for the man to be alone. Simon's attention was also back on the script in front of him. Saving Private Ryan, an epic war blockbuster directed by Spielberg and released in 1998, once achieved a global box office of nearly $500 million with a production cost of $70 million in history, and it was also the North American box office champion in 1998. Even compared to Titanic in 1997 and The Phantom Menace in 1999, the $200 million box office of Saving Private Ryan in North America was mainly due to the fact that 1998 was a weak year for movies, but since it won the annual championship, such an achievement should not be underestimated. Simon, the Big Butterfly, did not blow away the script. However, because of the strength of Deanery's Entertainment in Hollywood, the best scripts will naturally flow into Deanery's Entertainment first, and this time is no exception. As a war film, the script of Saving Private Ryan is not so popular. Since the series of Vietnam War films in the 1980s, Hollywood has not seen a best-selling war film for many years, and the production budget of war films is usually very large and the risk is high, which also limits the investment of the studio. In the original time and space, if it were not for Spielberg, this movie would probably be difficult to appear on the big screen. Now, history has changed. The script of Saving Private Ryan was successfully intercepted by Deanery's Entertainment, and Simon had to consider how to deal with the problem of this project. Spielberg still owes Deanery's Entertainment a film contract inherited from the Universal era, but the two sides have a deep gap in the Jurassic Park series. In order to win over Spielberg, Universal had very broad restrictions on the director's performance of the contract. According to the agreement, it doesn't matter even if Spielberg drags the contract for another 10 or 8 years. In addition, Spielberg is now focusing on the operation of DreamWorks, and it is unlikely that he will take over this project. In this case, Simon can only consider other options. According to Deanery's Entertainment's film list arrangement, there is little hope of launching this project in the short term, and Simon will not give up making this film history classic. This is actually in line with Simon's concept of maintaining Hollywood diversity. However, this time, Saving Private Ryan is obviously impossible to be released in 1998, and it must be considered in the long run. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 972 Victors. Victor, I have officially expelled the team of Christophe, son of former French President Mitterrand, in Luanda, which is enough to show my sincerity. So, what I want to know is what is the intention behind Kamaga's visit to the United States next month. Angola. In the presidential residence in the capital Luanda. After a sumptuous lunch, Angolan President José dos Santos was having a private meeting with Victor Melisses in a luxuriously decorated reception room. Victor Melisses, who recommended himself, has gained more and more trust from Simon over the past year. Similarly, because of Melisses' Angolan nationality, even though he is a standard white man, it is easier for him to get into the Angolan high level. Today, Victor Melisses, who was busy at the plantation, suddenly received a lunch invitation from the president. In fact, this question was already expected. Fundamentally, the situation in Africa has not improved at all because of the Rwandan war 2 years ago. Just talking about Angola, the opposition Savimbi armed forces entrenched in southern Angola are still active, even though their living space has been reduced to a minimum, and sometimes clash with government forces. In the east, the relationship between Angola and the Democratic Republic of the Congo has also begun to deteriorate, and war may break out at any time. On the other hand, Angola's economy has been in a state of depression due to years of civil war. Even if Africa is rich in resources, there will always be people who go hungry. Once people are hungry, they can do anything. In short, Angola's Dos Santos regime is far less stable than some people think. Victor Melisses leaned back in a comfortable leather sofa with a cigar in his hand. After a petite black maid brought him coffee and quietly left the room like a cat, he said, "Mr. President, it's actually very obvious that the United States has decided to overthrow Mobutu of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In fact, since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, this has been an inevitable trend. The world now has only one superpower, the United States. Although there seems to be a check and balance from the United Nations, the effect of this restraint is actually very small. The United Nations is simply powerless to stop what the United States wants to do." Dos Santos' eyes flashed, with both confirmation and a little worry. On the surface, he quickly showed his white teeth to Melisses and asked with a smile, "In that case, Victor, what do you think we should do?" "Oh, Mr. President, I'm just a farmer. Frankly speaking, this is not something I can do." "Then what does Mr. Westeros mean?" "The boss will definitely pay close attention to this matter, but how exactly?" Victor Melisses paused here, not wanting to tease the African head of state. "I can only say, Mr. President, if you have any ideas, I can help pass on the message and ask." "I just said that expelling Meter and Sons' team and completely cutting off arms trade with France is my attitude," Dos Santos said. "I have also understood one thing in the past 2 years. Cooperating with Mr. Westeros is definitely a very good choice." "Yes," Victor Melisses also smiled, "because our boss is just a businessman. As long as everyone has the same interests, we can coexist, and countries like France just want to continue to colonize Africa, which is absolutely unbearable." Melisses' words were both a bit sharp and a reminder. In fact, both sides knew it well. Since establishing a relationship with the Westeros system, after the initial vigilance, Dos Santos has discovered many benefits. Before 1994, although the United Nations did not impose an embargo and sanctions on Angola, Angola had to deal with difficult Western countries in order to obtain various materials. Just like France, Christophe Mitterrand, the son of former French President Mitterrand, once secretly controlled an arms export route from Eastern Europe to Angola with France as an intermediary. In order to obtain these arms, the Angolan government had to give Meter and Son a lot of benefits and had to be restrained by the French government. After establishing contact with the Westeros system, although there is a relatively cheaper and more convenient channel for arms imports, in order to avoid being constrained and other concerns, the Angolan government still maintains relations with France. Until the beginning of this year, Mitterrand passed away, and the influence of this evergreen in French politics disappeared. Coupled with the recent changes in Africa, Dos Santos, who had been observing the Westeros system for a long time, decided to choose sides, and was very shrewd to stand on the side of the Westeros system, rather than the too clear side of the United States, even though Dos Santos had visited the United States before under the matchmaking of the Westeros system. The benefits of doing so are very obvious. The powerful Westeros system has a very strong influence in the United States. Backed by the Westeros system, it is actually equivalent to backed by the United States. At the same time, Angola does not need to be too constrained by the US government. Everything only needs to be transferred through the Westeros system. As for Simon Westeros, Dos Santos was actually very vigilant at first. After all, this young super-rich man overthrew a government in Rwanda. However, after a long period of observation, Dos Santos gradually discovered the truth that Westeros interfered in the Rwandan War. It was not fundamentally to save the Tutsi refugees who were massacred, but to show the influence of the Westeros system. In the final analysis, when have those white people in the West ever cared about the life and death of black people? Discovering this made Dos Santos feel at ease. Doing business with Western countries may be abandoned at any time, just like the shaky Mobutu regime in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. However, cooperating with the Westeros system can not only get the benefits equivalent to cooperating with the United States, but also does not need to be too deeply involved with the U.S. government. Those politicians are more ruthless than businessmen, and they are ruthless. In comparison, as long as the Dos Santos family guarantees the interests of the Westeros system in Angola and continues to deepen this interest relationship, then the Westeros system will be the most solid umbrella for the Dos Santos family. Moreover, unless Simon Westeros intends to give up his own industry in Angola, which is obviously not easy for Dos Santos, the possibility of a breakup between the two sides is very small. Recently, I heard that Rwanda's new President Kagame plans to visit the United States next month, which further strengthened Dos Santos's idea. The two chatted in the reception room for more than an hour, and Victor Melisses once again promised to convey Angola's sincerity to his boss as soon as possible. Victor Melisses stood up and said goodbye. Dos Santos also made a gesture and personally sent Melisses to a Soviet-made Mi-8 helicopter on the helipad of the presidential residence. There are almost no 4 seasons in Africa, only rainy season and dry season. Angola is in the dry season, and this year's drought is obviously more serious. Victor Melisses left the capital of Angola on the Mi-8 helicopter. Along the way, he looked down at the country. All industries were depressed and devastated, but his eyes did not fluctuate much. It is about 900 kilometers from the capital Luanda to the Kwando province, where Melisses is responsible for the plantation. The cruising speed of the Mi-8 helicopter is only a little over 200 kilometers per hour. It has to stop for refueling during the journey, and it will not reach the airspace of the plantation until the evening. Of course, compared with a land route, this is already a rare speed. At present, there is a team of 120 private soldiers of the Vikos stationed in the plantation, all of whom are from Ukraine and led by another UFMS vice president, Viktor Kostyrev. Viktor Kostyrev is a UFMS senior executive that Simon has been quietly fostering to check and balance Klim Derevienko. However, this executive of the Vikos private army, who is also from the former Soviet Special Forces, obviously prefers to go to the front line in person, rather than playing a balance in Ukraine according to someone's wishes. In fact, Viktor Kostyrev has no self-awareness at all, and prefers to be a pure soldier. Simon is also happy to see this. Because of his purity, Viktor has a strong appeal in the Vikos private army, and has enough military loyalty, which also means that if one day Simon needs Viktor Kostyrev to replace Klim Derevienko, the process will be quite smooth. Although they have reached a tacit understanding with the Savimbi forces entrenched in the south, which are almost bordering the plantation, the 600 square kilometers of plantation far away from Luanda is not peaceful due to the common local separatist status in African countries. Compared with the dilapidated and destitute areas in other areas, the materially rich plantation area is simply a fat sheep, and it is inevitable that some local armed forces will covet and harass it. 600 square kilometers of land is simply too much for 120 private soldiers of the Way family to take care of. After obtaining Simon's authorization, Viktor Kostyrev and Victor Melisses gathered a group of non-staff guards here, with a total of 600 people. Because they are all local residents of Angola and there is no clear organization, most of the time they have to work in the plantation as farmers, so they did not attract much attention from the authorities. Dos Santos is certainly not a fool. Although he had maliciously allocated a large plantation for Simon in the area bordering Savimbi's forces, he was still not at ease. He specially set up a government representative team here, nominally to assist the construction of the plantation, but in reality to monitor it. Unfortunately, people are poor and have short ambitions. The team responsible for monitoring was easily won over by the plantation and became a close partner. In addition, the emperor was far away, and Luanda would not get any useful information at all. Compared with the desolation of other areas, the scenery immediately changed when the helicopter entered the sky above the plantation. In addition to the coffee trees that have been planted, other areas that have not been developed in time have not been abandoned, but have been planted with agricultural crops such as corn and wheat. Looking down at the vitality of the ground from the air, Victor Melis's expression finally showed some softness. This is the scene in memory. The rich Africa should be like this, not being ruined like a wilderness by a group of black monkeys. The helicopter landed at the Ouija private army base in the plantation. The sun was setting. Another Victor happened to be returning from patrol with his team. The two Victors, who got along well, hugged each other and entered the barracks together. Although it was called a barracks, the conditions were actually very good, and even air conditioning equipment was installed. Simon's daily treatment of the Ouija private army was completely comparable to the US military standards, or even better. As long as these people worked for him, the generous conditions they should give would not be less. Therefore, although the management of the Ouija private army was very harsh, it was quite stable internally. Except for a few vacations during this period, Victor Kostarev had been in Angola for more than a year. As an outstanding soldier, Victor's learning ability was also very strong. In addition to English and French, he could also speak Portuguese very skillfully with Victor Melis. "So, how was the meeting today?" Victor Kostarev asked as soon as the two sat down in the living room of the barracks. In fact, Victor Kostarev's potential authority in Angola is higher than Melis's, but Simon attaches great importance to maintaining the independence of the private army of the Vicos. Unless authorized, the high level of the private army of the Vicos is not allowed to contact the local government without authorization. Victor Kostarev is very loyal to implement this clause. Similarly, there are people in Angola who are more powerful than Kostarev, such as the person in charge of arms transactions with the Angolan government, or the management of some other companies. However, those people may be responsible for larger businesses, but they cannot contact Simon directly. Especially when it comes to arms transactions, Simon must resolutely not know. In short, the Westeros system is now intricate. Victor Melis drank a bottle of pure water just taken out of the refrigerator, feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioner in the room, and said, "Dos Santos expelled the team of the son of former French President Mitterrand and cut off the arms trade with France." Victor Kostarev heard this, smiled and said, "The boss had a conflict with the French government some time ago, and Dos Santos will choose the time to express his sincerity." After all, it was from Ukraine, and Kostarev could still get some sensitive information related to Ukraine. The French government has been very restless in Ukraine in the past 2 years, which directly annoyed his boss. Speaking of which, this is also partly due to the fact that the French arms trade chain in Angola was occupied by the Westeros system. Many disputes, in the final analysis, are about interests. Melis also sneered and said, "Dos Santos is actually afraid. These African warlords know that if Western countries want to win over them, none of them can escape. Moreover, they don't have much room to play both sides. Since France's influence in Africa is constantly weakening and the United States has become the only superpower in the world, they don't need to think too much about which side to join. Compared with dealing directly with the US government, cooperating with their boss is undoubtedly the most reliable." Victor Kostarev nodded. The two Victors, but whether it is Kostarev or Melis's, even if Simon still hasn't publicly promoted the concept of a Westerosian, because the influence of the Westeros system is becoming stronger and stronger, the two have subconsciously regarded themselves as Westerosians. After all, one of them had a former homeland that collapsed, his faith collapsed, and had completely lost his goal before, and the other had a deep gap and even hatred for the country he was in. When the Westeros system provided them with a platform, the two naturally developed a sense of belonging. Most people in this world ultimately need a place to find peace of mind. Chapter 971 I Can't Control It. The summer harvest season in northern Ukraine is slightly later than that in the south. At the end of June, the wheat in the farmland began to turn yellow. Maxim Noskov returned from Odessa on Friday to participate in the last acquisition negotiation of the fertilizer plant there. In the past 2 days, he has been running around the farmlands in Rivne Oblast to check the crops that are about to mature. As a devout, old-fashioned Soviet Communist Party, even though he is now a non-partisan and has not joined the reorganized Ukrainian Communist Party, Maxim still holds on to certain beliefs in his heart. He is a member of this country and must always try to do something for the people of this country. Even though everyone around him has fallen into a frenzy of faith collapse in recent years, Maxim Noskov still remains true to his original intention. Of course, he is not a pedantic person in his bones, otherwise he would not accept the support of a super-rich man from the United States. It was not until the evening that Maxim left the field with several staff members and officials from the agricultural department of Rivne Oblast, but did not return directly to the city, but turned to a nearby agricultural machinery center. There were 50 brand new large combine harvesters parked in the agricultural machinery center, like soldiers ready to be sent out. This is Maxim's purchase again through the direct agricultural loan from the Netherlands. 50 harvesters are just a drop in the bucket for the summer harvest in Rivne Oblast. Once the harvest begins, even if it runs 24 hours a day, it can't solve too many problems. Most crops still need to be harvested manually by farmers. To complete fully mechanized harvesting, at least 1,000 harvesters are needed in Rivne Oblast alone. But it's better than nothing. Everything needs to be done step by step. Seeing these large agricultural machinery, Maxim couldn't help but think of what happened last year. At that time, he got the first agricultural loan from the Netherlands, and allocated part of it to purchase tractors for spring plowing. As a result, the director of the agricultural machinery factory took the payment he paid and absconded with his family. 260 billion hryvnia, equivalent to $870,000. This is not a big sum of money, but it is definitely not a small sum of money. Because of this incident, he turned a lot of white hair in just a few days, and had to ask his daughter for help, which was actually asking the young man for help. Then, the money was quickly recovered. This is a happy event. Along with that, the family of the director of the agricultural machinery factory, who was said to have fled to Germany, suddenly died on the streets of Rivne Oblast one day. The family of 4 was neatly packed together, and none of them escaped. There was no report on this incident in the public media, but the incident was widely spread. It seemed that they wanted to let some people know something. Then no one knew what happened to the bodies of the 4 members of the family, and the Rivne Oblast police did not conduct any investigation, and it just ended. Maxim felt that this was not right. However, he found that he was powerless to do anything, and he never encountered any similar problems afterwards. Many people were even a little trembling when dealing with him. After personally checking the harvester at the Agricultural Technology Center, the group finally returned to the city. When they got home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The Noskov family was waiting for him to come back, and then he remembered that today was his wife's birthday. When he left in the morning, his wife reminded her that their daughter would come back for dinner today. Looking at the stinky expression of his daughter when she looked at him, Maxim subconsciously wanted to be angry. The children in the family didn't dare to use this expression on him before, but then he became a little depressed. I can't do anything about it. But his wife gently reminded him to wash his face, and said that his daughter brought back some seafood today. He washed his face quickly and went to the restaurant. The whole family sat down at the long dining table with rich food, including the Noskov couple, the eldest son Andrei, who was already studying for a doctorate at Kiev University, and his girlfriend Anna, the eldest daughter Tonya and her husband who had just been born, the second daughter Angelica, and the youngest Ekaterina. There was also a girl with obvious military temperament, who was introduced as Lena, the bodyguard of the youngest daughter. I was inexplicably angry. Why do you need a bodyguard? So many people don't need bodyguards. The young man really dotes on these girls. It's a waste. The words came to his lips, but it was difficult to teach a lesson because the bodyguard named Lena was right in front of him. Alice, I can't do anything about it. His wife Elena took the initiative to find a topic to ask about his work today, and raised her wrist to show her birthday gift from her youngest daughter, a golden amber bracelet. Rivne Oblast is the most important amber-producing area in Ukraine. However, in the past, these amber ores were not taken seriously at all. Some residents even used large pieces of amber as kindling. Then, it suddenly became popular in the past year. Maxim also heard about it. It is said that it is related to another family similar to his daughter. Vladimir Kokoshko, his 2 sons set up a company and obtained the exclusive mining rights of the amber mine in Rivne Oblast. Kokoshko is the deputy director of the State Government Investment Promotion Bureau. It is said that someone intends to train him to become the new governor in a few years. How can such a person indulge his 2 children to do so? The amber mine should belong to national resources and should be nationalized. The 2 young men not only completely privately owned it, but also organized an armed gang to stop local residents from mining amber without authorization. It is simply lawless. But I can't control it. I can't control it. The more Maxim Noskov thought about it, the more he felt sad from the bottom of his heart. What future can such a country have? Maxim had thought about entering politics. He knew that he would be able to do more this way. However, He actually couldn't even manage the fertilizer plant he was in charge of very well. It was fine when it was small. Now, the fertilizer industry assets deployed by the Westeros system here are getting bigger and bigger. Although he is still the person in charge, he is currently mainly responsible for production. Sales and finance have been handed over to others. He looked at his son Andre. In fact, he hoped that his son could take over his job, but there was some estrangement between the father and son last year. His son finished his postgraduate studies in the Department of Chemistry at the University of Kiev and wanted to study in the United States. He resolutely pressed it down because he knew that once he went to the United States, the boy would probably not come back. The result is imaginable. The younger daughter, who also agreed with her brother to study in the United States, also quarreled with him for this. However, going abroad, now everyone is running abroad. Is there no one thinking about their own country? This is everyone's foundation. Alice. I can't control it. Because Maxim was not in a good mood, it was supposed to be a birthday dinner, but everyone ate it without any appetite. Maxim had a lot of prestige in this family. Except for the little daughter who is now strong, everyone else was a little afraid of this stubborn and rigid middle-aged man. Katerina didn't want to face her father's stinky face. After dinner, she said goodbye to her mother, brother, and 2 sisters. She ignored the eyes of her brothers and sisters who obviously wanted her to stay longer, and left her home in the west of the city with Lena. This was the residential area built by the Westeros system for the families of the UFMS private army. Because of Katerina, the Noskov family also had a separate courtyard here. In fact, it was very bad at first. But now, compared with the families of the other girls, this place is much worse. In fact, the family had hoped to move to better places, but because Maxim insisted on the idea of a simple life, they could only stay here. Even last year, when Katerina's eldest sister Tonya got married, if it weren't for her mother and Katerina secretly helping her, she wouldn't even have a new house. Maxim's salary, except for a part to meet the family's needs, all the rest was donated to help some poor children in the countryside. The eldest sister wanted to help her brother-in-law find a better job in the fertilizer factory, but failed and was scolded. In the end, the increasingly precocious Katerina secretly came forward and let her brother-in-law enter the Rivni Media Company, headed by Natalia's uncle. So to speak, Katerina, the youngest in the family, is the real pillar of the Noskov family. According to the second sister Angelica, their father lives for others, not for his family. Back to the villa in the south of the city, I took a beautiful hot bath and changed into a beautiful long dress. Evgenia and Natalia were watching TV in the living room. When Katerina sat down, Eve asked, "Nana, does your mother like that ember bracelet?" "Of course, my mother asked me to thank you." Katerina took an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table, and said so, and ate it in small bites. Seeing this, Natalia asked with a smile, "Didn't you eat enough at home?" Yes. Katerina did not mention anything about her father's concealment. Seeing my father's worried look on his face, I dare not eat. Why? I'm afraid that if I eat too much, my father will scold me. So many people are still hungry. It's enough to eat until I'm 70% full. Haha. Evgenia listened to Natalia's laughter holding her belly, and a smile also appeared on the corner of her mouth, but she couldn't help but say something fair. "Nana, actually your father is a very good person." Katerina took another bite of the apple. "I know, but I don't understand. He can be so good to others, why can't he be better to his own family?" Natalia seemed to think of something. "Is your father very bad to you?" Noticing Natalia's expression, Katerina also understood something, and hurriedly shook her head. "Of course not. My father is not that Banshikov. He is just too strict with us." Having said that, the 3 girls all gossiped, and Evgenia said, "I heard that guy had a broken leg." "Hey, that's nothing. I think if he makes trouble again, he might be dug up and sold." Galena's mother and sister were lucky. They were beaten up and then moved into the hot spring manor. Galena's mother even became the housekeeper of the manor. Evgenia said this, and saw that the 2 girls beside her looked at her with a little weirdness in their eyes, and asked, "Why, did I say something wrong?" Natalia and Katerina shook their heads together. But there was something strange in their expressions. Evgenia blinked her eyes. She was not a fool. Living here for the past 2 years, she was able to receive too much diverse information. She soon thought of other aspects. Her face suddenly turned red. She looked at the other 2 girls and said, "You two have really dirty thoughts?" Katerina counterattacked. If you didn't think wrongly, how would you know that we have dirty thoughts? Natalia was a little gossipy. Anyway, Simon likes the sisters Yulia and Ivana very much. I think, if it weren't for this, Simon would not have been likely to let go of Yulia and her family. Also, Eva and her sisters, Tisk. Because of this incident, Ludmilla is even more annoying. I really want to fight with her. Evgenia felt her face getting hotter and interrupted. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about tomorrow. My brother is going to the amber mine in the north. I also want to see it. Are you going? Tomorrow is Monday. Don't you plan to do your homework? We are not those little rookies in the hot spring manor. We have learned a lot. Besides, Simon said that as long as we want to go out and play, we can do so anytime. After hearing what Eve said, the other two girls looked at each other and said, we must talk to Eve about this first. Of course, Eve won't object. Katerina finished eating an apple, threw the core into the trash can, hugged a pillow next to her and leaned comfortably on the sofa, and said, Eve doesn't seem to care about us much recently. Because the hot spring manor is full of rookies, we are big girls now, we have to take care of the children more, Evgenia said with a smile. Besides, we have an extra bodyguard when we travel recently. This is arranged by Eve. She still cares about me very much. It's just that Ludmilla is so annoying. Ludmilla is in Italy. Or, we can find time to go to Italy and continue to see her hungry. Haha, it's not the fashion season now. We won't see anything if we go there. Natalia said, actually, I want to go to the United States more. After saying this, the other two girls fell silent, and then Ekaterina also said, I miss Simon too. What do you think he's doing now? He must be surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, but it's a pity that it's not us. Yet, Simon is so sexy. Oh, if it wasn't like this, would we be here now? That's right. The three girls chatted like this until late at night, and then ran to the master bedroom together, slept on the big bed and continued to talk at night. I got up very late the next day. I lived like a canary, and I was very conscious of the canary. After a simple breakfast, I still spent some time exercising. I went out near noon and left the city to go to the hot spring manor in the north of Riven. Demonstration. And talked to Eve about going to see the amber mine. The three girls suddenly had this idea, but Eve didn't dare to let them run around, even though the amber mine was under the charge of Evgenia and the other two, so she followed them personally. Compared with the more prosperous the city of Riven, the more northerly it went, the more dilapidated it became. Even though the Westeros system has invested a lot in the Rovna province, and people like Maxim Noskov are working hard for change, there are still many areas of barren farmland that should be full of crops, and large areas of weeds are unusually lush. Evgenia's two brothers had already gone to the amber mine in the north in the morning. The entire Rovna province is actually only more than 100 kilometers deep from north to south. Rivne is located in the middle, and the hot spring manor is in the north. Even the three girls left the hot spring manor and arrived near the northern border in just over an hour. I found Evgenia's two brothers Nicholas and Kirill, and then I saw the so-called amber mine. It was not as beautiful as imagined. The so-called amber mine located deep in a forest was full of pits and shallow pits with muddy water. At first glance, it looked like the surface of the moon. The amber mine that had just been unearthed was completely stone on the surface. Even if they didn't understand these, the girls could understand at a glance that such an amber mine, or such a mining model, was too amateurish, and even a bit messy. Chapter 972 The Kokoshko Brothers. Seeing a group of beautiful women, big and small, appear, hundreds of men in the mine area who were originally doing their own jobs looked over with shining eyes. Some people subconsciously turned off the roaring water pumps, and several high-pressure water guns that were working stopped immediately, until a young man over 1.9 meters tall in a black leather jacket took a double-barreled shotgun from his follower and aimed at the sky. Bang, bang, two consecutive loud noises, and a large number of birds in the nearby forest were startled and flew away. The young man threw the shotgun to his follower and shouted fiercely to a group of miners who had been attracted by his attention, "Hurry up and work, whoever looks around again will be thrown into the mine." Faced with the young man's outburst, everyone in the mine area quickly retracted their gazes, and the roar of the water pump soon sounded again. After threatening like this, the young man immediately put on a gentle face when he saw the women approaching. He walked quickly towards them with another young man who looked similar but was slightly shorter. They greeted them with a smile. "Nia, you actually came here. I said there was nothing to see and it was dirty everywhere. Oh, and Nada, Lena, and Eve, good afternoon. Evgenia ignored Nicholas's eager greetings and reached out to grab the only black leather jacket on her eldest brother's body. She zipped it up to cover his exposed chest and started scolding him. I'll tell Dad when I get home that you and Kirill are dressed like little punks again. Can't you two be more serious? As she spoke, she glared at her second brother Kirill Kokoshko. Without waiting for his sister to make a move, Kirill smiled and quickly pulled on the same black jacket as his elder brother, while quietly reminding Nia, there are so many people here, we have to maintain our prestige. Evgenia ignored Kirill Kokoshko's request to give some face, walked up and raised her little fist and knocked on her second brother's forehead. I'll give you prestige. Kirill was obviously used to his sister's stubbornness, so he could only grin and step back to prevent the little princess from knocking on his head again. Seeing this, the entourage around the brothers were obviously used to it, just smiled and nodded respectfully. However, when the miners who had resumed work in the mud pit not far away looked over quietly, they were quite surprised by the scene. They didn't expect that the ferocious Kokoshko brothers would be so obedient to a little girl. They were just ordinary villagers on the northern border of Rivne Oblast, and they were not so well informed. Naturally, they had no way of knowing a lot of information about the upper class of Rivne Oblast. Nicholas waited until his younger sister had finished teaching his younger brother a lesson before he smiled and said, Nia, it's dirty and messy here. Let's go over there. We'll have something good to show you. Evgenia agreed, and she held on to the arms of Natalia and Ekaterina, and followed her two brothers to a simple work shed built by the forest not far away. She was still unforgiving. Simon said in person that he hopes you two will be more motivated. I didn't expect you to be like this all day long. He will definitely be very disappointed if he knows. Kirill was walking on the other side of his sister. Upon hearing this, he immediately defended herself. Nia, this is just for outsiders to see. You can't control these guys on the border unless you are a little fierce. We are very decent in other occasions. Evgenia pouted. Anyway, you two just like this. You are hopeless. Maybe you will bring trouble to your father in the future. Kirill retorted. How could that be? We are not fools. It would be strange if you weren't stupid, two big fools. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the shed. The three girls were led by the Kokoshko brothers to sit down in front of a simple wooden table. Even three other female guards stood by, and the other followers stood outside the shed tactfully, and turned their backs on this side. Nicholas opened one of the wooden boxes that were randomly stacked in the shed, and quickly took out a fist-sized piece of amber and handed it to his sister. Look, blood amber. This was a category that only the royal family could use in the past. Kirill and I are planning to bring it to you when we go back today. Think about what kind of jewelry you plan to make it into. The other two girls also gathered together to watch. Although the amber stone in Evgenia's hand was rough and the surface was still stained with a black layer that could not be washed off, some areas clearly showed a pure red like red wine. Even people who don't know amber at all can imagine that this stone will be very valuable. The three girls looked at and played with him. Natalia looked up and smiled when she saw Nicholas saying that. Nick, you only gave it to Nia, what about ours? Nicholas grinned and shook his head without hesitation, saying, I won't give you gifts, Simon will misunderstand me. After all, it was just a rough stone. Evgenia lost interest after playing with it for a few times. After hearing what her brother said, she pulled the other two girls up and said, then it's no problem for us to choose it ourselves. Then she walked towards the boxes. Nicholas and Kirill did not stop them, and even walked over to help the three girls with their advice. Even though the three girls collected a whole box of the best materials like female bandits, saying that they would take it away to share with everyone, the two brothers were not displeased at all. They also ordered people to reorganize a box of ore and put straw on it to avoid bumps. At the same time, they said that they would help the girls introduce carving craftsmen. After searching like this, Evgenia looked at the mining area where hundreds of miners were busy. Unlike the mines that many people imagine, the amber mining model here is to use a water pump to extract groundwater and connect a high-pressure water gun to impact the ground, flushing the underground amber raw stones up, and then use a sieve to scoop up the mud for screening, leaving behind large and small raw stones. Even though she didn't know much about it, Evgenia still saw the problem and said to her eldest brother, I think it's a waste to mine like this. No matter how deep the water gun goes, it's definitely only the surface. What about underneath? Also, You've made the surroundings full of potholes, like the surface of the moon. It looks really bad. Kirill explained with a smile. Nia, that's what those guys who secretly mined amber here did. Evgenia said, it's different. Hasn't this mining area been circled by you? Why don't you do it well? In response to their sister's question, the Kokoshko brothers looked at each other with some shrewdness in their eyes. Nicholas explained to his sister in a low voice, this is intentional. In order to prevent those guys from stealing, we first use our own traditional methods to screen the surface, and then seal the mine, and then slowly dig deeper later. In fact, the good things are in the depths. In short, this mining area with a radius of hundreds of kilometers belongs to our family, enough for us to slowly mine for decades. Evgenia was very surprised. She glanced at her two brothers and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you two to have such brains. The two brothers could only smile. In the past, the two brothers really didn't have such a brain. They were just street thugs, as Evgenia said. However, in the past 2 years, they have gradually seen a lot of things because of the support of the Westeros system. In addition, with the encouragement of their father and a young man they could only admire from afar, they have finally gradually opened up. Evgenia pointed to the countless circular pits of various sizes around them and said, you can't just leave them like this. It's too ugly. At least plant some trees again. Kirill said, of course, but it will take a few months. These mines are all more than 10 meters deep in silt. If people step in, they will disappear immediately. Evgenia blinked her eyes, as if she suddenly thought of something, and stared at her second brother. You won't really stuff people into these mines, will you? The girl still remembered what her eldest brother said after he fired a gun. Kirill shook his head quickly. How is it possible? These are our mines. We will have to dig them in the future. It would be unlucky to stuff dead people in them. He quietly added in his heart that stuffing them in other places would be better. When Evgenia saw her second brother's eyes flickering when he refuted, she understood that even if these two guys didn't put people into the mine, they must have done something else. Although they lived in the ivory tower that Simon carefully built for them, and there were a group of people guarding them, the girl also had some understanding of the situation in Rovna province and even the whole Ukraine. Take the amber mine here. When it comes to the competition for lucrative mineral resources, even if the whole Rovna province is controlled by the Westeros system, it is inevitable that various conflicts of interest will arise. It will definitely kill people. After thinking about it, the girl turned to her eldest brother again. Nick, you know Simon's arrangement for father, so you two better be careful and don't cause any trouble that will affect father. Nicholas nodded repeatedly to sure. But he didn't care much in his heart. In the past 2 years, the two brothers have also seen clearly that as long as their family remains absolutely loyal to the man behind their sister, everything else is nothing. Ukraine is now a paradise for adventurers. The brave ones will be fed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. If a person wants to do something very disciplined, it is simply a delusion. Kirill, who was not as steady as his elder brother, could not help but said, Nia, you think too much? Lazarenko gave the entire Ukrainian natural gas business to his bastard Timoshenko, and there was no problem. We just occupied some amber mines. It's not good for father. Kirill wanted to talk more, but his sister raised her hand and knocked on his forehead again. What are you talking about? It's so ugly. Only then did he react. His sister is also Simon Westeros's. He quickly made amends. It's different. Timoshenko is a bitch. How can she be with? Evgenia raised her little hand and knocked on her second brother's forehead again. Shut up. Kirill took a breath and shut his mouth very simply. The three girls were just bored and ran out to relax. There was really nothing to see here. They only stayed for more than half an hour and left with a box of amber raw stones. They also planned to stay in the hot spring manor tonight, but they didn't want those little girls who came later to think that it was their territory. After seeing off the group of ants, the Kokoshko brothers stayed until the evening, and finally gave instructions to the guards here, and left the mining area with their minions. The brothers did not return to Ren, but rushed to the hot spring resort in the north of the city. Night had fallen when they arrived. After a few months of operation, the hot spring resort became more and more lively, especially in summer. More and more overseas tourists from Western Europe and North America came here to escape the summer heat and have fun under the publicity of all parties. Of course, there is no shortage of local Ukrainian guests who come here to have fun. Even though it is still not comparable to those famous entertainment centers, Compared with the investment cost of this area and the overall economic situation of Ukraine, this resort area integrating hunting grounds, hot spring resorts and military theme parks can be said to be making a fortune every day, so it inevitably attracts all kinds of covetousness. The Kokoshko brothers got off the car in the parking lot and went straight to the casino. They are also the core of the Westeros system in Ukraine. Someone had informed them in advance, and a manager of the casino came out to greet them in person. Nicholas hugged and greeted the other party, and as they walked in together, he asked, "Akim, are Andrei and Alexander here tonight?" Andrei Vodmilka and Alexander Najayev are the heads of 3 resort areas. Because they are familiar with each other, they will say hello to each other whenever they come over, which can be regarded as daily contact. Although the power of the heads of various parties is constantly divided, Simon does not want the power of the Westeros system in Ukraine to become an unrelated point distribution. Of course, it would be best to have a large network. Except for the relatively independent Maxim Noskov, everyone else here has established relatively close personal connections under Simon's intentional or unintentional promotion. Simon is not worried that this local network of contacts will be too close and lose control. 3 monks will have no water to drink, let alone a group. When the bald casino manager named Akim heard this question, he looked around and said in a low voice, "Andrei and Alexander are entertaining guests. Timoshenko, you must know each other." The 2 brothers were stunned. They talked about it in the afternoon, but they didn't expect this woman to appear here in the evening. Nicholas asked, "Do you know what it is?" Akim shook his head. "How could I know that?" "Then you talk to Andrei and the others, and we'll go over and say hello when we have time." "Okay." Having said that, the 3 of them walked through the casino lobby and walked down the stairs to a small hall on the 2nd floor of the casino that Simon had been to before. The hall was dimly lit, and only that special window was relatively brightly lit. At this time, on the 3 rows of stepped steps and the window sat more than 20 women of different ages and characteristics, and the common point was that they were all top-notch in appearance and figure. This was a boutique that only a few VIPs were available inside the casino. Of course, the price was not cheap, and it was charged by the hour, because according to the rules here, even the Kokoshko brothers could not write IOUs, and the brothers certainly didn't care about this little money. There were more women gathered in a hall downstairs waiting to be selected, and the grades were relatively much lower. Akim pointed to the front row in a rather servile manner and introduced with a smile, "The new batch, Nick, Kirill, you can't miss them." The 2 brothers looked at each other, picked 2 girls each, and then walked out of the small hall together and entered the casino. When the Kokoshko brothers started to have fun in the casino, Andrei Vodmilka and Alexander Najayev were entertaining Timoshenko and her party from Kiev in another club box in the hot spring resort. Timoshenko came to Rivne Oblast in person this time, but it was to poach people. The target was Alexander Najayev. What Ukraine lacks the least now is all kinds of military supplies. When the rich revenue and profit data of the military theme park here spread, many people inevitably had the idea of opening a military theme park in other places. After all, compared with the increasingly strict arms smuggling that cannot be put on the table, if you can copy a similar theme park, you can enjoy high profits without legal risks. Why not? Chapter 973 Timoshenko's Recruitment. We have selected a plot of land on the west bank of the Dnieper River in northern Kiev, 30 kilometers away from the urban area, with an initial plan of 50 square kilometers. The Prime Minister has also agreed to identify this new military theme park as a national support project and provide the most preferential policy support. Alec and Andrei, since you are here too, I would like to invite you both. As long as you agree to switch jobs, in addition to generous salaries, I can also give you a certain amount of shares. Together we can replicate a large-scale holiday and entertainment center in Kiev. You should understand that Kiev's advantages are completely incomparable to Rivne Oblast. Hot Spring Resort, in the club box. After listening patiently to Timoshenko's speech, Andrei Vodmilka and Alexander Najayev looked at each other, and Najayev asked, "Yulia, I'm curious, where does your money come from?" Such a large military theme park that is more than twice the size of the one in Rivne, without considering all other issues, just the construction funds, the most conservative estimate is that it will cost more than $50 million. As the economy continues to deteriorate, the first generation of Ukrainian currency issued in 1991 has become almost like waste paper. The Kiev authorities are planning another currency reform, which is expected to be issued in the second half of the year. For the upper class of this country, when it comes to business issues, many people are accustomed to directly using currency units such as US dollars and British pounds. Simon invested $30 million in the military theme park in Rivne State. Tymoshenko wants to build a military theme park in the suburbs of Kiev that is more than twice the size of this one, which costs more than Rivne State in all aspects. $50 million is indeed a conservative estimate. Now there are rumors that Tymoshenko, with the support of Lazarenko, controls the entire natural gas business in Ukraine, and even says that the scale of the business she controls is equivalent to 1/5 of Ukraine's GDP. In fact, if those nominal assets are not counted, Tymoshenko does not have much money in her hands, and even imports natural gas from Russia on credit. In fact, Tymoshenko has been successful for too short a time. If this strong woman can have 10 or 20 years of business, she may be able to reach a real net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Limited to the economic scale of Ukraine itself, tens of billions of dollars is also the wealth ceiling of the country's rich. But now, let alone tens of billions, Tymoshenko actually does not even have 10 billion. After all, this gas queen is just a middleman who sells natural gas wholesale from Russia to various parts of Ukraine through administrative monopoly, rather than those Russian oligarchs who really control a large number of oil and gas fields. This is actually why Tymoshenko is interested in a small business like the military theme park. As for the $50 million in cash, it is impossible for Tymoshenko to take it out easily. Yulia Tymoshenko didn't expect Negeyev to ask the key point directly, but her expression was flawless. She said, "I have contacted several overseas banks. In view of the success of the military theme park in Rivne Oblast, they are very interested in this project. Funding is not a big problem." Andrei Vodmilka asked again, "Yulia, have you considered cooperating with Simon?" Hearing this question, Tymoshenko's eyes flashed with some haze, and soon regained her composure, shaking her head and said, "The Kiev project should conflict with Mr. Westeros's plan, and I still prefer to do it myself." In fact, of course, she considered cooperating with the Westeros system. Tymoshenko had previously contacted Celia Miller, Simon's representative for Ukrainian affairs. Going back a little further, this Ukrainian strong woman had tried to establish contact with the young super-rich several times in the past 2 years. The entire Lazarenko group hopes to get on board the Westeros system, but unfortunately the other party has always responded negatively. In addition to the Westeros system's deep cultivation in Rivne Oblast, the Kiev authorities only maintain close contact with Kuchma's faction. Just like the St. Petersburg gang, which has not yet taken shape in Russia, both President Leon Kuchma and Prime Minister Pavlo Lazarenko belong to the Petrovsk gang in Ukraine. Including Tymoshenko, many current Ukrainian political and business oligarchs come from the Petrovsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. However, unlike the St. Petersburg gang, which was later tightly controlled by a certain emperor for 20 years, the Petrovsk gang began to split after Leon Kuchma came to power in 1994. Although Kuchma promoted Lazarenko to prime minister last month, this was only the result of the game between the various parties. There are already deep cracks among the various factions within the Petrovsk gang. With just a few simple questions, Andrei and Alexander have already understood the general situation. The confidant of the current Prime Minister Lazarenko must have tried to cooperate with the Westeros system, but was rejected, so she quietly came to poach people. As for the military theme park project outside Kiev, except for the idea, it is obvious that there is nothing now. The meeting tonight was originally intended to perfunctorily deal with each other, and the two had no intention of changing jobs. Now, there is no interest at all. It is not so easy to build a theme park. Take the Rivne Oblast for example. Although it is just a rough military theme park, every step is full of tricks from the initial planning, project construction, marketing before and after the opening, to the current trial operation. It can be said that it refers to the theme park operation experience accumulated by Hollywood for decades. Even the 3 joint integrated resort entertainment centers are the same. Although it is just a small sparrow in front of those world-class entertainment centers, it is also a small sparrow with all the internal organs. If someone thinks that opening up a piece of land and getting a bunch of planes and tanks can turn it into a military theme park that makes a lot of money every day, or choosing a beautiful place with mountains and rivers and building houses to become a resort center, the result will only be a mess after burning a lot of money. In fact, such messes can be found everywhere in the world. Because there are always people who think things are too simple. Just like the military theme park here, during the planning stage, Under the advice of the consultant team responsible for the theme park business of Deanery's Entertainment, everyone repeatedly considered how to give tourists an immersive military experience in details, rather than just browsing the museum, how to make tourists stay in the park for more time, how to increase the return rate of tourists for a second visit, and so on. In the subsequent operation, how to carry out precise marketing to obtain the most potential customers at the lowest cost, how to make it easier for tourists to reach Rivne Oblast, how to ensure safety to the greatest extent, and so on. Even with a mature experience provided by the Universal Studios team in the Westeros system, it is still necessary to make a lot of tedious adjustments in details according to local conditions, and finally to form a complete and effective operation system suitable for the military theme park in Rivne Oblast, and let the theme park reach a monthly revenue of $2 million in the current trial operation stage. It is not an easy thing to do any business well. It was because they personally participated in the entire process of the project from the initial planning to the initial success that Andre and Alexander became more determined to follow a young boss, because they both understood that only in such a vibrant and efficient business system could they go further. Thinking of this, Alexander did not say any more nonsense and shook his head to Timoshenko, who was looking forward to it. "Sorry, Yulia, I will not accept your invitation." Timoshenko subconsciously looked at Andrei von Milka. Andrei also shook his head. Timoshenko did not give up immediately. "You too, there is no need to refuse like this. You can think about it seriously and give me an answer in a few days." "No need." Alexander shook his head again, and even stood up, with a gesture of seeing him off, and stretched out his hand to Timoshenko. "Since you are here, Yulia, you can play in Rivne Oblast for a few days. Although Andrei and I do not plan to change jobs to work for you, if you have any questions, you can always contact me." Seeing the two people getting up one after another, Timoshenko had to stand up from the sofa and reluctantly shook hands with them again. In the end, she couldn't help it and finally said, "Alec, Andrei, I still hope that you two will think about it again. This is Ukraine. We are all Ukrainians, aren't we?" Alexander and Andrei were both stunned when they heard the words. For a moment, they didn't react whether the woman's words in front of them had other meanings, or were they just pure, naive? After seeing Timoshenko off, the two returned to the box and sat down again. Andrei poured a glass of red wine for each of them, picked up a glass and handed it to Alexander, sitting on the sofa, and asked, "What do you think of what happened just now?" Alexander Najayev took the red wine and shook his head and said, "This is not something we need to consider, but I will write a report to Celia to inform her of this matter." Andrei nodded in approval. Even if the two of them are still a long way from the core of the Westeros system in Rivne province, although the theme park and resort business are gradually getting on track, in order to attract the attention of the high-ranking young man, it is necessary to show their presence as much as possible, so that timely notification can also show their loyalty. After taking a sip of red wine, Alexander asked another question, "Has that Banshikov caused any trouble recently?" "No, he is very honest." Having said this, Andrei still smiled bitterly. The two of them chose girls for their bosses, but they didn't expect that there would be mistakes soon. One of them, Galina Banshikov's father, got drunk when the girl came home and beat the girl, her mother and sister. A man beating his wife and children is actually nothing. The key is that if someone knows about this, they may think that they have not handled the details well. In fact, it is not the fault of the two. Since the 6 girls were accepted by their boss, they actually wanted to continue to arrange it afterwards. It was just that when they occasionally chatted with Sergei Kimorov, the oldest core of the Westeros system in Rivne province, reminded them that they did not need to do so because someone would be responsible. The two then thought of the 6 families behind the original 6 girls in the villa in the south of the city. So they decided to wait and see for the time being. Unexpectedly, the short wait and see caused trouble. The two were also decisive. After getting the news from Eve Besanoskova, they decisively caught a guy who was not even sober yet. At first, they thought of digging a pit and burying him, and it was all over. Of course, they could only think about it. Even though the current situation in Ukraine is very chaotic and there are many people who have disappeared, some means cannot be used easily until the end. If you only know how to dig a pit and bury people, it will appear very low level. After some deliberation, they learned that a mother and daughter were taken to the hot spring manor. The two of them forced Banshikov to sign a divorce agreement and broke one of his legs. In the end, they completely cut off the connection between him and the mother and daughter from a legal perspective. After all the trouble, Maxim Banshikov, who had no backbone to begin with, completely gave in. Of course, the matter was not over yet. Maxim Banshikov was a small hoodlum at the bottom of Rivne, not even a gangster. After all, the underground forces in Rivne Oblast were basically strictly controlled by the Westeros system. In order to avoid any more trouble, the two simply placed Banshikov in the hot spring resort, and very cleverly recruited several of his good friends to come over. In the current Rivne region, as long as they can establish a relationship with the Westeros system, even if it is the outermost, many people dream of it, not to mention the increasingly famous hot spring resort. Even if those small hooligans can only do some errands and miscellaneous work with their qualifications, they are satisfied enough, so they can be said to obey Andrei von Milke, who gave them a job. Then the last step is to let these hooligans look at Banshikov. If there is no problem, they can always eat and drink here, and maybe they can get ahead. Once some problems arise, they will all be in trouble. In order to avoid bad luck together, they also have the right to make some advance arrangements. This is how the matter is settled. Andrei and Alexander did not hide it. The big boss was not qualified to contact directly, so they took the initiative to submit the matter to Celia Miller. Unexpectedly, they got a direct reply from the big boss soon. The general idea is that the two handled it well, but there is no need to add more. This obviously fits Kermorov's reminder. It is obvious that they don't need to care about the families of other girls anymore, just look at this one. In fact, the two of them felt sorry for Banshikov. If this guy hadn't done this, he might have been able to rise to fame with his daughter, but the other party obviously started doing stupid things before Westeros completed some background checks, and ended up being dealt with by the two of them. Obviously, there will be no chances in the future. Referring to the arrangements made by the big boss for the families of the 6 girls, it can be said to be very generous, but at the same time, there is not much room for error. If you make a mistake once, you will basically be abandoned, just like 3 of the 6 families. Even if the other 3 girls were later resettled, those 3 families are now just ordinary civilians in Rivne Oblast, living a carefree life, but it is impossible for them to make a breakthrough. Maxim Banshikov used up an opportunity to make a mistake before he could make a breakthrough, and then there would be no more. Chapter 974 Sparks. After Deaneries Entertainment held the premiere of Sleepy Hollow, the only blockbuster film produced entirely independently in this summer season, on June 26, another North American summer box office week quickly came to an end. From June 21 to June 27, the 3 major new films released last Friday did not pose any threat to Spectre, which was released in its second week. The box office of this veteran spy series blockbuster was very well maintained at 37% in its second week, earning $56.22 million. After 2 weeks of release, the domestic cumulative box office of Spectre quickly reached $145.39 million. As we are about to enter July and start the summer season of nearly 2 months, the only film that can keep up with Spectre is Mission Impossible 2. In its 4th week of release, Mission Impossible 2's single-week box office fell by 43%, earning another $15.94 million, ranking second on the weekly box office list, with a cumulative box office of $177.18 million. The third place is Empire, starring Sylvester Stallone. This crime thriller, in which all the leading actors only receive the union minimum salary, grossed $12.76 million in its first week. If measured by the production cost of only $10 million, Police Empire is definitely the most cost-effective movie starring Stallone in recent years. With $12.76 million in its first week and good word of mouth, the domestic box office is expected to be around $25 million, enough for Deaneries Entertainment to make a small profit. The 4th place is Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This old-school 2D animated film adapted from The Hunchback of Notre Dame grossed more than $9,300 in the first week, close to the $10,000 selling level, which is higher than the more than $7,500 of Police Empire. However, because Disney has lost confidence in 2D animated films, it only gave The Hunchback of Notre Dame 1,297 opening screens. The film's final opening box office was only $12.03 million in its first week, lagging behind Police Empire. The 5th place is Spielberg's new work The Untamed. This movie about the slave uprising only earned $7.36 million in the first week, which is the worst result of Spielberg's directorial works in recent years. Considering that it is not the end of the year when the awards season can be used to win long-term success, the film started mediocrely and it is basically unlikely to turn around later. Therefore, there have been rumors in the circle that Paramount and DreamWorks, founded by Spielberg, have a disagreement. Simon naturally knows the details. Paramount is dissatisfied with Spielberg's filming of such unpopular films and urged the great director to make some films like Jurassic Park or even a reboot of Indiana Jones. Although Spielberg, who has already established DreamWorks, has already tended to his own preferences, to put it bluntly, he only shoots the subjects he is interested in. In fact, many commercial film directors have this problem. After becoming successful, it is inevitable to shoot some literary or profound films. The two sides therefore have a disagreement. Moreover, DreamWorks also accused Paramount of making serious mistakes in its distribution strategy for Unchained, believing that the film is more suitable for the awards season at the end of the year rather than the summer season. In short, unlike the honeymoon period in the original Time and Space, the two sides have only been cooperating for a few years and cracks have already appeared. In the final analysis, it is because of the sudden emergence of Deaneries Entertainment. In the past history, after the peak of the Jurassic Park series, Spielberg seemed to have never directed any phenomenal box office blockbusters again, and it seemed to be going downhill. In fact, this is not the case, because this legendary Hollywood director has begun to stay behind the scenes. Those who are interested can find that whether it is the Men in Black series that sold well all over the world in the 1990s or the Transformers series after the new century, whether it is the sci-fi blockbuster Armageddon or Ridley Scott's war epic Gladiator, the name of Steven Spielberg is on the list of producers. Now, this omnipresence that should have belonged to Spielberg has not only been replaced by Simon, but also, relying on the increasingly powerful Deaneries Entertainment, Simon has pushed this omnipresence to another level, a level that is gradually controlling the entire Hollywood. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. Kate Beckinsale, who had been touring the studio all afternoon, watched the busy scene in this large film and television base. Although indirectly, she clearly felt a certain omnipresent control, and couldn't help but feel a little off for a young man who is only a few years older than her. Nearing the end of the get-off-work day, Kate brought her female maid and guard to the post-production center on the second floor of the studio again, entered an editing room with extra guards, and unexpectedly found another girl here, Natasha Henstridge. It's considered an acquaintance. They were not familiar with each other, so there were more sparks when they looked at each other, and Kate regretted that she couldn't stand the boredom and ran to hang out. Good Will Hunting, which started shooting in April, was recently completed, and Kate also returned to Los Angeles. Knowing that the man would watch the sample film and discuss the post-production plan with Gus Van Sant, the director of Good Will Hunting, today, he called to contact her, and Kate also came over. However, starting from 2 p.m., Kate only stayed in the editing room for less than half an hour before losing her patience. The man considerately sent her to play around, so she ran out. Because of some special status, Kate can move freely in the studio. So she saw the film team crowded in every studio on the first floor, saw the dreamy Pixar studio on the second floor, and a large number of people busy with Deaneries special effects in various movies, and saw the hurried coming and going in the office building on the third floor. This is a completely different feeling from other studios in Los Angeles. It is not even enough to describe it as vibrant. To be more accurate, Kate even felt a strong sense of aggression from it. This is just one of the many film and television bases of Deaneries Entertainment. After so many years of rapid development, not only does Burbank have a Universal Studios that can serve as a studio, but Deaneries Entertainment already has film and television bases of varying sizes on the east coast of the United States, Melbourne, Australia, and even Toronto, Canada. Moreover, according to the news sent back by Rachel, who officially went to Australia to join the Titanic crew last week, the 20-hectare filming base of Titanic in the Gold Coast, a famous tourist destination south of Brisbane on the east coast of Australia, is no less than a film and television base. It can be imagined that after the filming of Titanic is completed, it is very likely to develop into another Deaneries Studios. This kind of grand occasion can probably only be compared with MGM in its heyday during the Golden Age. Back then, Louis Mayer's MGM dynasty had as many as 6 filming bases in various places in Los Angeles, which could be called a city within a city. Now, Deaneries Entertainment has spread its filming bases around the world. There were less than 10 minutes left before 5 p.m. Kate entered the editing room. A man was still watching the sample film with Gus Van Sant. Seeing Natasha Henstridge sitting quietly on the sofa in the lounge with a magazine in her hand, waiting patiently, Kate, who was actually a little spoiled, was very smart not to disturb her. She also found a magazine and sat down next to Natasha. After a little hesitation, Kate habitually tried to take the initiative and found a topic to ask. "What are you doing here?" Natasha Henstridge thought Kate would not talk to her. Seeing her take the initiative, she raised her head, glanced at Simon and others who were busy at the workbench not far away, and whispered, "I'm here to attend a production meeting." She didn't explain too much. Kate immediately asked, "Is it the movie Deep Cold?" Natasha was obviously a little surprised. "How do you know?" Kate not only knew, but also read the script. After all, Stephen Sommers, the screenwriter of Deep Cold, was the director of The Mummy. The heroine of The Mummy was Rachel Weisz, and Rachel was her good friend. Filmmakers who have worked with each other in Hollywood usually maintain good contacts. So Rachel knew about Deep Cold first, and Kate also knew about it. Kate is not a reserved and modest person. She quickly asked her agent to find the script and also found out some other information. Thinking of this, Kate curled her lips, raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "I have read the script, but unfortunately the heroine is just a vase, so I am not interested." The implication seems to be saying, "I am not interested, it's your turn." Beautiful women are often proud, but Natasha is a bit soft-hearted. She felt a provocation in Kate's words and subconsciously glanced at the man who was replaying a scene and discussing something with the director at the workbench not far away. Then she retracted her gaze and lowered her head to look at the magazine in her hand, intending to ignore it. Of course, she felt a little aggrieved. The women around Simon always pay attention to each other. Natasha also knows something about Kate, so she understands that she is really just a vase and cannot compare with the heroine of Charlie's Angels next to her. In fact, it's not that she didn't have the idea of Charlie's Angels at the beginning, but it didn't work out. Simon is very generous to them, but never excessive. They can only get what they can support. Kate waited for a moment, and seeing that Natasha didn't accept it, nor was she aggressive, she couldn't help but glance at the shirt chest of the girl next to her that was propped up high. Some envy. Natasha was keenly aware of Kate's gaze, and inexplicably felt a little more proud. She also glanced back, but felt nothing, so she glanced again, still felt nothing, and then glanced again. Kate was wearing a very casual white t-shirt today, tied and exposed her belly, showing a white and slender waist, but in other aspects, she was completely incomparable to the girl next to her. Seeing Natasha's glances, she quickly got angry. "You're too much?" Natasha slowly withdrew her gaze, as if she was following the advice. Kate became even more angry and mocked, "That's why you can only play a vase." Natasha seemed to have heard nothing, but just sat up a little straighter without leaving a trace, and held the light blue women's shirt higher. The two women went back and forth for more than 20 minutes, and finally finished the work at the workbench. After Simon talked to Gus Van Sant for a few words, he turned around and the two women went to meet him together. Simon hugged Natasha and kissed the girl on the lips, and when he saw Kate looking over, he did not show favoritism and opened his arms to greet the girl. Then he walked out with the two girls and asked Natasha, "How was the chat with Stephen and the others?" "Not bad. I tried some shots. Director Sommers thinks I'm quite suitable for the role of Trillian. What do you think?" Natasha blinked a few times before saying, "It's a great script, like Alien." Simon smiled and said more bluntly, "I mean, if you're not interested, you can tell me." "Of course not." "Well, I mean, I like this script very much." Although Natasha said this, in fact, just by looking at the script, she could feel that filming this movie would be very hard and possibly dirty. After all, it was a monster movie, with the sea, water monsters, and all kinds of fights. However, she also knew that she didn't have much room for choice. Although her role was still a vase, it was much better than the vase in Alien. It was obviously a gradual progression arranged for her by the man. Many actresses beg for it but can't get it. In fact, if you just want to be a vase for the man around you and do nothing but enjoy life, it's fine. But Natasha doesn't plan to do that. For various reasons, she still hopes to have her own career. Seeing Natasha say that, Simon didn't say anything more. He looked at Kate, who had come to the studio and stayed all afternoon. Disco Doom will not start shooting until next year. You can have a good rest in the second half of the year. From last year's Charlie's Angels to the just finished Good Will Hunting, Kate has been busy for more than half a year. Simon can probably guess the girl's mind today, but he doesn't want her to continue to work non-stop. An actor is not the more films the better. Appearing on the big screen too frequently will inevitably make the audience aesthetically fatigued. I'm planning to visit Australia recently and have a vacation, Kate said. Seeing Simon put his arm around Natasha's waist but not hers, she took the initiative to put her arm around the man's side and said, "Simon, the two projects Disney announced last week, Terminator 3 and The Fifth Element, do you think I can try them?" The news of the female Terminator and Terminator 3 has spread. As for The Fifth Element, it is also a movie with a heavy female lead, and it is also a super blockbuster. Simon is not surprised that the two projects have aroused Kate's interest. However, Simon shook his head and said, "My relationship with Vivendi is not very good. I don't want you to participate in Disney's movies." Kate was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Even though her personality is not as gentle as Natasha, Simon said it so bluntly, Kate would not be stupid enough to go against a man. The three of them walked out of the post-production center while chatting. Kate looked at the crowd that was gradually gathering towards the parking lot at the end of the get-off-work day. She still didn't let go of Simon's arm, and even quietly wrapped it around him, saying in a coquettish tone, "Simon, are you free tonight?" Simon shook his head again and said, "I have to go home tonight, and I have to go to Pixar to watch a sample of another animated film. I won't be off work until around 7 o'clock. But, what about today, Friday?" "Yeah, it's Saturday tomorrow," Simon said, patting Natasha beside him, loosening his grip on her waist, and said to Kate, "You two go back first. If you're bored, you can go shopping together. Remember not to fight. Or, fighting is fine, as long as you don't scratch each other's faces. I don't care about anything else." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.